Chapter 1. Fallon. Are you willing to do anything for the family, Fally? My brother stands with his back to me, staring down at Papa's grave, the dirt freshly turned. It smells like wet leaves and cut grass in the cemetery. Ancient oaks drip rain. 20 feet away, several soldiers for the Grady clan stand guard, their compact submachine guns barely hidden under their large overcoats. My breath fogs the air faster as my heart races, but the answer's easy. I've been doing that my whole life, I say, stepping up beside him. I tug my rain jacket tighter around my body. The sun's only just beginning to poke out from behind the clouds, and Papa's been dead for 2 weeks now. He would have enjoyed a morning like this. Why stop now? This won't be easy. Nothing's been easy since Papa died. The wound of his funeral still burns barely a week after it ended. I still wake thinking I can call him, hear Papa's craggy voice, laugh at his cussing and his stupid jokes, get a smile on my face knowing he's still there. Now, he's gone. Body mangled to pieces, torn to shreds, his old, brittle bones ripped through with jagged pieces of hot steel. Dead like so many Grady clan men before him. Not coming back. This will be worse. Ryan turns away from the grave and folds his hands behind his back as he walks along the shaded path. I fall into step, even though I want to stay behind with Papa for a while longer. My older brother is the acting clan chief now, and he's due some respect. Worse how? Not sure it can get any harder. We're ending the war, Fally, and you're going to help do it. I stare at him in surprise. Ryan still won't look at me. He's tall, this brother of mine, with dark hair and dark eyes, sharp cheeks, an Irish nose, skinny and pointed. An intense stare, like he's always seeing his own death marching toward him. Always been like that since we were little. Like he's got one foot in the grave and he knows it. Why? I ask, genuinely curious. The war against the Costas has been dragging on for months and months now. One of the bloodiest confrontations my family's gotten involved with in my lifetime. Too many dead friends, cousins, and now a father. Too many of our people to avenge to stop now. First, I want you to understand something. I haven't forgotten Papa. I'll never forget what they did to our father. God rest his soul in paradise. Ryan crosses himself, stoops his head. We move slowly down another path between looming concrete edifices consecrated to the saints. God rest his soul, I echo. I never said you would anyway. We've all sacrificed in this fight, and now I'm going to ask something of you an older brother should never ask of his sister. If there were another way, I'd find it. What are you about to make me do, Chim? My old nickname for him, short for Chimney, since he's skinny and tall, and it's like there's always smoke coming from his ears on account of him being so damn serious all the time. He still won't look at me. The Costas want a gesture. They need proof that we're serious about this peace thing, and in many ways, I agree with them. A big gesture's the only way we'll end it without more killing, and I'm tired of the killing. I'm tired of losing the people I love, and we'll keep on losing if we don't stop this now. My feet go numb like I've stepped in a puddle. I slow, losing a step as he pulls ahead. Ryan, just get it out. Say what you've got to say. Surrounded by the dead, headstones like pale teeth rising from the earth, my brother stops and looks directly at me for the first time in an hour. You're arranged to marry Jayson Costa. That's the deal I struck with Adler. We agreed it's the best way to solidify this truce and to make sure the cycle of revenge doesn't continue on forever. New life in place of old death. I don't know what to say. My jaw works, and I stare at that familiar, serious face. Pale now. Strained with pain even. 5 years older than me. Big Chim. He's been a mystery since I was a girl, always keeping to himself. But like me, he wanted to please Papa. Everyone wanted to please Colum Grady, most of all his children. Now we're setting aside our beloved father's memory for this. for some flimsy piece built on my own damn womb. "You're joking," I finally managed to say. "I'm not. I'm sorry." "Jayson Costa? The actual man that killed our father? You want me to go off and marry the fucker that did our papa in?" "Yes, I do." "Fuck you." He doesn't react. I step closer. "No, seriously, fuck you. There's no way on God's green earth I'll ever marry Jayson Costa, not for any fucking reason. You hear me, Ryan? Absolutely no fucking way." I'm so livid I could scream. My ears turn red, my cheeks flush, and my vision swims. My own flesh and blood, trying to sell me to a murdering bastard, to the piece of trash that caused this nightmare to begin with. It's a waking nightmare. "You have a choice," Ryan says, as if I hadn't just cussed him out in a graveyard. God forgive me, but I'm not at my best. "You always have a choice, Fally. This isn't what I wanted. God knows it. But we all sacrifice. We do what we have to for the clan." "Fuck off," I say, waving a hand in the air. "Did you marry some foreign girl? Did you marry the woman that murdered your own father?" "I don't think so." "No, you're right. I know this is asking a lot. But if you think I haven't sacrificed, you're even more blind than I thought." Ryan steps forward, staring at me, his usual mask cracked a touch. The sorrow in his expression feels like a hammer against my spine. "I married the gun as a lad. I grew up killing and waiting to die. That's still all I know. The pride of the clan. My life for the blood. Then Papa dies and I'm named chief. And now I've got to find a way to end this madness before more of our people die, and we end up wiped out completely. You think I like talking with those American bastards? God damn them, Fally, I want to kill them all, but swallowing my pride's all I can do. More like selling mine. I know it isn't fair. I can tell it hurts him the moment the words leave my mouth, but I'm so damn mad. I know it's tough the boys go out and fight while the women stay behind to suffer through it all. Only you're not asking me to pick up a gun, Chim. At least that would be doing something. No, you're asking me to give myself away to some bastard I hate for the rest of my life. You know that? Might as well kill me now." He's silent. Only stares at me. I breathe hard, sucking in air. Why the hell's this happening? Now of all times. I'm still gutted from Papa's death, barely holding on to my sanity, clinging to the clan tighter than I ever have before, and now Ryan's asking me to do something so sick and twisted it makes me want to puke my guts up. It's an impossible choice. All I have to do is give myself away to a monster and I can save everyone I know. Well, fuck. When I start to think of it like that, I soften a touch. I'm still pissed, but I turn and pace, ignoring the soldiers Dara and Padrig as they studiously pretend not to notice me. Did they hear about this? Might have, since Padrig's close with Ryan, and Dara's his cousin. The fuckers came to my execution, for my own protection. "How do you know it'll work?" I turn on Ryan. Rage in my heart, but it's not a forest fire anymore, only a little ember, burning away. All the clans dead keeping it lit, but all the clans living keeping me from losing my mind. They could just kill me and keep coming for us. They could, he agrees. But we have other deals in place. Business relationships that'll tie the families tightly together. The marriage is the last step. You're serious about this. I expect you'll be wanting some nieces and nephews. They'll be Costas. I'd rather you didn't. I stare at him, eyes wide, then burst out laughing. His lips pressed together in a grim smile. It's not really funny, but hell, I'm too fucked up to care. "It'll save the clan, huh?" I calm myself and lean against a huge pillar attached to the mausoleum. What a fucking pitch. "I know, Fally." He leans next to me. "I hate it too." "And if I say no? We'll find another way. Maybe one of the cousins." "I was thinking Quinny." I groan, looking up at the sky. This manipulative bastard knows what he's doing. Cousin Quinny, 4 years my junior, barely out of university. Shy and quiet and skinny little Quinny. You've got to be fucking joking. There aren't many options right now, you know, and it's got to be someone close to the heart of the clan. If not you, then Quinny. If not her, then Orla. And if not her, well, I'll find someone. Fuck. I rub my face with both hands. There's not much anger left. I keep picturing shy little Quinny in a wedding dress sold off to those American bastards, her big eyes bugged out and terrified, her little head of tight curls bouncing up and down as she's dragged into some brute's wedding bed. Fucking bastard, Ryan. He knows what he's doing, putting that image in my head, but it isn't a lie. He'll go to Quinny next, and she'll be too spineless to say no. It's all fucked, no matter how it goes. Ryan gazes out over the graves. I don't want it to be you, either. There's got to be another way. We've been discussing it since Papa died. This is the best we came up with. I'll hate him. You know that. I know. I might hate you a little bit, too. I know. Another sacrifice for the clan. I groan, squeezing my eyes closed, and sink down to the ground. I sit with my knees pulled to my chest. My ass gets damp from the rain-slicked concrete. Ryan sits next to me, posture slumped and exhausted. We sit in silence like that for a while. I think of Quinny and all the other Grady girls that'll be dragged into this if I don't say yes. A dozen good girls, virgin girls just like me. Except they don't have the choice like I do, and I'll have to live with what happens if it's one of them instead. The clan gets what it needs in the end, whether we want it to or not, and if I can save one of my little cousins from this fate, then I've got to do it. Better me than one of them. Better suffer in hell than live with the guilt. I'm strong. I'm Papa's daughter. I learned to survive a long time ago, and if anyone's going to make it through this miserable situation, it'll be me. All right, Chim, I say, looking at him. Sell me to the Americans. All right, Fally. The wedding's in 3 days, and I'll be there the whole time, I promise. Some fucking comfort, that is. Chapter 2. Jayson. You know it's got to be this way. Adler stands behind me as I lean against the balcony railing. Dozens of stories below, the ocean crawls against the sand like a gray tongue. That damn water stretches forever, crawling with strange life. An entirely different planet, upside down to ours. Right about now, I'd rather be down at the bottom of the sea than having this conversation. I was there fighting the damn war, I tell him, not turning around. I swirl a glass of whiskey as the cold ocean breeze blows through my lightweight cashmere sweater. I'm in all black, head to toe. If anyone asked, I'd say it's a mourning thing, but truth be told, I'm always dressed like this. One less choice to make if there's only one color in my wardrobe. Which is why it's got to be you. Besides, the rest of us are already married. Adler comes up beside me and stares straight ahead. My big brother, the head of the Costa family, the entire operation resting on his shoulders. He's only 2 years my senior, but the stress makes him seem older. Gray streaks his beard and his hair, lines spiderweb around his eyes. Must be nice, I say, even though that isn't fair. My brothers got married long before this choice had to be made. You can't blame me for not wanting her. The girl's pretty, from what I hear. I don't really care about that. I know. I'm trying to come up with something that'll take the edge off. I grunt at him. I don't want to be smoothed over. I don't want the pain to dull. Not right now. I'd rather down this whiskey, throw the glass into the sky and follow it down. They murdered Jackson. They killed a dozen more of my soldiers. You killed their patriarch and a couple dozen of their cousins and brothers. That's how these wars go. He was my best friend. I grip the railing tight enough to turn my knuckles white. I can still see him bleeding in my arms. Coughing up crimson, his lips splattered with it. Grinning, showing red-stained teeth. I'll be all right, man. I'll be all right. Trying to comfort me in the end when we both knew he was fucked. That's the kind of friend I lost. More like a brother, more like a piece of my soul. I should have been the one gagging up my life on the floor of some shit Italian restaurant, not him. Adler wraps his ring finger against the railing. I know you're still hurting over it, but if you don't do this, then the fighting keeps going. If that happens, we lose more friends, more family. You really want that? You know I don't. Then marry the girl. Fuck her. And fuck the whole Grady clan. I take deep breaths. The salty air smells like seaweed mixed with the rotting kelp stench of the bay. 2 years of killing. 2 years of fighting, of blood in the streets. For over 10 before that, I ran the European division of our family without any problems at all. I kept confrontation to a minimum. Fighting is bad for business. We were profitable, raking in money from rich Russians, wealthy French diplomats, loaded English bankers, all while successfully building a shadow empire. I was confident. The continent was poised at my feet, ready to prostrate itself, at least until we expanded into Ireland and the Grady clan decided they'd had enough. War doesn't make money. Every smart businessman knows it. Only the gun makers and the generals want war. Everyone else is better off cutting deals instead of killing each other. I tried to avoid an outright conflict, but the Gradys felt like it was either push me from their turf or lose their way of life. 2 brutal, ugly years. So much was lost. And for what? I'm still where I was at the start of it, still managing my Irish properties, while the Gradys lick their wounds and offer this joke of a peace agreement. I'm expected to sacrifice myself to make sure it holds, even though they started this fucking miserable fight. I don't blame you for being angry. Adler's voice is calm. He's always so damn calm it drives me crazy sometimes. If I were in your position, I'd be pissed too. But if you marry the Grady girl, we'll bind our 2 families together forever. Think about the opportunities. The Gradys have international connections we've only ever dreamed about. Picture the markets we could penetrate. Scotland, Finland, the Netherlands, deeper into Italy and Poland. This could be good for everyone if we find a way to set aside the bloodshed. I know he's right. That's the worst part of all this. If I were in Adler's position, I would have made the exact same decision. War's bad for business, and ending the war's a smart move. Only that end involves shackling me to some strange girl I don't know, and I've never seen before. The daughter of the man I helped murder, a member of the family I hate the most in this world. They killed my best friend. It's childish and petty to keep coming back to that, but Jackson bled out in my arms, and I'm supposed to forgive them for it. I'm not the kind of man to forget a brother. I know. Adler puts a hand on my shoulder. But this is what we do. It's what the family asks of us. You know what my life is like. Everything I do is for the family. Every waking hour is devoted to family business, even when I'd rather be doing 1,000 different things. Go ahead, ask Casey. I'm sure she'd love to complain about how much time I spend at the office. Sometimes I feel like my children are growing up without a father, and that kills me the most. You're a good dad and you know it. Maybe. That's not my point. I'm trying to say I'm sorry it has to be this way. Yeah. I know you are. But that doesn't change anything, does it? No, it doesn't. He drops his hand away. Take some time to think about it. I won't force you to do anything you don't want to do. If you're really against marrying the girl, maybe there's some other deal we can strike. I grunt at him as he turns to leave. Anger rises again. Rage at myself for being so weak. Fury at the Grady clan for putting me in this position. For murdering my best friend. But other people come to mind. Other friends overseas, my soldiers, my employees, their family and friends. I think of my nieces and nephews, and imagine them growing up in a world where the Costa family is constantly at war. I don't want that for any of them. I'll do it. I don't look at Adler as I speak. I feel sick, and I don't know what I'll do if I see something in his expression that I don't like, whether it's really there or not. You know I'm going to do it. If it means saving the lives of my soldiers, I'll make it happen. A short pause. I knew you would. He doesn't sound triumphant, only sad. Only, I'm going to keep wondering how much more you're going to ask. How much more is the family going to take from us? I turn to stare at my older brother, the Don of the Costa family. He shakes his head, shoulders slumped, like he's worn down to a nub. It'll ask everything. You know that. He leaves me alone on the balcony. I return to my whiskey and the ocean. Chapter 3. Fallon, the Ocean View Hotel in Atlantic City, is an opulent absurdity. Lots of marble, gaudy paintings caught somewhere between Greek and medieval Italian architecture. It's a mishmash, a total mistake in judgment. Whoever designed the hotel was either drunk or just had terrible taste. It's lovely, being back in America, I say to Rian as we walk through the casino together. Lights flash, folks shout. The place is a maze, designed to disorient and confuse, but mostly to fleece patrons of all their hard-won cash. America in its purest form. A few seconds of bliss, then ruin. Did you really miss it? He asks. Sometimes. College was fun, you know. I made some decent friends. I've been thinking that while I'm in the States, I might as well try to see them again, right? Right, you should. Ryan doesn't add that I'll have plenty of time to do it, seeing as I'll be living here for the rest of my life. Coming here for university, or college as they say, that had been my dream ever since I was a little girl. I'm not sure why America seemed so incredible to me, but it felt like there was so much opportunity and excitement in the new world. Ireland's always been a drab place full of sheep, beautiful views, and crappy little villages. We love our pints, our football, and our poets, but that pales compared to the insane capitalistic nightmare that is a major American metropolis. It's like there's so little history here, and anyone can become a part of this place's mythology. I spent most of my childhood begging Papa to let me attend school overseas, and by some miracle, it actually happened. I did all 4 years at Barnard, a little liberal arts school for ladies, and earned a beautiful Bachelor of Arts degree in English literature, which Papa found amusing. That feels like forever and a world away, even though I graduated only 4 years ago. We pause beside a forest of slot machines, their lights flashing like maniacs, the people sitting at them prodding at the button as though it held their salvation. Screens click, letters and numbers appear as if at random. It keeps on going that way. None of it makes any sense. The place reeks of beer and sweat and cigarette smoke, feels like home. I try to picture Quinny, little innocent Quinny. What would she think of a place like this, a foreign country, a real casino, the barely concealed sin, the danger? Papa used to say Quinny was one of the good ones, which always bothered me since I thought I was a good one too. Tried to be good anyway. My mouth got me into trouble. Papa would always say too pretty and too smart for my own good. But Papa never had real trouble from me. I was too busy trying to be one of the guys when I was growing up, then focused on making my father happy and proud as I got older. That's how I've never had so much as a serious boyfriend, which in retrospect was a damn shame. A lot of wasted time. Now the first man I'll ever sleep with will be a man I hate. I want to meet him, I say, and have to repeat myself louder when Ryan doesn't answer right away. That's not part of the deal. He seems uncomfortable. We have a strict timeline. Easy for you to say. You're not the one getting married. I know, Fally. I know, but this is delicate. Delicate how? Sorry, are you going to be expected to perform on your wedding night? Don't be crass. Don't be a dick then, Chim. There are people who don't want this to happen. He gives me one of those sidelong looks, then glances at our protection. The soldiers lurk nearby. His men, in theory at least. But I've heard the rumors too. The Grady clan was held together by Papa's charm, but Papa's dead, and it's Rian in charge now, and my older brother isn't my father. Yes, Ryan's clever. He's strong. He's even vicious when he's got to be. But he isn't the type of man who can lead an army into a meat grinder with absolute obedience. Papa had that gift. The charm, I used to call it. Some indescribable trait that draws people in and keeps them. Those people are in Dublin. I tell him. Maybe they are, or maybe they're here, and they'll make a move if you put yourself in a bad spot. Ryan shakes his head. It's bad enough asking you to marry the Costa man. I don't want to get you killed too. The Costas can make sure we're safe. Ryan, I want to meet him before I marry him. I pause, feeling like an absolute fool, but I push on. I could have an actual marriage to this man. I don't like it, but I'll be stuck with him, right? I might as well give it a go, and that means speaking with him at least once before I take the plunge. I want to know him. He softens at that. That's a good attitude. Fuck you, Chim. I grin and nudge him with my elbow. Come on. I just want to meet the lad before I pledge my stinking, worthless life to him, all right? All right, he agrees, but doesn't look happy about it. I'll set it up. Thanks. I take a deep breath and blow it out. That's a relief. I can feel a terror deep inside my chest at the idea of kissing a man I've never met before, and it's taking all my willpower to hold it at bay. Ah, hell. What do you know about Jayson Costa, anyway? He's not so bad for an American gangster. He starts walking, hands behind his back. I keep pace, trying to focus on our conversation. But the casino's more than a little distracting. The place is a nightmare for my short attention span. I want to bounce around like a squirrel on meth, and it's taking all my focus to stay still. Elaborate, please. I don't really know too many concrete details. From what I heard, he cares about his soldiers, but he's also a vicious killer. Fought on the front lines a few times himself. We got close to hitting him once, but he shot 2 of our best assassins before they could finish him off. He'll be good to you, Fally. That's part of the deal. No abusive shit. No knocking you around. We have some systems in place. You'll video chat with me at least once every few days to make sure. Lovely, I say. You're looking out for me. You really are. But here's the thing. You'll be back home in Ireland, and I'll be here in America. How are you going to make sure he's not kicking me down the steps? For one, I'm pretty sure you'll cut his dick off if he tried it. I gesture assent. Obviously. But I'm a relatively small woman, and he can do other things to me. We have people in the States I can call on. But even if Jason's an asshole, his older brother Adler's the one in charge, and I trust the man. He's been nothing but upfront and fair since we opened negotiations. They'll treat you well. Great. I can rely on your mysterious goons and an American Don to make sure my husband's not a raging dickhead. Ryan takes my arm and holds it tightly. He stares at me, eyes narrowed. Fally, I mean this. I won't let him hurt you, especially not if you really want to make it work. If you're serious about it. Giving it a real try will go a long way with these people. I let out a long breath and shrug him off. I'm serious about it. What else have I got to do? That's one way of thinking about it. Set the meeting, all right, Chim? Set it soon, before the wedding. I'll get it done. He starts walking. I watch him go before striding off to the closest slot machine and park my ass down. If I'm going to get sold off to some stranger soon, I may as well keep my mind off it with some gambling. This feels like a betrayal of Papa, like a betrayal of everything I'm supposed to believe in, but the thought of Quinny or some other Grady girl going through this instead keeps my chin up. At the very least, even if this Jayson guy's some raging bastard, at least I can say I saved another girl from this damn fate. Chapter 4, Fallon. The boardwalk in November is blustery and gray. The Atlantic rolls along, sucking at the sand, the sky covered over by thick clouds. The boards are slick from a recent freezing rain, and no matter how tightly I pull my jacket, I can feel the chill in my bones, just like back home. I wonder if I'll ever see the place again, if I'll get to sit on a stoop with my cousins watching the boys walk past on the sidewalk, if I'll drink tea with the aunts and listen to the uncles watching footy in the other room, if I'll go to the pub and have a couple ciders and do some truly awful karaoke with the girls. There's so much I'm losing by coming out here. It's a life, a family, everything I know. My little flat with the bookshelves and the bay window down the block from Ryan's spot. My plants, taken in by Auntie B. The sound of my city, the language of my people. Well, they speak English here, but it's not proper. He should be right up here. Ryan walks by my side. Padrig and Dara lurk behind like always, our two well-armed shadows. Ahead, figures are clustered near the railing. Marshy grass blows along the dunes, waving in the bitter wind. Know what you're going to say? I shake my head and brush my curly red hair from my face. I've got some ideas, I say, but that's not true. I have no clue what I'll say to my future husband, the man who had my papa murdered, the man who ruined the lives of so many people in my family. What's there to tell him? Hey, ready to get hitched to your mortal enemy? It feels so absurd, this meeting, but I need it more desperately than I'm willing to admit to Ryan. If I'm going to marry this man, I want it to be at least cordial. I don't want or expect love. That's so far out of the question that it's nearly obscene to consider, but friendship could blossom one day. I want this to work at any rate, since I only ever planned on marrying and marrying once. People in my world don't get divorced. That's not the Irish Catholic way, which means when I say those vows, I say them for real, forever, until the day I die. I don't want there to be any surprises at the wedding, which means meeting him now, getting a feel for the man, at least seeing what he looks like. He might be a troll, an ogre, or he might be a tiny little elf. I've no clue what to expect, but I want to get it out of the way here, right now, so that I can commit myself to this plan and make it work. Ryan holds onto my arm. All right, Fally. That's them. Once his people move away, he'll stay there alone, and you'll approach. I'll remain here with Patty and Dara. You really did choreograph this, didn't you? Everyone's on edge. This is all so that nobody gets jumpy and tries something stupid. What's there to try, Chim? Maybe they decide we're better off dead. They could have tried that a dozen times already. No, I think they're committed to this too. I think you're right, but Papa taught me to always be careful. See where that got him? He gives me a look. Not funny. All right, not funny. I jostle from foot to foot, nervous energy rushing through me. Hells, I feel like I might break to 1,000 little pieces. I'm about to meet my future husband. You'll be okay. Just be yourself. Terrible advice. Who the hell else would I be? Okay then, be the version of you that isn't a mouthy weirdo jackass. Ah, now that's much better. He lets me go when I punch his arm. That's for being a dick, Chim. All right, Fally. They're moving. Go on. I'm right here. I nod and stare at the man left behind. He's tall, broad, and muscular. An athletic physique, wearing a black suit that clings to him. Not a bad start. Wish me luck. Good luck, Fally. I march off, head held high, suddenly self-conscious of my simple skinny jeans, my sweater, and my coat. My hair's a mess from the wind, and I maybe could have gone a little harder on the makeup, but hells. It doesn't matter now. I'm here. It's happening. I'm about to meet my future husband. The man turns to me as I approach. My heart starts to race. The tips of my ears heat up, and I swear my nipples go hard. Half from the chill, but mostly from a sudden excitement, which is a horrible thing. But at least he won't see through my layers. The man is gorgeous. Drop-dead handsome like an actual model. It's not right, seeing a man looking so damn attractive just standing there. Square jaw, the right amount of stubble on his cheeks and chin, dark hair and dark eyes, these full lips like fluffy clouds. Kissable lips, suckable lips, biteable. But it's not just his mouth, which is lovely on its own, but there's his muscular chest, his big shoulders, his strong hands. The guy's got one hell of a physique, built and toned like he spends half his waking hours in a gym. His clothes are expensive, perfectly fitted, and almost erotic in the way they cinch at his thighs. He's got some legs on him, this muscular man. Did I know I was a thigh girl? This man has incredible thighs, the sort of thighs I could lick. My mind's going haywire. I'm getting a little too horny at the moment, and I know it's only nerves. My stupid squirrel brain's shorting out because of how huge this moment is, and I'm focusing way too much on his looks to distract myself from the magnitude of what this means. But my God, he really is gorgeous. I stop a few feet away. He looks at me with this steady gaze, slowly taking me in, not trying to hide it either, which I kind of like. I'm used to men like him, confident men that know what they want and aren't afraid of it. I'm not shy myself. He gives me the once-over, looking down and back up, and his lips quirk slightly. He likes what he sees. That sends a thrill into my guts, which is dumb considering Jayson Costa is my mortal enemy. Yes, he's hot, but I can't forget who he is and what he's done. Guilt crushes down on me and I lose some of the excited edge as I remember poor dead Papa and his freshly dug grave. "Hello," I finally say, breaking the tense silence. He draws himself up, standing straight. I'm around 5'4", and I'd put him over 6 feet. Easy. The guy could crush me between those big thighs of his. Ah, hells, the thighs again. "You're Fallon Grady." Not a question. He's got a nice voice, though. Low and resonant. "You're Jayson Costa. Glad we got the obvious out of the way." His lips press together. "You wanted this meeting and now you got it." "Right." I clear my throat. He's not giving me much to work with here. "We're supposed to get married and I figured we should meet before we say the vows." Why bother? The way he says it throws me. Totally dismissive, like he really doesn't think this matters at all. I open my mouth to reply, but I can't find the words. I pinned my hopes on this meeting. Imagine trying to get past our differences, or at least opening a dialogue about what our life might be. But the man standing before me has this expression of total disdain on his face, and I feel nothing but hopelessness wash over me. I don't know why I was stupid enough to expect anything else. "You're right. Why bother getting to know your future wife, you arrogant prick?" It tumbles out before I can stop myself. I'm very aware that it's the wrong thing to say, but I can't help it. I'm heated, and when I'm pissed, I'm not great at holding my tongue. "Glad we understand each other, then." He turns away, staring out at the ocean again. We both know why we're doing this. No reason to drag it out. I feel like such a fool. Why did I ever think this was a good idea? All my dreams of making a life with this stranger are dashed, tossed aside, and burned to ash. I cross my arms and set my feet, too stubborn to just walk off. Why bother coming today if you're just going to be like that? I didn't want to. Then I suppose your family forced you. He tilts his head and looks back at me. Let's not pretend this is anything but a sham. I grimace as if struck. Yes, a sham. You're right. Are you going to pretend like you want this? No, I won't. We were killing each other a month ago. Now you and I are supposed to say a few words, share a bed, and make it all better. Yes, all right. That's what I'm told. Although I'm thinking separate sleeping arrangements is a good idea. Separate houses, maybe. Separate lives. You can go on being a dick here in Atlantic City and I'll move out west. Put an entire continent between us. I'll shack up somewhere on the Pacific. Perfect. We'll write letters once a year, renewing our vows, so our families don't start murdering each other again. Lovely, I'd like that, although I'm surprised you're literate. You'd be surprised about a lot of things when it comes to me, little fox. I laugh at him. Little fox? Is that a comment on my hair? Real fucking clever. His face closes again, and he turns away. Go back to your brother and tell him we're going through with the marriage. That's all he needs. Maybe I should just walk away. You're clearly going to be a nightmare. I might as well marry my right hand instead. At least that'd bring me a little pleasure when I'm alone in the night. His eyes snap back to mine and I regret the dirty joke. It was meant to insult his manhood. But his expression is pure lust, nearly overwhelming, and I take a step back. I'm trembling a bit in surprise, and my nipples feel like they're about to burst. That look is everything. All raw, masculine energy. Behind the hatred, there's something deep and dark, a brewing need, a sexual desire. raw sweat and spit and a husky moan in the dark. That's what his eyes make me imagine. But as quickly as he looks at me like he wants to tear my frumpy sweater off my body and fuck me into a puddle of gushy post-orgasm bliss, his teeth clench together, and he crosses his arms, shutting that shit down. All right, little fox, let's make a deal. Let's pretend we go through with this joke. We say the words, make everyone happy. After that, we'll stick it out for a year or two. A year or two? Lovely. That'd be grand. 2 years of torture. After that, once our family business interests are deeply intertwined, we can leave each other. Divorce, get separated, whatever you want to do. I don't give a damn. Annulment. Catholics don't believe in divorce. Yes, I'm aware of that. Thanks. He grunts and cocks his head. You're devout? Enough to know a devil when I see one. Smart girl. Stupid man. You should have been politer. I step forward, hands balled into fists. Now I know you're just a selfish little prick going through with this because your big brother's making you. And that's fine. I'm only here because my big brother's doing the same damn thing. Now we know each other, and we don't have to smile and make nice noises on our wedding day. When the priest calls for a kiss, don't bother. He seems surprised, but schools himself again, a tight smirk on his lips. Actually, now I'm looking forward to tasting that smart mouth of yours. A shiver runs into my core. I nearly let out a moan. He wants to taste my mouth? I suspect you'll be like a rotten apple. Not for me, thank you. And I suspect you'll be like a juicy peach. You'll never get near this peach, love. Don't worry on that front. You are a vicious one, aren't you? I know men like you, Costa. Men that think they're in control, when really it's your little desperate ego driving everything you do. So now we're square, and we can be done. It was nice meeting you, Fallon Grady. Soon to be Fallon Costa. And it was a pleasure seeing the real you, Jayson Costa, you big fucker. I whirl around and take a step away, but pause to look back. He's staring at my ass, which is oddly gratifying. By the way, to get a proper annulment, we can't ever consummate the marriage, so good luck fucking me the way you so clearly want to, you big stupid bastard. The shocked look on his face, followed by the steamy smirk, is totally worth the embarrassed flush that rushes into my cheeks. I storm away, heart racing, lips numb and tingling, hating everyone and everything. I don't know why I thought I had a chance at building something real with that man, and I don't know why I'm taunting him with sex as if I know anything about it. Jayson Costa isn't interested in a relationship. He doesn't want a wife, much less some random Irish gangster's daughter. I'm nothing to him, just an inconvenience, and he'll spit on our marriage the first chance he gets. An idea starts to cohere. I hate that arrogant fuck so much it burns. Now that I'm not looking at his handsome face, I can think clearly, and my brain's filled with nothing but nasty ideas. He killed Papa, and I won't forget it. I take it that didn't go well, Ryan says once I rejoin him and the two stupid goons. They're busy pretending like I don't exist. How'd you know? You're not good at hiding how you feel. Well, fuck you. Fair. That bad, huh? I stride past him, and he has to hurry to keep up. Costa doesn't want to marry me, and I don't want to marry him. At least we're square about it. Fally, wait. No, don't make me stop walking, because if I do, I might turn around and go back to that big fuck and try to strangle him to death. All right, don't do that. I mean it, Chim. Keep moving. I'm beyond pissed. I can see. Worse than that time I colored in the eyes of all those shirtless pop star guys you hung on your walls. Remember that? When you were like 13? I ruined your precious posters and you stomped around for days. A vindictive grin spreads across my face. Made you pay in the end. Yes, you did. You waited a few weeks before you got your revenge. Slashed the tires on your bike right before you had a big footy match. Those pretty twins you fancied were going to be there, but you didn't show up. Ah, God, the Doyle twins. Lovely girls. Lacey Doyle kissed Todd Pendergast that day, and I've never forgiven you for that. He strokes his chin. I wonder how they're doing, and if they're interested in a plural marriage. Disgusting. I'm just saying, try to calm down and think. He's in a bad spot too, remember? I don't care about his spot, I only care about mine. Which maybe isn't fair, but it's the truth. Jayson Costa can be pissed all he wants, but I was willing to give this a shot, and he decided to smash that hope to pieces. At best, it'll be a joke. Two people pretending, going through the motions, but living separate lives. At worst, he'll make my life hell. I can't tell which will happen, but either one doesn't appeal. I wanted something better from a match, a real partner, a husband. At the very least, someone I could learn to deal with. Costa won't ever be those things. No, with him I'll get one miserable, ugly year, and then a separation that goes against my stinking faith. Not that I won't go through with it, but still. As we leave the boardwalk and another cold, freezing rain begins to drop, a plan forms in my mind. An ugly plan. But I'm at the lowest point in my life, and if I don't do something to regain a shred of my dignity, then I won't know how I can continue. Ryan won't like it, but hell, he never likes any of my best ideas. Chapter 5. Jayson. Living in a casino has perks, like the abundance of bars, gambling, and distractions. I drink whiskey. I shoot craps. It's my family's place, and all my money goes back into my own pockets in a roundabout way, making the stakes that much lower, but at least I'm not thinking about Fallon Grady, my future wife. That gorgeous fucking girl. She walked over like she wanted to burn the boardwalk down. Green eyes staring hellfire straight into my soul. Her curly red hair bounced with each step, the wind blowing some into her face. A strand was stuck in her mouth, pressed between her pouty pink lips the whole time we were talking. I couldn't stop looking at that mouth, wondering what it would be like to be that strand of hair. I wanted to crush her lips with my own, kiss her hard, make her moan, bite and nibble on her tongue. I didn't know she was drop-dead gorgeous. Nobody fucking told me. Well, Adler did say she was pretty, but that word pretty doesn't do Fallon justice. Even under a puffy coat, I could tell the girl's got an incredible figure. I got a hit of it when she walked away. Her skinny jeans clung to her perky, firm ass, and my cock was half hard just looking at her, which only made the guilt that much more crushing. She's one of them. The people that murdered my best friend, that killed my soldiers, that tried to destroy my family. It's easy for Adler to make peace. He wasn't the one on the front lines. He wasn't the one killing and dying. I shouldn't think about Fallon like this. It doesn't matter if I'm physically attracted to her in a way I haven't experienced in a long time. No matter how beautiful she may be, she's still a Grady. And I still despise everything she represents, which makes this all the more confusing because I enjoyed my conversation with her. I find myself at a bar around 10 at night. Drowning my sorrows isn't right, more like drowning myself entirely. I order another drink when two people appear, one on either side of me, climbing onto the empty stools. I look over and Conlon's grinning back on my left. He's the youngest Costa brother and the second to get married. His little girl, Tessa, is 2 years old now. I've only met her a few times, to my shame. On my right is Eric, my final brother, leaning on his elbows, almost smiling. He got hitched a couple years back, and his little boy, Luca, was born a little over a year ago. "You look like shit," Conlon says. "Good to see you too, little brother." I squeeze his shoulder. "And you too, other little brother." I put an arm around Eric and give him a quick hug, which he doesn't return, the reserved bastard. He's right. You look terrible. Eric doesn't hide his concern. Adler told us you met with her. I take it that didn't go well. Conlon's eyebrows raise. Do we have to talk about this right now? I swirl my drink. Where are the kids? I want to see them. With nannies while the wives are out having a little get-together. Conlon sighs dramatically. God help Atlantic City with those three running around together. How's Mother doing? I ask, trying to change the subject. I'd rather talk about anything but Fallon with these two nosy pricks. She's fine. Tell us about the girl. Conlon doesn't bite on my distraction, which means he's not letting me off easy. I grunt, annoyed we're doing this. But fine, I can't avoid it. My brothers will dig and dig until I spill everything. She hates me. I hate her. It's about what I expected. Was she attractive? Eric asks. She's not my type. Which is a complete and utter lie. Physically, at least. Mentally? Spiritually? Those are other matters entirely. Conlon squints in my face. You sure? I detect some twitches, almost as if you're being less than truthful. I'm positive. Much too pale. Skin like silky cream, if I'm being honest with myself. I wave Conlon back. And her hair's way too red. Auburn, actually. And it caught the meager outdoors light, shining slightly around her beautiful face like a halo of fire. Fucking hell, she's turning me poetic. It's the worst. What did you say to her? Eric's still looking at me, giving me that penetrating stare. The guy can see into my damn soul sometimes, and it drives me crazy. Nothing. I swirl my drink. Just the truth. I take a sip. That we're fake, and will never be anything but fake. Conlon groans. Come on, man. That was the first time you met your future wife and you say that shit? Bad move, Eric agrees. I get it. You don't want to marry her, but be reasonable. Conlon leans over and snatches my drink away. He drains it with a glare. You're stuck with her. You might as well try to make it work. I signal for a refill and seethe. He's right, but I don't like hearing it. You don't understand. Your parts of the family have been at peace. You don't get what it was like over there. I hunch over my whiskey when it arrives. Neither of them speaks for a little while because they know I'm right. Eric runs the Vegas properties while Conlon's got the West Coast hotels. There's no killing going on in the States. At least nothing serious. They didn't lose friends and soldiers. They didn't live with death for 2 long, hard years, only to get asked to marry one of the enemy. You're right. We don't know, Conlon says at last, sounding subdued. You know we're here if you want to talk about the bad shit. Even though we're supposed to act like big, strong men, at least we can deal with it together. But all that doesn't change your situation. Unless you plan on getting out of the deal, which will seriously piss off Adler in a really bad way, you're going to marry that girl in a few days. There's no reason to start your marriage like this. He's right, Eric mutters. Mine is talking. I'm not interested. I punch Eric's arm, which only makes him shrug, then rub my face with both hands. How am I supposed to explain to them that I still hear the last breath rattle from Jackson's chest? And when she's around, my dead best friend is all I can think about, like a ghost sitting at the edge of my bed watching. It doesn't matter now, I tell them, resigned. We had the meeting. It didn't go well. Can we move on? Conlon exchanges a look with Eric, which annoys me to no end, but they eventually let me off the hook and talk about their families. The conversation turns to diapers, no sleep, morning cuddles, and children's stories. It's strange, these 2 dangerous men turning to pieces because of a few children, but it's not something I'll ever experience. That isn't for me. That future. At least I can listen to my brothers banter about being fathers, and I can ignore the strange hole in my chest filled with a yearning I didn't know I could feel. I've had girls. Plenty of girls. If I want to fuck, I can find someone to fuck. There have been relationships, but none that lasted more than a few weeks at most. None that really mattered. But now I'm 35, and all my siblings have their partners and their kids. I've watched them from a distance form their family units grow into real fucking adults, mature into parenthood, and a part of me wants something like that. I know it'll never happen. I'm marrying Fallon, and nothing's going to change our relationship from a sham into what my brothers all have. She'll always hate me, and I'll always hate her, and I can forget about little red-headed babies running around. It's better off this way. We share a few drinks, but soon Eric's got to head back to check on his kid. He sidles off after patting my shoulder, leaving me alone with Conlon, who studies the bottom of his empty glass before squinting at me. You're going to fuck this up, aren't you? I lean forward on my elbows with a groan. You're back on the Fallon thing. Well, it's why we're all here, you know that? Showing up for moral support and to attend our older brother's wedding? Yes. Thanks so much. What a good sport. Don't be a dick. There's got to be something you like about the girl. We spoke for all of 2 minutes out in the freezing cold. There was not. Liar. Think hard. Come on. Give me one thing you liked about her and I'll stop mentioning it for an hour. 1 whole hour? Lucky me. I rip a bar napkin into shreds before saying, She's attractive. I regret it immediately. Conlon shouts a laugh and slaps my back hard. I fucking knew it, he says. Adler told me she was pretty, and you got this look on your face when I brought her up. Fuck off. It's not like that. You want to sleep with your future wife, don't you? Hey, don't be ashamed. It's only natural. I am not ashamed, I say through my teeth. If I want to have that kind of relationship with her, I will. Are you sure about that? Conlon asks, softer now. Because she might not feel the same. I bristle at the suggestion. Fallon was checking me out just like I was staring at her, but he's got a point. Maybe giving her shit was a bad idea, at least if I want to have a physical relationship with her. Which I don't. This is a stupid hypothetical. She's the enemy, and we'll never sleep together. She all but said it already as she walked away in those tight, skinny jeans, her lovely peach-shaped ass swaying from side to side a bit more than it needed to, almost like she was wagging it at me, taunting me, begging me to imagine driving my cock between her juicy thighs, fucking her into submission. Fuck, I need to stop. I'm not interested in having anything with her, all right? You pushed me into saying something nice, and I said something nice. She's attractive. That's all. It's a good start, at least, Conlon muses. She's mouthy, likes to curse and give me shit. I have zero interest in her beyond signing some marriage license. Can you drop it? Oh, that's scandalous. Did Jayson meet his match? The fiery red-haired Irish girl already got in your head. Fuck you. Now you're starting to piss me off. I put my hands flat on the bar, glaring at him. Like I said, it just doesn't matter. Now can we move on? Fine, but I'm coming back to this in exactly 1 hour. He checks the time and nods to himself. I have all sorts of questions. For example, which parts of her are your favorite? Tits or ass? I'm done here. I get up and toss some cash on the bar. Have a good night, Conlon. Ah, come on, bro. Don't be like that. I stride off, leaving my brother behind. He got in my head, and I don't like it. I keep thinking about Fallon, her mouth, her eyes, and her hair. And that beautiful ass. I don't know if she's got nice breasts or much else about her on account of the big coat, but my filthy mind's been filling in the details, and Conlon would love to know that I haven't stopped thinking about her since that meeting. I fucked it up. I know it. But that doesn't matter. We were never going to be anything more than reluctant spouses. I need to stop fantasizing about our wedding night. Chapter 6. Fallon, my head's full of devious plans the day before I'm supposed to get married when Ryan finds me sitting at a slot machine. I've got a surprise for you, he says, but his face suggests it isn't a good one. I'm kind of done with your surprises. I glare up at him, arms crossed. What's it this time? You need to pick out a dress. I blink a few times, then laugh, not sure if he's serious. That's not happening. The Costas are paying for it. All you have to do is go to their casino. They've got a ton of high-end stores in there. Didn't you say they might want to kill us? I'm trusting them on this one. He clears his throat, shifts his weight. Their wives are going with you. I slowly get to my feet. Who? I ask, keeping my tone level. Their wives, he repeats. The Don's wife plus the other two brothers. I don't know their names. I step forward, getting in my brother's face, forcing him to move back. He looks sheepish, and for good reason. You want me to go dress shopping with 3 women I don't know? 3 women married to 3 men I hate? Well, yes, that about sums it up. And you want me to go do this on their turf? Fally, come on. You've been depressed since we landed. I thought maybe... I jam a knuckle into his chest. You thought what? I might start smiling and dancing a jig if it means getting to try on some pretty dresses? Come on, I didn't... I hit him again. You fucker. You pig-brained fucker. They're waiting for you. I already said you'd go. Oh, that's rich. That's just perfect. I go to hit him again, but he sidesteps me this time, grinning. Just go, Fally. They're going to be your sisters-in-law soon. And remember, they had nothing to do with the war. I doubt they even know much about it based on the way these Americans treat their spouses. I grind my jaw, taking deep breaths. He's got a point about the in-laws thing. Even if my marriage to Jayson's only going to last a year, these women will be in my life, and it's better to make peace and go along than it is to make them hate me. Only I'm not a dress shopping kind of girl. Never have been. I'd prefer hunting, playing footy, getting muddy. Papa's pride, after all. Fine, I say with great reluctance. I'll go dress shopping with the wives, but I won't like it. Perfect. You won't be sorry. He beams at me. We'll head out right now. Right, I could scream. But instead, I hold it together. Okay, we'll go right now. Why the hell not? Thank you so much for coming. The first girl beams at me. Her name's Heloise and she wants to be called Helly. Weird name, but I like her immediately. She's got an artsy thing about her, very head in the clouds, wears comfy layers, barely any makeup, her dark hair in a bun. No pretension at all. I know this sucks and it's hard, but it's really nice to meet you. All right, yeah, you too. Helly introduces me to the others. There's Casey, Adler's wife, with blonde hair, pear-shaped, extremely pretty. She shuffles when she walks, which she doesn't try to hide. You're so cute. Jayson got really lucky with you, she says. Thanks. Last is Isabel, Conlon's spouse, taller than the others with straight brown hair and a wide, comfortable smile. Welcome to the family. If you ever need anything at all, please come to me. I promise I'll try to make your transition into our lives as easy as possible. Which is a very sweet thing to say, even if I don't believe it. That's really kind of you, thank you. Helly leads the way into a dress shop in the heart of the Sunrise Casino and Hotel. The place is enormous, almost impossible to understand, and the promenade is like a long list of high-end shops that look as though nobody ever bothers to go inside. The girls chat happily about their husbands and their children, and occasionally ask me questions about home, but mostly they act as though I'm a long-time part of their group and don't push me into talking. I don't have to say much, and I prefer listening to them. They have a good rapport, and some part of me wants to join their group, become one of them, which will never happen. We end up inside a store at the far end of the building filled with gowns of all shapes, sizes, and colors, the sort of clothes I'd never wear and could never afford, even as the daughter of the clan chief. Papa would have rolled his eyes at the thought of spending a small fortune on clothes. Welcome, ladies, the woman at the front says as if she were expecting us. I'm Olivia, and I can't wait to find the perfect dress for you. Which one of you is Fallon? I raise my hand, sheepish. That'd be me. Perfect. Olivia sweeps me away from the group and the women follow, laughing as they go. Casey sits down on a couch right away, sighing as she rubs her knee, and a small army of assistants hands out glasses of champagne, chocolate-dipped fruit, and small sandwiches. I'm given none of that. Instead, I'm placed up on a pedestal and swarmed by an army of measuring tapes, pins, cloth in about 1,000 different shades of white, and lace in a myriad of patterns. I'm prodded, poked, paraded about like a prized horse, and finally deposited back in a chair, feeling like I ran a marathon. And I haven't even seen a dress yet. I know it's a lot, Isabel says, leaning in toward me. And I know this whole thing isn't really your idea, but hey, at least you'll get a dress you like, right? Sure, I say, and clear my throat. Can I be honest? Please. Isabel's smile doesn't waver. I'm not really a dress girl. She hesitates, then bursts out laughing. None of us are, Helly says, downing her champagne. I'm just here for the drinks. I wish I had your figure, Casey says, giving me the once-over. I mean, I'm not really a girly girl either, but damn, I think you can pull off just about anything in here. I'd be way more into dressing up if I looked like you. I find myself blushing. Thanks. You're all pretty, too. Nah, that's just the good looks money buys. Isabel cackles, finishes her drink, and gestures for another. It's refilled in seconds. Seriously, don't worry about cost right now, okay? The Costa family's got the tab. We can afford it, Casey says, beaming. Especially for the last wife. I clear my throat, feeling awkward. Should I tell them about the deal Jayson made with me? 1 year then Splitsville. I won't ever be a part of these women, not really. I put on a fake smile. I really appreciate it. Sure you do. Isabel pats my hand. Her smile slips a touch, and in that moment, I like her very much. It's like she's got some idea of what I'm going through, and she genuinely feels sorry for me. I want to be her friend so badly it hurts. Except it'll never happen. Okay, darling, Olivia says, clapping her hands together. 2 enormous racks of dresses are rolled out, and she gestures expansively. Time to shop! Isabel cheers, Casey rolls her eyes, and Helly looks like she wants to melt into a puddle. But I put on my big girl face, get to my feet, and play along. I'm shown dress after dress, and even like a few enough to give them a nod. Those are set aside for the final phase. After what feels like 1,000 dresses, but is probably more like a few dozen, I'm placed back on the couch, given another drink, and left alone long enough to shove a sandwich in my mouth. Can I admit something? Casey asks. I don't really know much about Ireland. What's Dublin like? It's an older and smaller New York, I say, which is my standard answer. Actually, I went to Barnard for college, so I'm pretty used to people wondering about where I'm from. Casey laughs, looking delighted. You went to college here? That's great, isn't it? There's less of a culture shock. I make an uncertain little gesture. Sure, something like that. Don't worry, we all had to acclimate to the Costa brothers. Helly leans toward me, giving me a little conspiratorial grin. You wouldn't believe my story. Don't scare her off. Isabel playfully swats at Helly's shoulder, which makes them both laugh. Seriously, it'll be okay. I don't think Jayson likes me much, I say, which I very much regret the moment it's out of my mouth. The champagne's got me looser than it should. The girls exchange looks before Casey speaks up. Jayson's in a bad state of mind right now. Yeah? I bet. I look down at the floor, not interested in my asshole future husband's feelings. I wish I hadn't said anything. His best friend died in the fighting. Casey shifts slightly, leaning closer. He's really struggling with it. I frown into my drink. I hadn't known that. Nobody told me. I figured Jayson was above all that violence, above the death and destruction, since he was the boss and everything. But losing his best friend, I can see why that might leave a man bitter. I lost my father, I blurt out. They stare, their expressions mixed between sadness and pity. I despise my big, dumb mouth and wish I could keep it shut for once in my life. That must be so hard, Casey says. I really can't imagine. I am so sorry that happened. Thanks, I mutter. It's awkward as hell. The girls don't know what to say, and I don't blame them. What are they supposed to say to something like that? Sorry we blew up your dad, our bad. They can't fix it, can't make me feel better, and there's no use lingering. It's not like they had anything to do with it. Their husbands likely didn't even know it was happening until it was too late. I meant it when I said you can come to me for anything, Isabel says after a beat. Even if it's just to talk. Thank you. I blink a few times and notice that I'm tearing up. I'm not used to kindness like this. The clan's warm and loving, but we're taught to keep our emotions close. Crying while shopping for my wedding dress is a surreal experience, though I suspect Olivia's had her fair share of waterworks. Isabel gets up and gives me a hug. It's actually kind of nice, even if I hate her family. Helly comes next, and last there's Casey. The whole group of us having one nice embrace. It feels good, being a part of this little bizarre sisterhood, even if it's fake and won't last. Okay, ladies, Olivia says, clapping her hands for attention. Glasses are refilled. The dresses I approved are wheeled back out. It's time, I say, getting to my feet. I raise my chin like a soldier preparing for one final charge. Wish me luck. With hips like those, you don't need luck, Isabel says with a sigh. I'm ushered into a changing area where dress after dress is squeezed, shoved, tugged, yanked, and jammed onto my body. None of them are right, though they're all lovely in their own way, except for two. One is classic. An A-line gown, flared at the waist, with ivory satin and delicate lace patterns on the chest and arms. The sweetheart neckline makes my collarbone and shoulders seem delicate and lovely, instead of all manly and awkward like how I normally feel, and for a second, I like being feminine and soft. The other's more what I'd typically go for. Bohemian, basically. Very flowy and relaxed, made of airy chiffon and lots of flowers. It's off the shoulder and cut a bit low, though not too scandalous, just enough to show a hint of what I'm working with. Maybe Jayson will like the view. Except I'm not worrying about what that man wants. The girls are clearly enjoying themselves, and I get into it too. Might as well have some fun. Once it's over with, and I'm back in my normal clothes, I have Olivia's assistants hold up the A-line gown and the bohemian flowery piece for a vote. Casey and Isabel both go A-line. Helly leans bohemian, to nobody's surprise. But which do you want? Isabel asks. That's the only vote which counts. I press my lips together. Which do I want? If one came with a plane ticket home, that's the one I'd choose. Instead, I point at the bohemian, and with that, the day is done. The dress is purchased and left behind for some overnight tailoring, and we're swept back out into the massive complex. That was fun, Casey says, shuffling along. We walk slowly to accommodate her. I'm sure it wasn't what you thought you'd be doing today, but I'm glad we had this time together. Agreed, Helly says, and I find myself feeling the same way, at least until we reach the lobby. Ryan's there talking to a couple men. One's Adler, Casey's husband, the don of the family. The other is Jayson, my future spouse and the bane of my existence. The men turn to face us. Casey gives her man a kiss on the cheek and leans against him. He supports her without thinking, taking some weight from her knee as natural as brushing his hair. Ryan comes to my side and says something, but I can't hear it over the scream in my head. Jayson's looking at me again, with that stare, the animalistic, beastly stare, the pure sex and sweat and cum sort of stare. His eyes grind into my body, and this time I don't have a jacket to hide behind. I'm in yoga pants and a simple t-shirt, a bit on the smaller side, hugging my chest, and I can tell he likes what he's about to marry. He licks his lips, and my nipples are stiff, fucking again, and all I want to do is run. Fally? Hey, you all right? I start slightly. Ryan's looking at me with concern. Isabel and Helly already walked off, chatting with each other, and Casey's hanging onto Adler's arm. They're speaking quietly together. Nobody noticed the way Jayson stared at me, as if he's a hungry wolf. I'm all right, I say, steering Ryan away. What's he doing here? We had one final conversation just to make sure everything's good. Did you get a dress? I got one. And everything's all set? I'm still stuck here. Ceremony's at 10 tomorrow morning. Great. Lovely. Can't wait. I glance over my shoulder. Jayson's still standing right where I left him. He hasn't taken his eyes off me, and he doesn't seem ashamed of it. He gives me a little smile. Gods in heaven, he looks incredible. I flip him off. Discreetly, of course. Ryan wouldn't approve. But it makes Jayson smile double, and there's something in his grin, something possessive and needy. The way he looks at me and the way my body reacts to the idea of being alone in a room with him. Both scare me half to death. Chapter 7. Jayson, my wedding day arrives. The weather's ugly. My mother sits in the living room of my condo at the top of the sunrise, wearing a chic blue dress with her hair up in a twist, already drinking a glass of wine. "You look nervous," she says. I adjust my tie and shake my head. Not nervous. No reason to be nervous. I agree, but that doesn't change anything. Mother looks older than the last time I saw her. That's objectively true. But this is the first time I'm really noticing. Her hair's grayer, her wrinkles are deeper, and she seems tired. The bite's not there anymore. Adler tells me she haunts the sunrise like a ghost of the old days, and while everyone loves her, she's not half the force she used to be. I'm not sure how I feel about that. My mother's an enormous presence in my memory, both warm and cold at the same time, sharp when she needed to be, but soft enough to balance out our father's edges. Now she looks like a person, not a myth anymore, and I can't help but think I've lost something. "I'm fine, Mother. Don't worry about me." She's quiet for a moment before she stands. "You're the last of my boys to get married. I don't love that it's happening under these circumstances, but the others have been lucky. Adler, Conlon, even Eric. They all stumbled into a wife they adore. Maybe you'll have the same thing happen to you." I picture Fallon walking across the lobby wearing those tights, clinging to her gorgeous ass and the t-shirt that hugged her full chest. It was the simplest outfit imaginable. But the moment I saw her, my blood was singing with a need I've never felt before. Those pouty lips, that lovely red hair, and those light green eyes. She's beyond beautiful. The sort of woman I want to conquer, over and over. Too bad I fucked up my chances already. Too bad I despise her with all my heart. The stench of Jackson's blood drifts into my mind every time I think about wanting more with Fallon. "I don't think so," I say, as Mother fusses with my jacket. She smooths the lapels and gives me a sad smile. "I hope you're wrong. Good luck today, darling. I'm glad all 4 of my boys are under this roof again. It's been too long." "It's nice being home," I say, and I mean it. "I missed you." She kisses my cheek and leaves. I finish getting ready before heading downstairs to the chapel where Conlon, Eric, Adler, and their wives are already waiting. The girls are fussing with flowers and making the place pretty, while my brothers are discreetly pouring drinks from metal flasks. I accept mine and throw it back. "Easy there," Conlon says with a grin. "You still need to perform today." "Nobody's performing," I tell him. "We're saying the words and getting this shit over with." "Not going to consummate?" Adler asks with a bawdy grin. "Not happening." "It will," Eric says with a sage nod. "It won't." I grab the drink from Conlon's hand and sip it. "Where are the Irish?" "Coming soon," Adler says, and walks over to help his wife string up some lights before insisting that she take a seat. She ignores him like she always does, but it's nice to see my big brother care about his wife so much. Whenever she's around, he's always doing his best to make her more comfortable, even if Casey's the kind of woman who doesn't want the help and only grudgingly accepts it from him. Another half-hour passes before I'm standing up front. There aren't many on the Grady side of the aisle, only the brother, Ryan, and a few of his soldiers, all of them looking unhappy about this turn of events. Not that I can blame them. It's a shit deal, but they're not the ones getting hitched, though I suspect any one of them would kill to have a woman like Fallon. My brothers are lined up at my elbow. Adler's in the best man spot since he's the Don. Conlon leans forward as the wedding march plays. "You ready, bro?" he whispers. I think you'll like this part. What the hell does that mean? I ask. The kissing. Gonna use tongue? You sick mother. But Helly shushes me from the seats before I can finish as everyone stands. The doors open. My palms sweat, and I want this to be over with. Fallon floats into the room and it's like a window opens to sunshine. My jaw drops, and all thoughts leave my mind. She looks like heaven. The dress is flowy, flowery, and drapes from her body in the exact right places. Hips, breasts, mouth, fuck, hair, everything. I stare at my wife as she walks toward me and my heart starts to race into my throat. She looks incredible, magnificent, like a prize, like a painting. Her collarbones, her shoulders, those eyes staring angry daggers at me. Everything takes my breath away. I knew she was beautiful. I saw it on the boardwalk and again in the lobby. But now she's impossibly radiant. It's a cliché to say she's glowing on her wedding day. And that wouldn't be right. She burns. She wrecks. She ravishes my fucking eyes. I'm so taken away with her that I barely even notice my mother walking her down the aisle. When Fallon arranges herself across from me, Mother kisses her cheek and returns to the seats. I can't take my eyes away from my wife-to-be. I lean in closer, my mouth watering at the thought of peeling that dress away from her soft body, revealing more and more pale, lovely skin. What the fuck are you staring at? She whispers at me, her jaw set. Only the old priest hears, and he clears his throat. You look incredible, I tell her. That softens her a touch. Not much, but enough. Yeah, all right. You too, dickhead. Then the priest takes over, giving his little sermon, saying all those words. They pass through my skull. Nothing but noise in the air. Fallon's everything right now, from the gentle cascade of her auburn hair to her sharp nose to her soft lips. I stare at her chest, her breasts rising with each rapid breath, and fuck. I wasn't lying when I told Conlon I found her attractive. But this is another level. This is something else. It isn't only lust. It's not about possessing her, though it's about that too. It's about worship. Bro. Adler nudges me. Rings. Right. Yeah. I exchange them with Fallon. She's giving me this weird look like I've gone insane. And maybe I have. We say the standard vows. My voice doesn't shake, and some part of me thinks I might mean them for once. I'm only dimly aware of the deal I struck with her. 1 year, and then we're done. But right now, there is no future. Not without her. By the power vested in me by the state of New Jersey, and in the sight of family and friends and our Lord God in heaven, I now pronounce you husband and wife. You may kiss the bride. Fallon's ears flush. Fuck, that's cute. How pink they turn when she's embarrassed. I step forward and she doesn't flinch away, turning only a touch to offer me one cheek. It's chaste, and that's what we agreed on. And maybe under other circumstances I might have gone along. But fuck that. I put one hand on her lower back, pull her against me, lace the other hand into her hair, and press my lips against hers like I might not get another chance. The room's dead silent. There's no room. Not anymore. I'm not breathing. She's not breathing. For a moment, we hang there, suspended over nothing, and all I can feel is the warmth and the softness of her mouth, the wetness of her lips, the taste of her burrowing into my tongue, down my throat, into my fucking soul. I kiss her slowly, hold it there, kiss her more, until she relaxes and now she's kissing me back. Mother of fucking hell. She kisses me back, and her tongue's like candy, and I'm going to burn this whole casino to the ground if I'm not given my wife right here, right now, mine to claim and own and pleasure and satisfy and yes, fuck, worship until my final days. Then we break apart, and the clapping starts. My new wife looks at me with pure loathing in her eyes. Chapter 8. Fallon, I'm absolutely livid. So mad I can barely think. No, it's not because of the kiss. Definitely not because of that incredible knee-shaking, world-changing kiss. No, I didn't like it. I definitely didn't want another taste. No, I'm mad because that was bullshit. That's the reason I'm so pissed off. I'm not dizzy and flushed with desire and dripping freaking wet, my nipples so hard I could scream, and not because of that damn stupid kiss. The kiss I told him wouldn't happen. The kiss he stole from me. God damn him. The kiss that tasted like heaven and hell and left a hint of something better to come on my lips. I'm pissed beyond reason as we're whisked away. "Let's get you dropped off," Isabel says, her arm around my shoulders. "I'm thinking you'll need time to get acclimated, right?" "Sure, yes." What do you mean?" "Well, there's no reception. Adler and your brother are going to disappear into some smoke room, drink lots of brown liquor, measure dicks, sign papers, and finish up the deal. Meanwhile, you have to move in. Move in, right?" I clear my throat, trying to push the memory of that kiss from my head, but it's impossible. "I live here now." "Exactly. I know it's not ideal, but you'll like it eventually." "Do you live here?" She shakes her head. "Conlon and I are out in California. Eric and Helly are in Vegas. Casey's here, so you'll see plenty of her." That eases me a bit. I'd rather Isabel and Helly both stick around. But I like Casey, and at least one of them will be here. "All right, good to know. We make plenty of trips and visits, though, so don't worry, we'll see plenty of each other." I notice stares as we walk through the casino towards the private elevator. Isabel tells me all about the place, how we've all got our own condos at the top of the best tower, and there's only one guarded way to reach them. "Anything you want will be provided, just ask Jayson." She hesitates as we start the ascent to my new life. "Actually, ask one of the staff members. They'll probably be more helpful." "Clothes?" I ask. Yeah, your brother had them sent over and whatever you had packed is already up there." "I'll need more stuff. I brought enough for about a week or so." "Don't worry. You'll have your own credit card and plenty of money." "Great. Lovely." I lean my head back against the mirrored wall. I can still taste him, Jayson, my husband, kissing my lips. "I'm married now. I know." Isabel speaks quietly and her hand touches mine. "I got you out of there as soon as I could." I look at her with surprise. I figured she was just doing her job, removing the problem, but now I understand better. She was trying to help me. "Thank you. It was overwhelming." I try to smile and find it's not bad. Isabel smiles back. "I know. Marrying a Costa brother is never normal. Helly was Eric's captive. He made her paint forgeries." My smile disappears. "Excuse me?" "I was Conlon's assistant until he hired me to be his wife. Then he stalked me for a while." She sighs and puts her hands on either cheek. "Sometimes I make him follow me around, just to role-play the good old days." I stare at her, trying to decide if she's joking or not. This girl is actually mad. They're all absolutely bonkers. But the weirdest part is, they all seem happy enough, with their little families and their adoring psychopath gangster husbands, and now I'm a part of them too. My story is as strange and twisted as theirs. Worse even, at least to me. "What about Casey?" I ask, too curious to stop myself. Isabel waves a hand. "Adler's former best friend wanted to murder her for complicated reasons, so he married her to keep her safe. Then they fell in love. Tale as old as time." "Right." The doors open, and Isabel walks me to Jayson's condo. It's mostly barren, furnished like a bachelor uses it maybe once or twice per year. Lots of exposed wood, brick, and leather. "Could use a little decorating," Isabel comments as she pokes around. "Not too terrible, though. It looks like the dungeon in the Playboy Mansion." She laughs. "It's not that bad." Then hesitates as she picks up a large-breasted fertility statue parked on a bookshelf. "Well, this isn't ideal, but hey, I bet he'll let you do whatever you want with the place." "Great." I walk to the couch. It's big, dark, and comfortable. I sit down in my pretty wedding dress, feeling lost, swallowed up by events. My tongue tingles from where it brushed against Jayson's. My head's a wreck. My nipples are still aching, and there's a pulse between my legs right where I want that man's fingers. What is wrong with me? I lean back with a sigh, closing my eyes. I'm going to leave you now. Isabel lingers near the door. I nod at her, too tired to beg her to stay, even though I wish she would. Your bags are in the master bedroom. You can, unpack them, wherever you want. She looks away as if the awkwardness of the situation finally hit her. Thank you, I say, and I really mean it. You've been nice to me and you didn't have to be. Thank you. You're one of us now. She nods at me. Casey will look out for you, don't worry. You'll be okay. Jayson's just hurting right now, but maybe one day. At the expression on my face, she stops. Well, you'll be okay. She turns and goes, leaving me alone in my new, beautiful condo. Chapter 9. Fallon. The door opens as I'm unpacking in the guest room. It's almost barren, barely more than a bed and a dresser, plus an ensuite bathroom with no toiletries. The wedding dress hangs on the back of the closet door, and I'm in sweats. My hair a ratty mess where I pulled out the pins and didn't bother trying to keep it nice. I storm out into the hall. I've had a good hour to think about what I'm going to say when he finally deigns to come view his new wife. This whole time, ever since Isabel dropped me off, I've pictured a dozen interactions. Imagined stabbing him in the throat. Imagined screaming into his face. Imagined kissing him again and again, and letting him take me into the master room to that big bed with its black sheets and comforter, and letting him fuck me into a drooling submission. But when I finally see him standing in the living room, pouring himself a drink, looking slumped and tired, I do none of those things. He looks at me. We're alone, more alone than we've ever been before. It's intimate, far too intimate, and I don't know what to do or say. He's so big, so masculine, with an energy that almost crackles as his eyes rake up and down me again, unabashed and unapologetic. You kissed me, I blurt out, my damn stupid no-good mouth again. Yes, I did. The priest told me to. You asshole. I told you not to do it. I advance on him, hands in fists. There was no reason for it. I wanted to kiss my new wife. Can you blame me? Yes. Easy. I blame you for all this, actually. You looked good. He swirls his glass. Really fucking good. You still do, although I wish you had left the dress on. I've been here for an hour unpacking in the guest room. I wasn't going to stay in that stupid thing the whole time. I apologize for the delay. I had to be there to hammer out the business details with your brother and Adler. He tilts his head. Did you say guest room? Don't change the subject. I point a finger at him. We need rules. I'm not a fan of those. If you want to do something stupid, such as try to kiss me, you will ask first. And if I say no, which I promise you I will not force me. Understand? I'm a consent kind of guy. I'm progressive like that. Great. Wonderful. We're understood then. Do I get to make rules? No, but thank you for asking. Well done. He chuckles, low and throaty. I shiver at the raw sexual energy radiating from him as he puts down the glass and shrugs out of his jacket. He rolls up the sleeves of his dress shirt, and I stare at his muscular forearms like a horny teenage girl. What is the matter with me? I'm losing my mind for this monster. Here's my rule. You share my bedroom. Absolutely not. I blink a few times, coming to my senses. Why in God's name would we do that? You're my wife. I want you to act like it. I laugh because I genuinely can't believe this guy is serious. You've lost your mind. I'm serious. You hate me. You made that clear. Why do you think I'm stupid enough to want to sleep in the same bed as you? He comes toward me. I back off, heart racing straight through my spine, very much aware of how alone we are. Alone with the big, muscular, attractive gangster. He's oozing sexuality, and I very much despise him for that. We're stuck together, lovely fox, and we might as well try to get used to each other. I think one way to do that is to share a bed. How about we do couples counseling instead? You Americans like therapy, don't you? That's not my style. He stops about 6 inches away from me. Hulking and terrifying. He's a pressure in my core, a heat between my legs. Get it together, Fallon. I think we can get to know each other just as easily while mostly undressed. You'd like that, I bet. But remember, we're not consummating. He says, licking his lips. And now he's very much thinking about consummating and not trying to hide it. We don't have to fuck if you're afraid of that. I know plenty of ways to make you feel good, my fox. I let out a whimper, an actual whimper, which is a noise I've never made in my entire life before. Yet this man manages to cause me some serious distress thinking about these ways he speaks of. No, absolutely not, I say, but my voice is much too high. When did I start talking like I'm filled with helium? He chuckles, and his thumb touches me. Fuck. He touches me. I should swat him away, knee him in the crotch. That's the foreplay he deserves. And run like hell. I don't do any of that. His touch lingers on my cheek, and my nipples feel like they might explode. I want his mouth on them, sucking as he finger fucks me. Oh shit, I'm a horny mess, and this man's worming his way into my skull. All right, my pet fox. How about this? I'm going to take you into my room. I'm going to undress you. I will not kiss your lips, but I will kiss you everywhere else. I won't fuck you, but I will make you come, and if I can't make it happen, you can sleep in the guest room all you like. I groan. Fuck. I want this. I really want it. But I think of my family back home, my dead father, my dead cousins and friends, and this man's the reason for all that. It doesn't matter that his lips are delicious, and his words are rewiring all the connections in my brain, turning me into some drooling, sex-addled addict. It doesn't matter that he looks like a model and smells like a pine forest. I should be stabbing right now, not thinking about his tongue licking me in a spot I've never been licked before. This is a very bad deal for me, I say, closing my eyes. You get what you want either way. You think I want this? You want me. You've made that clear, and I've tried to make it clear that I want you to fuck off. You want me between your legs, pet fox. You want me licking, sucking, and fucking your lovely pink pussy. Oh, you filthy fucking man, I say, but it's not really a complaint. You're right, and you like it. We don't know each other. We hate each other. Why are you doing this? Because the moment I saw you in that wedding dress, I knew I had to have a taste of you. And why not try to find a way to coexist? One orgasm, sweet pet fox. And if I can't achieve my goals, you can go on living as if I don't exist. The bastard. It's a stupid thing and not a real test. I should throat punch and sprint. Instead, I open my eyes, lock onto his gaze, and nod once, feeling like a stupid fool and knowing I'm making the biggest mistake of my life, because no matter what happens here right now, no matter what he does to my body, no matter how good it feels, I will still hate him afterward. Chapter 10. Fallon, true to his word, he undresses me. No surprises there. What's a shock, though, is the way he stares at my body. I've never been so exposed to a man before, but he's practically on his knees begging me to keep taking off every little scrap of clothing I have covering my skin. And each new inch that I reveal sends him into a shiver of ecstasy, like he's going through some kind of religious experience. I half expect him to start speaking in tongues. Instead, once I'm in only a pair of nude panties, he lays me down on the bed. My breasts puddle to either side. He unbuttons his shirt, takes it off. I make another one of those awful, whimpering noises. What the hell is going on with me today? As I stare at his cut chest, at the tattoos on his skin, a hammer, a knife, a lotus flower on his heart. He comes toward me and I turn my head, trembling in anticipation. No kissing, I say. His breath is ragged. I know. He kisses my neck. Everywhere but your lips. For now. I let out a soft moan as he moves down me. He's taking his time. The bastard. And I'm almost ready to explode as he cups my breasts. The way he looks at me, it's magnificent. Like he's never seen a woman so lovely in all his days. I writhe as he finally, licks one nipple. Teasing, gentle, licks it again. Would you just suck it, please? I gasp out and instantly my ears turn red. He grins, but he gives me what I want without making me suffer. He sucks one nipple hard and I moan, losing it to the pleasure as he teases the other. Then he moves over, sucks that one, teases the other with his finger, pinching gently. I'm fucking writhing under him, and all he's done is play with my tits, but it feels so good I can't stand it anymore. You look more beautiful than I ever dreamed, he whispers, voice low and erotic as his other hand slips between my legs. I practically grind myself against his palm. He's going to win this game. I don't care. And you're as charming as a rock, I say, attempting to keep my dignity, even though that's long gone. I lost it the moment he sucked a nipple, and I made some very filthy sounds. I like it when you lie to me. He sucks my nipples hard as his fingers slip beneath my panties. My pet fox. I don't think a woman gets this wet for a man she doesn't find charming. Physical reaction. Not at all my fault. Your body is you. His fingers slide up and down my folds. And I'm going to make you feel good. You're very cocky, you know that? I'm confident. There's a difference. How are you so sure you can make me come, huh? You begged me to suck your nipple. I suspect you'll like it even more when I tongue your clit. I let out a high-pitched moan. Okay, that's a fair assumption, but you're forgetting something. Which is? I dislike you. I also dislike you. What's that have to do with this? His fingers slide inside of me and I freaking purr as his tongue flicks over my nipple. Everything? I whisper, trying to stay focused, but my brain's slipping to that lovely place where nothing hurts and nothing matters, riding up along the edge of the abyss. You're wrong about that. He moves down, kissing as he goes, and peels off my panties before spreading my legs wide. I grip the sheets, pulse racing deep into my core. Sex has nothing to do with love. His tongue licks up and down, lapping me as he reaches up to play with my nipples. Fucker's already learned what I like. Does to me. I squeeze my eyes shut and consider telling him about my virginity, but decide against it. What's that matter to him? This is just one time, just once to get it out of our system. I'll never fuck him. Not for real. Then you're wrong. He fucks me with his fingers, which is basically heaven. Then he uses his freshly soaked hand to rub against my nipple, which feels like fucking heaven. He licks and sucks me, making these illicit sounds, noises so filthy they make me writhe and moan all the louder. Nipple and clit, licking, sucking, teasing, fingers deep inside, then back up against, around and around, going faster, until there are no more words. Only sounds, only sensations, only my fingers digging into the sheets. You want to come, he says, staring at me in the eye. Tell me how you want it. Bastard, I say, panting hard, right on the edge. Come on, Fallon. Tell me. Suck my nipple. Fuck me with your fingers. Do it now. He obeys. My husband. He sucks, tongue swirling, as his big fingers spread me apart, sliding in and out, and fuck, it throws me right over the edge into heaven. I come and come, orgasming on his fingers as he licks and sucks, and I'm gone. I'm done. He reduces me to a drooling wreck. When I'm through, and I'm lying on my back twitching with the after effects, he slides his fingers into my mouth. Lick, he commands, and God help me, but I obey. I clean myself off him, staring into his eyes. Good girl, he whispers, and kisses my neck. And fuck, I hate myself, but I love hearing those words. I am a good girl. I am such a good girl. He gets up and disappears into the bathroom. I hear the shower start, some low groans, and a loud grunt. It is extremely sexy, thinking of my husband in that room, stroking himself off because he can't help himself. But before he can come out, I get out of bed and throw on my clothes. I escape back into the guest room, slam the door, and lock it. I'm breathing hard, sweat beading between my sore and aching nipples. Guilt slams into me, so heavy it's like I might sink through the casino down into its dungeons. This man killed Papa. He murdered my father, ruined my family, nearly destroyed everything I hold dear. Now Ryan's forced to be the clan chief, and here I am, sold to him like cattle, and I let him get me off. It's pathetic. It's worse than pathetic. I'm a traitor to my father's name. There's a soft knock at my door. I yelp, but I don't move. I keep my back to it, holding it shut in case he wants to break it down. Go away, I tell him. You can stay in there tonight, he says, his voice muted through the door, but I feel as though he's whispering up against my throat. But tomorrow, when it's time to go to sleep, you will be in my bed. Do you understand? You have one night to acclimate, and that's only because you were such a good girl. A very good girl, Fallon. Go away, I repeat. Actually, no, fuck off. There's a soft chuckle, as if he knows what he can do to me with only his fingers and his mouth, but his voice is gone. Chapter 11. Fallon is stroll with Ryan down the boardwalk. It's a lovely day, a little on the cold side, but not so bad. We don't talk much. I look out at the ocean, and he gazes at the building, both of us lost in thought. The night before was strange, sleeping in that guest room. Jayson didn't break down the door, which was good. But I got maybe a few hours of sleep at most. He was gone when I woke up. No note, nothing to indicate he was ever there at all. I ordered room service, then arranged to spend a little time with my brother. My flight's in a few hours. He doesn't sound stressed about it, only resigned. And I'll be staying here. I'm sorry, Fally. Sure you are, Chim. What else did you get from the Costas, by the way? Business relationships mostly. Lots of complicated little deals, but I think they'll work out for everyone in the end. A stronger clan. That's good then. Was he kind to you? Last night, I mean. He grimaces, looking away. I burst out laughing. Chim, are you asking if my husband took my maidenhood? No, he says sharply, eyes panicking. That's disgusting. Oh, now I'm disgusting? Stop it. Don't be like this right now. I just meant, was he a bastard to you? I grin at him, but my smile soon fades. Do you really want to know? He doesn't answer right away. Then he shakes his head. I guess not, unless he crosses the line. Where's the line then, Chim? Don't do this. Really, I mean it. Where's the line? Can he control how I dress, where I go, what I do? If he doesn't hit me and doesn't insult me, can he turn me into a prisoner? Ryan stops walking. His intense expression returns. You get to decide where that line is. Do you hear me? That's your decision, and if he ever crosses it, you tell me and I'll make sure you come home. I cock my head to the side, studying him. I think he really believes this, that somehow he can pluck me away from the Costas if things get bad. All right, Chim. All right. He starts walking again and I fall into line. Another long silence, but this time, I'm the one who breaks it. I need to tell you something you're not going to like. Why am I not surprised? I have a plan for how to deal with Jayson Costa. He looks at me, eyes sharp. You can't kill him. You can't even hurt him. That'll end everything. I smile and shake my head. I suppose I just found out where the real line is. No, I know I can't. Even if I tried, it wouldn't work. What are you thinking then? He's like us. His family's structured like ours with legitimate businesses up front hiding the less than legitimate income streams. The direct Costa members will be mostly insulated from the very bad stuff. But like our family, there will be places where he's exposed. I'm going to find those places. I'm going to dig them up with my fingernails, bit by bit, and use what I can find to ruin him. He shakes his head. Fally, come on. I mean it. I'm going to do it. I grab his arm and stop walking because he needs to understand. This man killed Papa. You hear me? He killed Papa. I don't care what kind of deal you made with him. I don't care about the war or anything else. Papa's dead. I have to do something. The guilt's still there, crushing, infecting me. I let that monster Jayson get me off last night, and I liked it so much it makes me sick. I can't let it happen again, but I'm afraid it might, and I don't know what I'll do when things escalate. And they will escalate. Which means I have to do this thing. This ugly thing. I have to destroy my husband if I want any chance at freedom. I don't want you to, he says at least. I know you don't. It's dangerous. I want you to just have a good, comfortable life. That's what I want. I can't. Not while I'm here. It doesn't matter what you say. I'm only telling you because I might need your help at some point. Either way, it's happening. He nods slowly, looking resigned. I hate this. Yeah. Welcome to the club, Chim. I turn and start walking. He falls into step. This is the end for me. I don't tell him that, but there isn't anything else after what I have to do. Maybe he understands that on some level, or maybe he doesn't. But when I find the nasty bits that Jayson wants to keep hidden and expose them to the people that can do him serious harm, whether that's law enforcement or a rival family, my life is forfeit. The others will know it's me, and it won't matter how much Isabel and Casey and Helly like me. I'll be dead. That's how it goes in this world. It's possible I can escape before it goes down. I'll hold on to that hope, but it won't drive me. Revenge for Papa will keep me going. I don't care that I loved it when Jayson called me his good girl, when he licked my nipples and fucked me with his fingers and made me come with ease. I don't care about anything but staying alive long enough to bring him down. That's all I am, and all I can ever be now that I've married a monster. Chapter 12. Jayson. Adler's office is too warm as a fire crackles in the hearth. I'm tempted to stomp it out, but that would only annoy him. Instead, I pour myself a drink as he finishes up a conversation with one of the local capos about some zoning issues they're running up against in trying to get a new restaurant built. Why not have your little congressional spy deal with that? I ask him, taking a seat in front of his desk. Because Tony Vetch is only used in emergencies. This is beneath his influence. I wave that off. Come on, what's the point of having him in our pocket if we're not putting him to use? It's like having a Ferrari in the garage but only ever driving the Nissan. Vetch is not a Ferrari. Adler's lips press together. At best, he's a fancy Tesla. At best. You get what I'm saying. This zoning thing will clear itself up. We have legitimate lawyers for this sort of business, and getting Vetch involved is a risk. Besides, we're on much better terms now than we used to be, and I don't want to risk screwing that relationship up again. Amazing how things change. Now the two of you are best friends. He gives me a hard look. I am not friends with that man, but we do have a mutually beneficial arrangement. Right. You give him money and political capital, and he gives you protection and influence. A very good relationship, like I said. I lean back, grinning at my brother. I'm not sure the man's had any kind of human connection that didn't involve some sort of transaction beyond his wife and children. Even I feel like all he wants is my hard work and my dedication to the family, and it doesn't matter what I want for myself. So long as the transaction makes sense. But that's when I'm being uncharitable. For the most part, Adler's a good Don. He's fair, hard when he needs to be, decisive and hard-working. He cares about the family, and not just about the prestige of the Costa name, but about all the people who he employs. From car washers to cooks, to dealers to capos. He takes care of them all, and sometimes the burden gets to him. Okay, big brother. I didn't come here to chat about Vetch. I'm here to talk about my future. Adler cocks his head. I thought we already dealt with your future. Yes, my wife. But I mean, what happens next? Well, you put children in her. I believe you know how that works. I watched a movie in gym class 25 years ago. I'm pretty sure I can figure it out. Adler laughs and cracks his neck with a sigh. That's all I want you to focus on for now. I take a sip of whiskey and linger on my glass for a moment. It'd be nice to do nothing but think about fucking Fallon for a while, try to forget about what happened in London. But that would be impossible. I'm not sure even my wife's beautiful lips can make me forget. And even if they could, I don't want to. There's too much pain. Too much loss. I want to go home. I lower my glass, meeting my brother's gaze. I can't tell if I'm speaking to the Don or to my sibling. I'm sure Fallon wouldn't mind. Home? Back to London? Yes. Back to my house and my life. Back to managing the family's interests abroad. Adler leans back. He doesn't immediately tell me to get on a plane, which is concerning. I assumed that I'd marry the girl. We'd spend a few days hanging around the sunrise until she got acclimated to being my spouse. Then I'd take her back to my London home, the place where I've lived for the past decade. I don't think that's a good idea. I sit very still. My heart's beating quickly and I steady myself. Why not? I ask, keeping my voice as neutral as I can. There's no reason to escalate. Not yet. Things overseas are still problematic. He hesitates and looks away. I don't think it's a good idea for you to go back there just yet. My life is in London. Your life is here with the family. Fallon needs more time to get used to her new reality, and it'll be good for her to be around Casey and my kids. Isabel and Helly are leaving soon, but they'll be here for another week or so. Then we'll leave in a week. No, brother, I'm sorry. His voice hardens. That's not happening. I let it sink in. His tone, the way he's looking at me. I decide I'm dealing with the Don. Not Adler, my brother, but the head of the crime family that controls both our lives. I sit up straighter, meeting his gaze, drawing on all my time as head of my own little kingdom, as the leader of a wartime army. Adler may be good at ordering his scared little capos around New Jersey, but I've killed and watched men die in my arms, something none of my other brothers have done. They're hard, my brothers. They're vicious, ruthless killers. But they don't know what it's like to wake up every day wondering if it's going to be their last, which I do. I'm not asking now, I say, again struggling to contain my temper. I'm telling you. Out of respect, I'll stay in the sunrise for another week. But I'm going back home. Adler takes a long breath before shaking his head. No. That's it? You're just going to forbid me? Jayson, it's not time. I know you're eager to return, but please believe me when I say you'll only make things worse. Your properties are being managed by your hand-picked people at the moment, and everything's running smoothly. If you go back, that might be seen as a provocation. How the fuck is me going home a provocation? Because part of the deal is that I keep you here in New Jersey for at least 1 year. I sit back, stunned. His words don't make sense. My throat tightens. My fingers grip my glass. I take a long drink, throwing it down my throat. You didn't tell me. I was going to. I hoped I'd find a better time to do it, but here we are. You negotiated that point without saying anything. Ryan Grady added it in at the last second, and I agreed with his logic. You're still wounded from what happened. He's not? His family lives there. I live there too. It isn't the same, Jayson. Adler's shaking his head, and I can tell I've already lost. When my brother gets like this, there's no reasoning. Fallon will stay here with you in the sunrise for the next year. After that's done and everything overseas has cooled off, the two of you can go back if that's what you want to do. I get to my feet. My head's ringing. I can barely believe this is happening, but I shouldn't be surprised. Adler's the Don, and he does what's best for the family, regardless of how it might affect everyone else, regardless of what his own brother might want. I won't forget this, I say softly, staring into his treacherous face. I know you won't. I place my glass on his desk before leaving his office. In the hallway, I lean back against the wall, jaw clenched shut. I could defy him. Return to London and my old life. Go back to my friends, my soldiers, and resume acting as the head of the Costa family's European enterprises. But that would only force Adler to rebuke me, and could lead to an ugly battle, one neither of us could afford to lose. The Don can't look weak. That's the only real sin he can commit, the sin of weakness. Which means I will either obey, or there will be consequences whether I'm his brother or not. No, I won't forget this. Now I understand the order of things and where I fall in them. It was bad enough, forcing his marriage on me, but at least I understood that. This is unforgivable. I walk away from his office, seething, in search of a way to blow off some frustration. Chapter 13. Fallon, I wander. Around the sunrise, trying to get a sense of my new home. It's chaotic. Lights, sounds, no sense of direction, no sense of cohesion. The layout is a nightmare, designed to confuse. It doesn't loop around, barely makes sense. I wander from bar to bar, from grouping of slot machines to more slot machines, past table games and more bars and restaurants, past the flows of tourists and gamblers, past the employees that barely look in my direction. I live here now, and even though I spent 4 years of my life in America already, this place is totally insane. It's like a shrine to American capitalism gone insane, like some kind of mutated money god, a monster consecrated to pure cash. I feel lost in a way I've never experienced before, so small and swallowed up. Dublin's a city of history. Dublin's an old city, but it's also my home city. I know it better than I know anywhere else, and even though it's cold and dreary and rains all the time, and there's an ancient pub on every corner, half of them flooded out, the other half filled with stories that are either completely fabricated or half true at best. Those are my stories. My people. My moldy walls and cheap cider. My family's there. My entire world. I feel dizzy thinking of that. I can't call up the aunties. Can't go to meet an uncle for fish and chips. Can't watch the footy matches or sing the songs I've always sung. Forget friends. Forget warmth. Even if Dublin gets freezing, this place is much worse. Fallon! I barely hear my name over the noise. Fallon! I look around, frowning, until I squint through a pair of pillars holding up a big black fence. Inside the little courtyard it forms are more table games, all of them empty, the dealers looking bored. But one of those dealers is waving at me, and it takes a second to recognize Casey. She looks different in her work clothes. A simple button-down, her hair pulled back. She's grinning huge, sitting back on a tall stool while all the other employees are standing, looking bored. I approach, glancing around as if lightning might strike me down for passing over an invisible line and entering the special fenced-off region. "How's it going?" she asks. "All right," I say, frowning at her table. "Holy shit, is this 1,000 minimum?" "Oh yeah," she says, laughing. "It's the high rollers area." She rolls her eyes and jerks her head to the side where 3 big men in suits are lingering with nasty scowls. "I'm allowed to deal, but only in here, only during the afternoon, and only with a bunch of muscle around, as if someone's going to try something anyway." "He lets you work?" I blurt out, genuinely surprised. But it's a rude question and I shouldn't have asked. He didn't want to, but I was very persuasive. After the kids were born, I took a year off for each, but now I'm getting some part-time dealing in. You know, for fun. That's kind of amazing, actually. Sit down and play. I shake my head, bewildered. I don't have money, and $1,000 per hand is a lot. "Sweetie, you're a Costa now." She waves at one of the 3 heavies. He comes over, and she starts counting out chips. "I'm giving Jayson's new wife 10,000. "Sounds good." The guy pokes at a nearby computer terminal and gives me a respectful nod before rejoining his pals. I stare at the stack of chips. 10,000. "Are you serious?" Casey laughs again and looks seriously delighted. "I know it's weird, but like I said, you're a Costa now. Besides, the money basically just goes right back into your pockets, whether you win or lose, right? If you ever want to play, just come find me or ask up front at the cashier's window. They'll know you there. Right. Okay. If I ever want unlimited money to gamble with, I guess I can do that now. The idea's astounding. How much could I get away with? If I asked for 50 grand in chips, I could run out of here, maybe cash it out in some other casino and disappear with the money. But then again, I could drain Jayson's bank accounts dry if all I needed was money, and if I did that, it would restart the war, which is the opposite of what I want. Do you know blackjack at all? Sure, I know it generally. Let's play a few hands. I'm pretty bored. Nobody ever comes in here. Sometimes there are a bunch of rich guys from China that show up and flash around a lot of cash, but mostly it's quiet. She walks me through a few hands. I win once, lose 5 times, and suddenly I've burned through 4 grand in under 2 minutes. My stomach's sick, and I want to run the hell away, but Casey's acting like it's no big deal. Because I suppose it isn't. These chips mean nothing. I put up no cash, which means there's nothing backing up these tokens. Losing one doesn't matter, because I haven't actually lost anything. Once I realize that, it gets a little less stressful. Did Jayson give you a card yet? Casey asks after some chit-chat about how strange it is living and raising children in a casino. Not yet, but it was mentioned. You'll get one. Once that happens, I'll take you shopping, okay? That would be really nice, actually. I cough slightly and my ears turn pink. Somewhere outside the casino, though? If you want reasonable, we'll do reasonable. But it really doesn't matter. I know. I understand you all are very wealthy. It's just... I get it, she says, and puts her hand on mine. I came from nothing. No money at all. This was a serious adjustment for me. It's not all that. I pull my hand away, not sure why. I like her attention, how gentle she's being, how she seems to really care about how I'm feeling. It's a kindness I didn't expect. But she's the enemy, and I can't let myself start to pretend like I can be one of them. I never will, no matter how much Casey smiles and how many times she takes me shopping. Look, I know you didn't want this, she says, dealing a hand. You're kind of trapped here, right? Neither of you wanted to get married, and you were basically thrown into this ugly situation. We're all a bunch of strangers. I get that, I really do. I mean it when I say I want to help you in any way possible, even if that's just listening. I clear my throat. Why is it suddenly so hot in here, and why's my mouth all dry? I can't seem to swallow properly past the lump. Thanks, I manage, sounding hoarse. Don't mention it. And, hey, if you think working will help, ask Adler for a job. I'll train you myself. Oh, I don't know. I laugh a little, trying to picture myself dealing cards. It might actually be fun. Maybe I'll take you up on that. Fantastic. Hey, look at that. You win! She pushes some chips in my direction, and I beam down at my pile of fake money. We play a few more hands in comfortable silence before my big mouth gets the better of me yet again. You and Adler were in a similar situation to me and Jayson, right? If that's a sensitive subject, she doesn't show it, only nods along and keeps on dealing. More or less. I didn't want to be married to him at first, but he made it clear that being his wife was in my best interests. Things got better from there. Right. Well, okay, My ears turn red again. Damn me. I can't seem to keep it together. Well, before you two started, to like each other, did you ever, I can't bring myself to say the words, but Casey seems delighted. Get intimate? I clear my throat. Yes. Sure. A bunch of times. She sighs, looking into the distance with a smile. It was great. Don't get me wrong, it's better now. But there was something about hating him and still giving in. You know what I mean? Yes. Yes, I know what she means, which makes me despise myself more than a little bit. No, I manage to say. No. Right. She eyes me, not bothering to hide her smile. If you want my advice, I say let it happen. unless it's already happening. Ah, right, okay, you don't have to say. I know you don't really like Jayson right now, and maybe you even hate the whole family, but you guys are married, you know? And if you want to explore certain possibilities together, I don't see why not. He is my husband, I mutter, feeling absolutely humiliated, but strangely better. Don't feel bad. It happened to all of us. Me, Helly, Isabel. There's just something about these men. It's how badly they want you. I cover my mouth, ashamed of saying that out loud, but Casey only nods in agreement. Like you're the most perfect thing in the world. I've never felt like that before. Nobody ever does. Except I do when Adler looks at me. And maybe you're feeling that from Jayson? Her eyebrows raise. I mean, no. Okay, sure, she says quickly as I awkwardly stutter my way through it. If you want my advice, I say do what feels good. That's all you should worry about right now. Thanks, I say, and for some reason that does help a bit. Guilt's been eating at me since the night before when I let my husband/mortal enemy get me off, and that guilt's only getting worse in the intervening hours, as I've done nothing but obsess over how freaking good it felt to come on his mouth, and how filthy it was when he made me lick his fingers clear, and the way he called me good girl, and how badly I crave hearing those words again. His mouth on my nipples, his fingers pummeling between my legs. Ah, fucking well. I'm an absolute wreck. But what if Casey's right? Jayson's my husband, and if it feels good, and there are so few things that feel good in this place right now, then why not let it happen? Letting him get me off won't stop me from ruining his life. Sex is just sex. Bodies are bodies. Sweat, coming, moaning, all that fun stuff, it's fleeting. Revenge, now that's forever. Well, would you look at that? Casey says, staring off over my shoulder. As if summoned. I turn to look, and there's Jayson, standing at the entrance to the high rollers area. He's staring at me with this luscious glare like he both wants to strangle me and fuck me at the same time. I'm not sure if he'd rather kill me or get me off. Maybe both. Husband of mine, I say with a resigned sigh. I should go talk to him. Sure, whatever you want. Thanks for the games, and for the advice. I push the chips to her, but she waves me off. Cash it out! Take the money! Are you sure? I stare at the stack. It's $15,000. Oh, big winner. Congrats, hun. Welcome to the family. I smile at her, a genuine smile, unguarded and grateful. I shove the chips into my back pocket and, on a total whim, I go around the table to kiss her cheek. She's beaming as I hurry over to meet with my lurking, beastly spouse. Having fun? He asks. Actually, yes. Casey's really nice. He grunts, clearly pissed off. How much did you take us for? 15 grand. Good. Cash out, then come upstairs. Good? You really don't care? 15 grand is nothing, little fox. I want you upstairs in our condo in the next 10 minutes. I'm sorry now, do you think you can pass down commands? He steps closer, hulking and gorgeous, and his hand grabs my arm. Firm, commanding, but not painful. We have to talk. About what? Our future. A bleak and ugly thing. A brief thing. He leans closer, his lips near my ear. We have to talk, and I want to take my frustration out on your dripping pussy. I'm going to suck your nipples so hard you scream as I curl my fingers deep inside of you, my lovely wife. No! Don't respond. Just go cash out, and if you want to come, you'll meet me upstairs. Do you understand? I'm breathless. Heart's racing. I can barely think. Fucking man already knows what I want, and it's barely been a day. I understand, I say, feeling meek. It's absolutely pathetic. He mentions licking my tits, and I'm puddling for him. God, what is wrong with me? Good girl. He kisses my neck, then releases my arm and walks off. My God, I could evaporate right here and now, blissfully join with the universe, just for having heard him whisper those words again. Ears burning hot, pussy even hotter, I decide to take Casey's advice, as if I have much of a choice. Hey, I call after him. Hold on! Where the hell is the cashier? He rolls his eyes and points. Learn the damn layout. Asshole, I mutter as I hurry to turn fake money into real money. A lovely little magic trick I'll have to keep in mind going forward. Chapter 14. Jayson I pace around the living room. Fallon's taking fucking forever downstairs. I don't know what Casey said to my wife, but it's good the girls are getting along. For some strange reason it pleases me, knowing Fallon's fitting in with my family, even if it doesn't matter. It's all irrelevant. 1 year and we're done. 1 year and I'm going back to London, and Fallon can return to Dublin, and we'll both start over. Separately. She comes in a few minutes later, back pockets stuffed with cash, which she carefully lays on a table. I resist the urge to roll my eyes. Money might have meant something to her before she became my wife, but even if we're barely business partners, I still wouldn't let my woman ever want for something. She'll figure that out soon enough. What was so important that you manhandled me up here? She asks. I talked with Adler. I move over to the windows, unable to look at her right now. I need to get this out before I rip her to shreds. The fucking girl is beautiful, and all she's wearing are those damn skinny jeans again and a simple blue cardigan. It's tight, though, and she left the top 2 buttons undone, which is just enough to show a hint of her breasts. It's so damn distracting, and I really wish it weren't. How's he doing? She asks. I hope he's doing great, your wonderful brother. He informed me that we aren't allowed to return to Europe for at least 1 year. She's quiet and doesn't answer. I expected something from her. Surprise, anguish, something. But instead it's like this barely registers. I glance back over my shoulder and her brows are furrowed. That was an option, she finally asks. I live in London. My life is there. Friends, jobs, my home, everything. Oh, she says, chewing her lip. Right. Well, I'll be honest with you. This isn't a huge deal to me, since I kind of figured I wasn't going back home for a while already. I grunt in reply. Makes sense, though it doesn't help me at all. Fine, but now it's official. We're here for a year. Guess you know how I feel now. And how's that? Like you were forced to give up everything you've ever known. She stares at me, so defiant and gorgeous, and I hate her so much it burns my guts. At least this works out well then for our timeline, right? That's what I was thinking too. I meet her gaze, my heart racing. Those pretty lips, those big eyes. She's always hiding her softness under the sharp edge of her witty mouth, but I see through the mask. Underneath, she's a kitten, and all she wants in the world is for someone to stroke her, over and over, until she purrs. All right, so we're both screwed. Is that all? Can I leave now? Come here. Her arms cross. Is that how you talk to your wife? Yes. I'm frustrated, little fox, and I'm going to take it out on you. Now come here. She doesn't budge, but I can tell by the way she licks her lips that she likes this. I'm not sure I like the sound of that. Like you just said, we're both in a bad position. You were taken from your family, and I've been forbidden from going back to the only home I've known for a decade. We're more alike than I realized. I'm nothing like you. I don't want this marriage. You don't want it either. You think I'm the enemy here? Or maybe that's your brother. She steps toward me, face hardening. I don't despise you because we're married. I despise you because of what you did to my family. And I feel the same way toward you. Great. We understand each other then. Can I go now? I'm not finished with you. Come here. She shakes her head. You're unbelievable. And you're delusional. Do you really think you're innocent in all this? That I'm some big, bad monster, and your family didn't deserve what they got? You probably don't even realize that it was your father who started the war to begin with. My eyes widen as she goes very still. You really didn't know. Screw you. I don't believe you. Why would I start a war with your family? I move toward her, going slow. I was building my power, forming my connections, growing every year. Then one day a bomb goes off in one of my clubs, killing 6 of my employees, wounding countless others, innocent fucking people. I got a call the next day from your father telling me that if I don't move away from their turf, they'll keep up the pressure until I'm forced out. Did you know about that, little fox? She's breathing fast. I stop within a few feet, staring into her eyes. I remember it all so vividly. The smell of charred wood, the acrid stink of melting plastic, the ugly bodies torn and ruined, and all that blood. 3 dead were people in my shadow business. 3 others were completely innocent. All the wounded were patrons. I don't believe you. Her voice is softer now, and I can see the doubt in her eyes. Why would my father hurt innocent people? To make a point. Was your father a kind man? Yes, he could be. You know better than that. Her jaw works. Fuck you, Jayson. I'm not gonna fall for this. Do you want me to find the newspaper stories from the next day? Do you want the police reports? I can get it all for you. I can prove to you that I'm not lying. I don't want to hear this. She tries to turn away, but I grab her arm and hold her. Let go of me. No. I want you to understand. I didn't start that war. I never fucking wanted it. War's bad for business, and all I wanted to do was keep growing. Your father killed my best friend, and I don't mourn that dead old man. I don't mourn him at all. She yanks away, stumbling. Her eyes are wide with rage. I move toward her, cornering her against the wall. She's breathing fast, sucking in air, a mixture of rage and fear in her eyes. When she tries to shove me back, I hold her wrists against the wall, pinning her so she can't escape. I don't care what you think happened, she whispers, staring at me. I don't care what you say, what lies you have rattling around that empty head of yours. I'll never believe that my father was at fault. That's why I like you, little fox. You're loyal, even if that loyalty blinds you. And you're a liar. I know men like you, men that will say whatever's convenient, so long as it wins them an argument. You think this is convenient for me? No, this is the opposite. All I want to do is rip that pretty cardigan off your body, lick your stiff nipples, fuck your pussy until you scream. I want to taste you, Fallon, my fox, hold you down, and make you come over and over. The truth doesn't help with that at all. She's chewing her lip now, biting hard, and I wonder if she'll make herself bleed. Let me go. I don't want to, and I don't care. If you touch me, I'll scream. You know what's the worst part of this? You know I'm right. You can think back to what happened, how it all went down, and you can see that my timeline makes total sense. You know I'm not lying, but somehow, that makes you hate me even more. But I don't care about that, wife of mine. All I want to do is release my frustration on your beautiful fucking body until you're shivering and coming on my lips. Tell me to get on my knees. She's breathing fast, breasts rising and falling. I can see stiff nipples through her bra, poking against her cardigan. I want to run a thumb over them, but I'm afraid she'll try to run if I let her go. Why would I do that? She whispers. Because once I'm on my knees, I'll worship you. She shivers, and a soft whimper escapes her lips. You're sick. You know that? You're a broken man. Yes, I am. Tell me to get on my knees. She stares at me. I stare right back, daring her to struggle, daring her to fight. But I know she's broken the moment her chin tilts up and her lips part. I see the desire in her expression, the heat evaporating off her like rain from a desert road. It's that lust, the pure and untamed primal want that drives her. Even if she hates me, and maybe even hates me more than she did before, she still wants me to fuck her. Get on your knees, she whispers. I release a groan as I do as she said. Good girl. I praise her as I unbutton her jeans. You're such a good girl. You walk around acting hard, but on the inside, all you want is to be licked, fucked, teased, and ruined. You want to be filthy for me, don't you? And the fact that I'm the man you hate the most in the world makes it even better, doesn't it? No, she groans as I tug her jeans down. She's not resisting at all, and she even lifts her ass from the wall to help. Not at all, which is a complete lie. I feel it the moment I push her panties aside and run a finger up and down her slit. Soaking wet, I say, and lean forward to kiss her. Softly, gently, up and down, before I slide her panties down around her knees. I grip her ass with both hands as my tongue explores her pussy, her taste flooding my mouth, dripping into me like honey. I groan, unable to help myself as she pulls my hair hard. I press 2 fingers deep into her pussy. Tell me you like it, I command as I fuck her and lick her clit. She stares hate and desire down at me. I like it when you're down on your knees licking my pussy. Oh, fuck, I groan, ecstasy rolling into my spine. I love it when you have a filthy mouth. Makes me want to punish your pretty lips. You wouldn't know how. I fuck her fast with my fingers. She's panting as I do it, but then I pull back, releasing the tension. She gasps, mouth open in shock. I step back, unbuckle my belt, and stroke my hard cock as she blinks at me in surprise. Your turn. Get down on your knees! Jayson, she says, not moving. On your knees, Fallon. You want more? You give more. Get down, filthy girl. Slowly, bliss hitting me like a hurricane, she obeys. My wife is so fucking pretty down there, staring up at me with a mixture of fear, hate, and need as she tentatively takes my thick cock and strokes me. In your mouth now, I command. No more being shy. No more pretending to be demure. I know what you are. She moans as she starts to suck me. Fuck, it feels so good. Her warm mouth and slick tongue rolling circles round my tip. She struggles to take me, and I watch her slip a hand between her legs, touching herself. You want to hear what you are? I say, barely keeping myself together. You're a dirty slut for me. Look at you, touching your wet pussy. You hate me so much, and yet you want my cock in your filthy fucking mouth. I grab her hair and push myself deeper. You want me to punish you, don't you? Because you know you're a toy for me to use. She moans as I fuck her mouth. I can barely keep myself under control. It feels so damn good, and the look in her eyes is bliss. But before I come down her lovely throat, I pull back and drag her onto the couch with me, positioning her on top, her pussy on my face, and my cock still in her mouth. That's right. I want to hear you moan while you suck me, I order, as my fingers do their work, sliding in and out of her dripping wet pussy. She gives me what I want, groaning, whimpering, moaning as she sucks faster and faster, her spit rolling down my shaft. I go crazy. I can't help it. I hold her hips as I lick her pussy, sucking her fast and hard, before sliding my fingers inside. I run my tongue along her clit as I fuck her in and out, curling my fingers to find that perfect little spot, and it makes her back arch. She keeps my cock in her mouth the whole time, the filthy girl, my lovely, perfect girl. And soon she blisses out as her body tenses and contracts. She comes then, my fingers inside, my tongue on her clit. She comes with my cock in her mouth, and it drives me over the edge. Those moans, the way she's moving, I finish at the same time, driving myself into her pretty lips. Good girl, I groan as we finish up together. She licks me clean without having to be told. Such a good fucking girl. She's flushed red and breathing hard when we're done. I lovingly clean her off with a hand towel and help get her dressed again. Once I'm together, I tilt her chin up, then take a fistful of her hair, holding it so she's looking in my eyes while sitting on the couch. Hate me all you want. You don't really know what happened in that war, and you don't know me at all. You don't know me either. She stares back. defiant and flushed, her ears bright pink. Fuck, she is beautiful. You're right. But each time I make you come, I feel like I know you a little bit better. I feel like I catch a glimpse of what you're hiding from me. Which is what? A good girl begging to get out. I release her and walk away. I leave my wife sitting on the couch, my body pulsing with pleasure and lust, and the memory of her pussy on my mouth, the hate in her eyes, the pure physical want in her heart. All of it mixed up and confusing. An ugly wreck. Chapter 15. Fallon, I'm even more determined to destroy my husband. It's not the controlling, intense, dominant sexual stuff. I can admit to myself that I like it when he pushes me. I like it when he touches me. And I like it when he gets me off. And I love it when he calls me a good girl. Something clicks inside my body. Something shifts into position when he says those words. I want to be a good girl for him, even while despising him at the very same time. No, I want to ruin him because he lied. Right to my face, staring into my eyes. He lied and tried to feed me some bullshit about my family starting the war. But he's right. I remember the timeline. I remember his people moving onto our turf, selling their drugs on our corners, pushing into our businesses, stealing our clients and customers, disrupting our entire way of life. He calls it growing, but I call it war. Still, something's bothering me. I didn't know about the bomb at the club, or at least I'd read about it online when it happened, and just figured it was some kind of terrorist thing. I never followed up, never saw anything else. Could it have been my father? That was his modus operandi. The old man enjoyed his bombs, which is probably why it's ironic one took him out in the end. But could he have really killed innocent people? If the answer was an easy no, this wouldn't bother me so damn much. I avoid Jayson for the rest of that night, sleep in the guest room despite what we talked about, and find the condo empty the next morning, which gives me plenty of time to snoop. I've always been good at finding stuff. Back when I was little, I'd find guns, drugs, cash, all sorts of things my father tried to keep hidden. No matter where he'd put it, I'd pull it out again. Drove him crazy, but I got good at it over the years. I find things. Weapons and money, but also other things. Old photographs, a high school yearbook, a box of old CDs, evidence of Jayson's life before me. I find letters from his mother written in her tight, crawling cursive. I manage to read one before giving up on the rest. It's all banal trivialities anyway, though it's interesting she chose to write physical letters instead of sending emails or just calling. It gives me a little insight into his relationship with her, but it doesn't take long before I find the big score. It's a locked closet in his room, a narrow one that was probably meant for linens or something, but must have been repurposed. Tricky man, I say to myself before heading back to the guest room to get my lockpicks. Another reason my father couldn't ever keep things from me. I learned how to break into places. Helps that I had a lot of bad influences. Rian was always passing down illicit knowledge, most of it coming secondhand from older cousins and uncles. He'd learn how to break the law and how to get away with it, and I'd learn in turn. I make short work of the door. I'm prepared for disappointment, but instead I find a small, narrow space filled with filing cabinets. Big, metal cabinets, the fireproof kind used in fancy, expensive offices. None of the drawers are locked, and I start pulling them out at random, leafing through the documents with a barely restrained glee. It's all right there, waiting for me. Receipts, incorporation files, account statements, and so much more. I can only imagine what Ryan and his people could do with this stuff. Destroy Jayson, for one. My poor husband must have never imagined anyone could get this close to his precious stash, or he might have protected it better. A knock at the door makes me jump. I sit still like a terrified squirrel listening to my heart hammer in my throat. The knock comes again. I slam the drawers shut, shove the folders back inside, and lock the door behind me. I'm trembling as I hurry to the door, chasing after a second knock, my stomach twisted in my guts. Did Jayson have some kind of electronic surveillance? Were his men alerted the moment I opened that door? I picture the worst possible outcomes: beatings, torture, slow death. Casey's waiting in the hall. She smiles, big and pleasant, when I peek out at her. "Hey, Fallon. Sorry if I'm interrupting. Just wanted to see if you wanted to get some breakfast with me." I stare at her. The words barely register. "Get breakfast?" "Sure. There are a few great spots in the casino, and it doesn't cost anything. We just put it on the Costa tab, which is basically endless." "Right? Okay. Breakfast?" My mind races for a moment. Do I want to pull myself away from this treasure trove? I'm afraid that if I don't follow through right now, I might lose it all forever. But Casey's beaming at me, and she looks genuinely eager to spend time together. I have to admit, I want to sit down, drink coffee, and pretend to be normal for a little while. And that'd be easy with her. I can forget about crime, forget about my husband, forget about the war for an hour or more, and just be myself. I can destroy him later. "Need a second to get ready?" she asks, prompting me to use real words like a grown woman. "Yes," I say and open up. "Come in and hang out. I just need a quick second, okay?" "Sure thing." I get ready as quickly as I can while Casey chatters away, talking loudly in the other room. I give one-word answers until we head out together, and I don't bother looking back at the closet door or those files. She takes me down to an American diner-style place with big plush booths and lots of mid-century teal. I get coffee and toast while she requests a huge plate of pancakes. "I like big breakfasts," she says. "Please don't judge. No judgment here. How are you settling in? I know it's pretty weird living in a casino like this. Doesn't get any less weird, unfortunately." "I'm okay, honestly. Just been wandering around. Win any more money?" "No, been too nervous." "Ah, come on. Take that cash you got and donate it back into the slots. It'll kill an afternoon at least." I'm not much of a gambler, if I'm totally honest. Casey laughs, leaning on her elbows. "I wasn't either before I married Adler. I liked dealing the cards, but actually playing wasn't my thing. You know, once you sort of see people screw themselves over and over again, it puts a bad taste in your mouth." "What changed?" "Now the money isn't real. I mean, it's real, but it just goes from my pocket back into the casino and back into my pocket again." She sighs and rubs her thigh. "That must sound awful. I'm really not some spoiled rich girl." "I know that, I can tell." Which is true. She doesn't have that snooty, born with too much attitude, like the world owes her more. Casey's down to earth, and I like that about her. I probably just need more time to acclimate away. Our food arrives as we talk about her family, mostly her children. She tells me about the nannies, the guards, even Adler's mother a little bit. Don't worry about her. I'm still pretty sure she hates me. I can't imagine that's true. Oh, it definitely is, but I don't mind. She's sort of like the sunrise itself, stuck in another time. I chew on that as I drink coffee and have my toast. After a while longer, I feel comfortable and brave enough to ask about her limp. "I know it's rude, but I'm curious." "No, that's fine. Most people want to know, but they mostly just dance around it. I'm glad you just asked. You don't have to tell me anything if you don't want. It's no secret. I got hit by a car while running." She shrugs as if it's no big deal. My hands come to my mouth, unable to believe it. "Adler saved my life, actually. Got me to the hospital. That's how you met?" "Sort of. I don't really remember the accident. We rekindled things years later. That's kind of amazing, right?" "I don't know. He was stalking me, so I think he planned on marrying me sooner or later." She laughs lightly as if that's a totally normal thing to say. I feel a chill down into my core. Are all the Costa men somewhat unhinged? "Oh, yeah," she says, nodding away, shoving pancakes into her mouth like it's no big deal. "Totally nuts." I stare down at my plate, feeling sick. Should I be worried? They're well-meaning psychos, if that helps at all. It doesn't really. Don't worry. Jayson might seem like he hates you, but I'm pretty sure he's into you. I saw the way you two kissed at the wedding. I've noticed him looking. I shake my head. This is not the turn I wanted for this conversation. No, you're wrong. He's just playing the role, that's all. Maybe, she says, but her knowing smile suggests she's not buying it. Either way, you don't have to worry. You'll be fine. They're all a bunch of possessive teddy bears. They'd never let their wife get hurt, even if they actually hate her. That's not all that reassuring, but okay, thank you. She laughs, and I change the subject back to less intense ground. American pop culture. We talk about movies and shows, at least the stuff I've seen, and she asks about Irish media. Once we finish eating, we get up and walk out together, and I feel more comfortable than I have in a long while. That was nice. We should make a routine of it, but next time I might bring the kids if that's okay. Please do. I'd love to meet them. Great. She gives me a quick side hug. You good from here? You can get back to your room or whatever? Totally fine. She moves to leave, but I call her back. Quick question, sorry. Is there a business center or something around here? Why do you need that? Plan on making some spreadsheets? Thought I might send some emails to folks back home. I don't have any devices yet. She sighs, shaking her head. God, they can be so stupid sometimes. Okay, I'm pretty sure there's a place on the second floor over near the chapel. Ask around, you'll find it. Thanks so much. Sure thing. She hurries off and I watch her go. Around the corner from the chapel. I turn back toward the apartment, feeling sick, breakfast like a weight in my guts. If there's a copier in this casino, it'll be in that business center. Chapter 16. Jayson. You want every detail. I lean back in my chair, stuck on the phone with my second-in-command, Max Vincetti. Everything you've done since I've been home. That'll take a while. You in a micromanaging kind of mood today? I tighten my grip. Don't give me shit. All right, relax. I got the reports all ready for you, don't worry. He clears his throat and starts to read. There's a lot of business to go over, from the legitimate clubs to the less than legitimate money laundering fronts, shell companies, tax havens, money moving all the time. Our guys in Ireland haven't had any trouble from the Grady clan ever since my marriage, which is a good thing, but it makes me wonder what problem's going to come up next, and if I'll be able to handle it from here. Max is a good right hand. He's clever, strong, ruthless, but he lacks a keen business sense. He's more of a street fighter than a CEO. Jackson had all of that. He was the only person I ever really trusted in this world, and without him, my organization is weaker. I would have been fine knowing he had control of things. Instead, I have to settle for Max, who is only just adequate. I want hourly updates, I tell him once he's finished going over the business. Email is preferred, but call with important things. I can do that. Put a couple of secretaries on it. Make sure nothing falls through the cracks. He's silent for a moment. You sure this is necessary? I've been helping run the Costa family for a long time. I know that. But this is my life. Now that I'm stuck here in the States, this is how things have to be. Another pause. I can tell he doesn't like it. All right, that's how it has to be. Good. I want to hear from you in an hour. I hang up the phone and get all of 10 seconds to myself before the door to my office opens and Casey storms in. Hello, sister-in-law, I say, crossing my arms. This is a pleasant surprise. You didn't get her a phone or a computer yet? My eyebrows raise. Sorry. What? Fallon. She's 1,000 miles from home, surrounded by strangers, and you didn't get her any way to communicate with her family? I clear my throat. I thought she had her own stuff. Well, she didn't make it seem that way. Casey jabs a finger at me. Buy her a phone. Get her an international plan. Stop being a dick. Those first two will be easy. The third will take more time. I sigh and rub my face. Anything else? Would you like to criticize my office while you're at it? Yes. It's tacky. Do better. Have a nice day. She turns and leaves. I grumble to myself, but Casey's got a point. I've been busy feeling sorry for myself and haven't considered some of Fallon's needs. My wife isn't a prisoner, not exactly anyway, and she's allowed to communicate with people back home. I call up my secretary and order her to drop everything. Make sure my wife has the best and get it here as soon as possible. Around lunch, after a few more updates from Max, the phone and laptop arrives. Unlimited international calls, texts, emails, whatever, my secretary says as she hurries off. I carry the stuff to our condo. I'm not sure why I'm delivering it myself. I've got plenty of people that can do this for me. But I want to see Fallon's face. I let her sleep in the guest room again the night before, even if that's against my own rules, mostly because we had a really intense encounter and I feel like she needs some time to process. She doesn't believe me about the club. That's pretty obvious. She's got this idea about the Costa family, and it doesn't matter if I'm right. There's this picture in her head of how the war shaped up, and that doesn't include her family as the aggressors. I find my wife in my bedroom. She's in the bathroom, the door shut. The bed looks rumpled, as if she was just taking a nap. "Are you busy?" I ask as I knock. The water's running. A bath or a shower? I can't be sure. "Well, the door's shut and locked, and I'm in the bathroom, so yes." Thank you for that sarcasm. I brought you some things. Like what? A phone with an international plan. A laptop. A short pause. Did Casey put you up to this? I grimace. That must be pretty obvious. Yes, but I didn't have to. Right. Great. Thank you. Leave it on the bed, please. I hesitate. I want to kick it open and stare at her body, at her lovely skin and pouty lips. But that'll only make things worse. Instead, I lean my forehead against the door, wondering how the hell I found myself in this position. Married to a girl I hate, but also want to fuck in equal measure, confused to all hell, racked with guilt. Tonight, I want you sleeping with me. I wait for a reply, but there isn't one. I'm not sure she heard, so I say it louder. I'd rather not. You got an extra night. Now I'm going to be firm. And if I resist, you know what will happen. A repeat of yesterday. You're going to pin me down and touch me in ways you shouldn't. I shiver, closing my eyes. Yes, you're exactly right. Is that incentive for you to fight? No, I'll play along. All right, good. Except part of me wants her to resist. I want her dirty mouth, her defiance. I want that fire burning between us. Have a nice bath. I turn to leave, but I hear my name. Jayson. The water stops. I hear something else, the sound of someone moving around. Then the door opens. I step back, surprised. It's Fallon wearing only a towel, her hair damp, her skin dewy and perfect. She stares at me, glances at the devices on the bed, and nods slightly, her ears bright pink. Thank you. You're welcome. We watch each other for another beat before she closes the bathroom door. It locks with an audible thud. Now go away, please. I smile to myself as I leave my audacious wife to bathe in peace. Chapter 17. Fallon, he almost caught me. I was elbow deep in the filing cabinets when I heard the front door open. I had to throw myself into the bathroom and turn on the water. But as I was in there, and he was talking about sleeping in his bed, I realized something. I forgot to lock the door behind me. If he happened to look around the room, he might have noticed that things were slightly askew, and maybe he could have put two and two together, which is why I threw on a towel, wet my hair, and opened that door. I wanted to distract him, give him something to think about, instead of why there's a folder tucked under the covers. But the moment I did it, I really wished I hadn't, because of the look he gave me. It dripped with desire and sparkled with lust. That same look again, the one that drives me absolutely insane. I can't tell what it means. He wants to fuck me. That's pretty obvious. but I don't understand why. Jayson should be able to find a pretty girl, basically, whenever he wants one. A mouth to make him happy, a pussy to keep him satisfied. Why does he keep looking at me like I'm something special? It bothers me more than I like to admit as I hide a stack of files in a bag and head down to the business center. I'm twitchy the whole way there. I keep thinking everyone I run into knows what I've got stashed away in the duffel bag slung over my back. But if anyone's curious why Jayson's wife needs to lug stuff over to the business center, they say nothing. I'm acutely aware that this whole building is intensely monitored and surveilled, but they can't be watching everything at all times. There have to be some blind spots. I'm taking a big risk in hoping that the business center is so obscenely boring and barely used that nobody bothers keeping a close eye on it. Because if I get caught with the documents in my bag, it's over for me. There's no coming back from that. My palms are sweating as I head down the hall. I try my hardest not to look up. Anything suspicious will tip off the guys that man the cameras, and I definitely don't want to become a target right now. I feel their eyes everywhere, and I try thinking small thoughts, calm thoughts, like I'm a tiny mouse in a massive field. Nobody should notice a nothing like me. Deep breaths. Stay calm. I smile at a pair of guests that pass me, both in athleisure, clearly coming from the spa. They smile back and I realize I'm being too much. Don't be so damn friendly. I shouldn't draw attention to myself, and grinning like a maniac's only going to make them remember me. Get it together. I have to pause near some bathrooms to gather myself. More deep breaths. In for 4, hold for 4, out for 6, over and over until my heart rate settles. That's a breathing exercise my father taught me when I was little. He probably hoped it would ease my tantrums, but it only made me keep a level head when I went around breaking his rules. Thinking of Papa lights a fire in my belly. He's the reason I'm doing this. My father was murdered by the Costa family, and if I keep sitting around pretending like I'm a part of them, then I'll lose the piece of me that can call myself Colm Grady's daughter. I have to be stronger, faster, smarter than Jayson and all the rest. I'll do this for my poor dead father, because he didn't deserve to go like he did, and I don't deserve to be stuck here as a prisoner bride in his wake. I find the business center. It's around the corner from the spa. The front entrance is a big glass door. Inside, a bunch of desks line the outer walls with open seating tables in the middle. A few people are scattered around the room, most of them sitting at the computers checking email and reading Wikipedia. And nobody glances up as I stand at the head of the room, searching for the copier. It takes a minute to find a side room labeled printing and copying, but before I can walk toward it, a hand falls down onto my shoulder. I yelp and whirl around, heart pounding into my throat, and I'm about to make 1,000 excuses, about to kick and scream and fight. But Jayson's mother gives me a wary smile. "Sorry, dear. I didn't mean to frighten you," she says. I feel like I might vomit. "Mrs. Costa," I say. "Sorry. I just was lost in my own world." No, I'm the sorry one. I shouldn't go around grabbing people without announcing myself first. I just saw you as I was leaving the spa and hurried to catch up. "What are you doing here?" She glances down at the duffel at my side, a small frown creasing her lips. "I was, going to use a computer." "Were you?" "I'm sure Jayson would buy you a laptop if that's all you wanted." "He is. He would. But it hasn't come yet." "Ah, right. And I bet you want to message your family." "Yes, I do." "Right. And I'm hitting the gym after this." I hold up the duffel, my ears burning bright red. She considers that for a long moment, her eyes squinted. She's in a casual Lululemon outfit, the perfect picture of a rich American lady after a morning of pampering. Her skin somehow glows. If I can look half as good at her age, I'll consider it a win. "I can only imagine how you must be feeling," she says, speaking softly into the tense quiet of the business center. Nobody's paying us any attention, but I feel like the entire world is staring at me right now. I'm acting suspicious, and she's going to see through me if I can't control myself. But doing my breathing exercise right in her face is going to seem bizarre. "I'm settling," getting torn from home, marrying a stranger. She clucks her tongue and shakes her head. Sometimes I forget how hard it is on the women. Did that happen to you? I say it quickly without thinking. Again, my damn mouth blabbers whatever idiot thing comes into my head. Her lips purse. Something like that, she says. I met Jayson's father when we were both young. He wasn't what he became later. Not then, at least. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to pry. No, it's all right. Nobody ever asks about how I met my husband. They're always too afraid. She smiles, and there's a wickedness in her eyes. If I can give you some advice, don't be so afraid of Jayson. He's a good man, despite what you might think. A good man that murdered my father. I'm not afraid of him. Okay, good. She awkwardly pats my arm. Well, enjoy your time at the computers and have a nice workout. Workout? Her eyes arch at my bag. The gym. Ah, yes, right, of course. Sorry, I mean thank you. I beam at her, on the verge of throwing up in my mouth. She hesitates for a couple more seconds before she turns and walks off. I watch her, deflating, shoulders rounding. I should collapse and sob on the floor here and now. Except that would be so much worse. Instead, I wait for her to exit before I turn and hurry to the printing room. A big copier lurks in the corner like a whale. I start jabbing at the buttons, trying to figure out how to make it work. But my hands are shaking too much and my fingers don't want to respond to my commands. I have to stand there holding onto the edge of the copier like it's keeping me afloat as sweat oozes out from under my arms. I wasn't made for this clandestine stuff. I should turn around, head back to the condo, and forget I ever came up with this asinine idea. Jayson's going to catch me. And when he does, I'm dead. Except my heart rate steadies and my thinking clears. Remember Papa's body torn to shreds. He got a closed casket. The first file goes into the tray. I hit the proper sequence of buttons, and the sheets begin to feed, one after the next. I stand and watch it work. Chapter 18, Fallon. If in the corner of the casino where there's enough noise that I won't be overheard by any microphones in the ceiling, but also nobody close enough to listen. I sit at a slot machine, the smell of smoke drifting in the air as somebody nearby drags on ciggies. The phone rings, and I'm too anxious to do the math of what time it is back home in Dublin, until Ryan answers. Relief floods me at the sound of his voice. Hello? Who's this? It's me, you bastard, the sister you sold to the Americans. He sounds overjoyed. Fucking Fally. Is it really you? Yes, Chim. I'm alive. Fantastic. That's good to hear. You got your own phone? Should I save this number? Save it, please. I take it they're being good to you. I slip money into the slot machine and poke the button. It clicks, but nothing else happens. The money disappears into an invisible system. That's one way of putting it. Jayson bought me a mobile with an international plan alongside my own laptop, but I wouldn't say things are good. Are they being kind at least? Is he hurting you? No, he's not, I say quickly, though I'm not sure why I'm defending him. Jayson hasn't touched me. Not in a way that I didn't like, at least, though I think Ryan might not like to hear about some of the physical interactions I've had with my husband. Good. Very good. I'm really happy to hear you're okay, Fally. I've been thinking about you. How are things back home? Dull, actually. Now that the fighting's done, we're getting back to business. The Costa people are being surprisingly helpful, and we're starting to set up some good partnerships. I'm optimistic. Glad my sacrifice isn't in vain, Fally, he says, and he sounds sorry about it at least. You know I hate that it's like this. Yeah, fine, whatever. Tell the girls I miss them, would you? I'll tell them myself eventually. I'm just not sure when I'll be up for calling all the cousins and such. Take your time. They all know what you're going through, and we're all thinking about you. I'm sure. But I don't add. How long will that thinking last? How long until they forget that I'm alive because I'm stuck over here in America? A year or even less? I could be home by then, but when I get there, will anyone care? He goes on to talk about the family, all the uncles and aunts, the soldiers and their friends, All the stupid dramatic clan shit, the gossip and infighting, everything he's got to deal with. I don't envy him at all. Ryan's dealing with almost as much trouble as I'm fighting through, even though he gets to be home while it all goes down. I used to dream about taking over after Papa passed, he admits softly, and I hear the clink of ice in a glass, which means it must be sometime in the evening over there. Ryan's a lot of things, but someone who drinks before 5 in the afternoon isn't one of them. I admire my brother's self-restraint. Did it ever look like this? I ask. Not once, not ever. I figured Papa would pass one night in his old age after weeks of saying goodbye and laying his final plans. I assumed I'd know what to do. Instead, I'm groping around, struggling to hold the whole thing together, and dealing with the Costa nightmare. You don't understand how much it means to me what you're doing. I'm sure. I clear my throat. More guilt hits me then. When I hurt Jayson, will it blow back onto Ryan? Will I make my brother's life harder? I have to tell you something. What's wrong? He's on alert now. My tone must have tipped him. It's fine, Chim, I really am fine. But it's about that plan I mentioned. He's quiet for a few beats. You're still going through with that? He sounds skeptical. Not that I can blame him. I keep pushing the slot button while peering around to make sure nobody can hear. There's only one old woman, smoking away, not paying attention to anything but the lights in front of her. I found documents in our flat, a bunch of them hidden away in a locked room. I made copies. Another silence. This one painful. Why is he not cheering? Doesn't he know what I went through to get this stuff? That's dangerous, he says. Are you being safe? Safe as I can. The originals are back and there's no way he'll know I accessed anything. The copies are hidden away. Don't tell me where. You shouldn't even be talking about this on the phone. Did they give you the device? Paranoia rubs at the back of my neck. It's fine. There's no reason to monitor me. Fally, come on. There's a million reasons to monitor you. He sighs, and I hear the ice rattle again. All right, look. Sit on the documents, okay? I know you probably want to put it all to use right away, but hang tight. We'll wait for a good opportunity. When's that going to happen? I could mail them out to you tomorrow. You can give them to our people and let the big brains figure out what they all mean. I've only scratched the surface, too. There's a lot more. Don't, he says, a little too hard. Just hold off, okay? What aren't you telling me, Chim? I'm telling you to wait. This thing with the Costas is too new. I don't want you doing anything to blow it up, not yet anyway. Wait until we're integrated more. Wait how long? A few weeks? A few months? It could be 10 years before you finally tell me to pull the trigger. He killed our father. I know that. Just hold off. I don't want to wait forever. I close my eyes and picture living as Jayson's wife. Sleeping in his bed, his mouth pressed to my neck. 2 weeks, that's all. Then call me again and we'll talk details. Fine. I stand up, pushing my stool back. I lean forward to cash out of the game, but there's no money left. All donated back into Costa pockets. But I don't like it here. I don't know anyone. I don't have any friends, and I miss home. I know you do. I'm sorry. I really am. Yeah, I know you're sorry. You keep saying it, and it doesn't do me any good. I hang up. Frustration rolls down my spine. I want to kick this stupid buffalo machine until it cracks in half, but I manage to hold myself back. Ryan's sorry. He's so fucking sorry he sent me off to live with strangers. And it doesn't do me any good, him feeling sorry, because he's not sorry enough to let me send him the documents that might ruin my damn husband's life. Documents that might get me out of this mess. Because it would hurt the family if the war started again. And in some part of me, I know he's right. I don't want the war to start either. I want my family to stay safe, which means I have to stay here and smile and swallow my pride with these people for as long as it takes. Not forever. 1 year at the most. And at the end of that year, no matter what Ryan says, I will release those documents and make sure the man that ordered my father's murder will pay for what he did. The phone in my hand vibrates. I nearly drop it. I didn't know anyone had the number until I look at the screen. Jayson's name stares back. I raise the phone to my ear. Hello? You're hard to find. Jayson's voice is low, almost sultry. I had to resort to calling my own wife. You've got me now. What can I do for you, Mr. Costa? I like when you call me that. I shiver, looking away from the screens. I have other things I can call you. Most aren't very pleasant. We'll work on the pet names another time then. I was calling to see if you wanted to have dinner with me. My eyebrows raise. Really? Call it a date if you like. I definitely wouldn't like that. Then call it whatever you want. We're stuck together and we might as well try to get along. I'll give you a good meal, good wine, and you can ignore me the whole time if that's what you want. Sounds like a dream. Good. 7 outside of Chef's Paradise. You'll see signs for it. Okay. I'll be there. See you then. He hangs up. I shove my phone into my back pocket. Dinner with my husband. It feels too normal. What happened to ignoring each other for the next year? What does that man really want? Chapter 19. Jayson, I take Fallon. To the best restaurant in the casino. It's a high-end place, obscenely expensive. A modern take on Italian cuisine decorated to look like a mashup of downtown Venice mixed with an illegal warehouse rave. We're seated at the best table in the place and served an expensive bottle of wine. Should we toast? I ask, holding up my glass. I'm not sure there's much to toast to. How about to you sleeping in my bed tonight? Her lips press together. She's wearing a silk blouse and black slacks, her hair down and brushed over a shoulder. I've never seen a woman so beautiful in my life before. All of her practically glowing in the low restaurant lighting. I could crawl across the table and eat her like a dog at a bowl, devouring her, lapping her up. I can hardly keep my eyes off her, which is an actual problem. I keep forgetting that I despise her. How about we toast to you keeping your hands to yourself for an entire night? She suggests instead. All right, here's to self-control, and my complete lack of it. I hold up my glass and drink. She snorts and sips. That's good, she admits, sounding almost grudging about it. How much is this glass anyway? Don't worry about it. Does it help to know that most of the profits end up back in our pockets? You mean your pockets? Ours, actually. I slip a heavy black credit card across the table. I understand that you're my fake wife and you dislike me as much as I dislike you. But that doesn't mean I won't take care of you while we're together. How charming. She doesn't take it. I'm serious. I get it. We hate each other. My family killed your father, and your family murdered my best friend. But while you're mine, I will take care of you, whether you like it or not. I don't like it. But she finally slides the card over and puts it into her purse. But I can't escape it. No, you really can't. Might as well enjoy myself a little then. Live the high life. Your family wasn't exactly poor. No, we weren't, but nothing like this. She brushes a hand down her blouse's sleeve. I picture running my fingers along the same route, then down lower, along her flanks to her thighs, listening to the sound of her breath coming faster and faster. Comfortable by Dublin standards. Better than most, worse than a lot. You had a big family to take care of. Yes, we did. That's my brother's problem now. He's doing a good job, if that helps at all. I'm not sure why I care what she's feeling, but I find myself wanting to reassure her all the same. I've been in constant contact with my European office, and I'm told your brother's been nothing but competent. Yes, that's how I'd also describe my brother. She looks away as the waitress returns with the first course. I had the chef prepare something special, and we've started with what looks like roasted scallops with sweet corn, tarragon, and melted onions, all plated to perfection. Are the two of you close? I'd say yes, but he's out in Dublin, and I'm here married to you. What a win for you, then. She laughs again and picks at the food. After one bite, though, her eyes widen a touch, and I can tell she likes it but doesn't want to say so. I let her have as much as she wants, content to drink wine and watch her. My father always had us at each other's throats, she says, after nearly clearing our shared appetizer. He said healthy competition made us stronger. I was something of a tomboy back then. I can see it. You've still got some of that fire. Some of it. I guess I've been soft on you then. My father was the same way, always trying to make the four of us compete. But we didn't let it ruin our relationship. We'd always talk about it, and no matter what happened, no matter how bad the fighting got, we ended up promising never to hate each other. It worked in some ways, and in others it didn't. I think I know what you mean. My brother and I love each other. We're close for siblings. But we'll never be that close. Too much history. Exactly. I think there's a reason the four of us split the empire and took our own pieces. I love my brothers, but I couldn't stand living with them for long. The waitress refills our wine glasses. The next course comes out. Pan-fired Cornish turbot, charred leeks, crab, shellfish butter. It's obscenely delicious, and I get an odd pleasure watching her eat, listening to her make little happy sounds with each bite. She tells me about home. I tell her about growing up in the casino. After a while, I realize we're just talking. No fighting, no bickering, just sharing our lives like a normal couple trying to get to know each other would. I'm tempted to point it out, but I don't want to break the spell. It's comfortable. It feels good. I didn't expect this. I assumed she'd be sullen and angry all night. Instead, between the wine, the incredible food, and the conversation, she seems more relaxed than she has since coming here. I want to ask you something, and I don't want you to turn it into a joke. She sits back with her arms crossed. The meal's over, and she's looking slightly flushed. Can I do that? You can try. Jayson, I mean it. All right, go ahead. No jokes. Ask me. Why the bed thing? She clears her throat. I mean, why do you want me to sleep in your bed? Seriously, you don't like me. I don't like you. So what's the deal? I considered a question. Can I tell her the truth? That I find her so attractive it's like a knife in my guts? That there are two parts of me. One side that wants to strangle her to death, and the other that wants to fuck her into submission? If she understood how torn I felt, she might never want to come near me. Because I'm never sure if I'm going to make her come or kill her. I have this idea of marriage. Like I said to you earlier, while you're mine, I'll make sure you're taken care of. But I also want to know what it feels like to have an actual wife. You want to role-play being married? Is that it? I'd be happy to role-play whatever you want in the bedroom. See, there's the joking again. I want to keep you close. Maybe that's because I don't trust you, or maybe that's because I enjoy your company. I haven't decided yet. Her lips press together. I can tell she doesn't like my answer, but it's as close to the truth as she's going to get. I've never shared a bed with a man before. She says it quietly, like she's admitting to a secret shame. I don't want you to make some big deal out of this, okay? It's not a big thing. It's just the truth. I don't understand. My ears buzz as I lean closer to her. My heart's racing in my chest. I've never shared a bed with a man. Never slept overnight with a boyfriend. Never... hell, I might as well just say it. Never had sex before. I stare. My mouth opens. My tongue licks my lips, and it's hard for me to parse what she's saying. You're a virgin? I ask. Don't make a big deal. Her ears are bright red. She looks like she wants to melt into the carpet. I fucking regret saying it already. My stupid damn mouth again. You're a virgin, I repeat, as desire rips through me. She's untouched by another man, which seems impossible. A girl so beautiful, so goddamn sexy. How could she be a virgin? 1,000 men must have thrown themselves at her over the years, and she remains untouched. It's a miracle. No, it's impossible. But she has no reason to lie. It's a clan thing, okay? It's a stupid patriarchal bullshit system that values purity and all that damn crap. They drilled it into the girls when we were growing up, kept telling us sex before marriage was bad, and we'd be sinners if we did it. Catholic stuff, yeah? But worse than that if you can believe it. Lots of clan girls bought into that shit just like me. Though lots of them also rebelled and went way to the other side, if you know what I mean. Stop looking at me like that, okay? It's not a big deal. I just thought you ought to know. I sit back and try to calm my racing heart. Desire burns through me like lightning. I was so close to her. I tasted her. I pressed my fingers deep into her tight pink pussy. I made her come, and she's a fucking virgin. You'll be safe with me. The words come out husky and strangled. God damn, I can barely control myself. The way you're staring at me, I don't think that's true at all. She throws back her wine. There, now I'm properly drunk. You wouldn't take advantage of me, would you? No, I wouldn't. Good. She reaches out, grabs my glass, and drinks that too. Then I'll have to stay drunk for the next year. I don't think you can. I don't think you want to. No? Why not? You felt what it's like. I lean toward her, burning with a need so fierce I can barely control myself. I want to crawl under the table, spread her legs, and get her off right here and now. But she's right. She's too drunk to sleep with, especially now that I know it would be her first time. I'm a lot of things, but I wouldn't do that to my own damn wife, even if I hate her. What's like when I kiss you, when I get you off? Imagine if I fucked you, spread your legs and filled you while licking your stiff nipples. How do you think that would feel, my fox? Don't start talking dirty to me now. Her mouth's hanging open and her chest rises and falls. The waitress comes over and I wave her off. Silence hangs over the table. You're sleeping in my bed tonight. But you're not doing anything naughty. Fallon wags a finger at me. Promise now. I clench my jaw. I fucking want her so bad it's like a wound, but I nod once. I promise. You have my word. What a good boy. She grins and finishes the glass. Chapter 20. Fallon. I wake up feeling fuzzy in a large, comfortable bed, surrounded by soft, dark sheets. There's a hole in my memory that won't resolve, and a headache pounding in the back of my skull. The water's running in the bathroom, and it takes me a minute to understand that I'm in Jayson's room, in his bed, and he's the one in the shower. Bits and pieces come back. Mostly it's a blur after leaving the restaurant. But from what I can recall, he kept his word and didn't try anything, only helped me back upstairs, got me some clothes to sleep in, and tucked me in. Drinking was a bad idea. Something terrible could have happened. I could have let something slip, like the whole copying fiasco. Or he could have gone back on his word and tried to take advantage of me. None of that happened. It was still a stupid risk. He comes out not long later. I'm buried under the blankets, desperately trying to pretend like the conscious world doesn't exist. My mouth feels like I swallowed a hedgehog, and my brain feels 10 sizes too big. Jayson stands next to the bed in only a pair of black boxer briefs, a towel draped around his neck, and looks at me like I'm the most amusing thing in the world. "Good morning, wife," he says, a little bit too loudly. "How are you feeling?" "Fine," I croak and peek at him. "Why are you naked?" "I'm not naked." "You're close." "I just showered. This is the part where I get dressed. I'm not used to there being a hungover girl in my bed." "Yeah? What do you do with your one-night stands?" "I call them a cab." He walks to his closet and I track his motions. Everything about him oozes sexuality, from the tattoos on his back and chest to the chiseled and expertly sculpted muscles flexing with each panther-like step. The guy's obscenely hot and my nipples are so hard I could scream, which is a problem, since I'm in only a tank top and a pair of old shorts. "You didn't, do anything to me last night, did you?" I struggle to sit up but keep the sheets pulled up to my neck. He doesn't need a hard-nip show right now. "No, and I'm a little insulted you asked. He comes back out partially dressed in slacks and a button-down. All right. Just being sure is all. I didn't think you did, but, you know. Are you always this suspicious? Yes, definitely, especially of the strangers I'm forced to marry. Stranger being the operative word there. You don't know me at all. Need I remind you of all the family killing you did? Only if I can remind you of the same. I glare at him. He glares back. We've reached a dead end, and my head hurts too much to keep the fight going. I slither back under the covers, feeling exhausted, defeated, and hungover. He finishes dressing. I peek a few times, unable to help myself. I've always been a little sneak, even back when I was a little girl. I'd crawl around the house spying on my brother and my father, trying to find a good chance to pop out and scare them. I've mastered the art and pretend like I'm not paying any attention. I'll bring you coffee, he says once he's fully clothed, and some medication. You'll take it. I will? I'm not sure why I'm being combative. I really want the damn pain meds. You will, he repeats. You'll also stop treating me like I'm the enemy. You're not? I'm not. He crosses his arms. You really don't get it, do you? And you really don't get it either. I give him a firm stare, but there's no real malice behind it. I want that coffee and those meds after all. He turns and leaves. I collapse back on the pillow and squeeze my eyes shut. What's the matter with me anyway? If I look back on my time at this place, Jayson has been strangely pleasant toward me. Not exactly the ideal husband, especially not during that first meeting, but he also hasn't been aggressive, abusive, demeaning, rude, or any of the other things I expected. There have been a few moments of real connection. Yes, the sex stuff. Sure, that was very nice, and I'm still aching for more. But other things, too. Like our conversation during dinner, for example. I felt a real spark with him, watching his face in the candlelight, laughing at his jokes, getting to know the man underneath that iron exterior. He returns a few minutes later with a tray. Coffee, toast, and little white pills. I swallow them down with a sigh. All right, you're not so bad, I say, sitting up. His eyes drift to my chest, and yes, he notices my hard nipples. There's a heat in his gaze, and I can't pretend like I don't enjoy it. Here's what I'm thinking, he says. You and I are stuck together for at least a year. There's no reason we can't be civil. Wow, you really do know how to woo a lady. I'm not trying to woo you. If I wanted to woo you, I'd pin you against the wall and make you get down on your knees. Been there? Done that. Big yawn. He smirks and shakes his head. You never shut it down, do you? Shut what down? The armor. The knives you keep around, ready to jab at me? If you haven't noticed, I'm sitting here in only a tank top and some old shorts. No armor at all. You know what I'm saying. You're more closed off than one of my soldiers, and they're a bunch of PTSD-scarred thugs. That isn't true at all. It's just that I don't like you. He grunts and leans back on his hands, studying me. Why not? Sorry? We've been over this a dozen times. You killed my father. He takes a slow, deep breath and blows it back out. For a second, I think he's going to get up and leave. Fine by me. I'm feeling awful and vulnerable, and the way he's looking at me leaves a very much unwanted heat between my legs. But instead, he leans forward, expression intent. 3 months ago, I was out to eat with several of my top lieutenants, including a man named Jackson Will. I grew up with Jackson, knew him back in school, and brought him into the family business as my right hand. He came out to London with me, and together we built our empire, and we felt like we were going to rule the world. Nobody knew me better. I loved him like a brother. That night, 3 Grady soldiers burst into the restaurant, a place filled with civilians, and opened fire with submachine guns. They killed 2 of my men, and I survived only because Jackson took bullets as he flipped over our table, creating a barrier between us and the shooters. He pauses there. His eyes go distant as he relives that moment, and I sit so still I can feel my heart in my toes. The pain in his tone is still immediate, the agony simmering beneath the surface. 3 months of suffering. 3 months in a world without his closest friend. I can imagine what he's going through, if I'm being charitable, but I don't want to feel empathy for this man. You don't have to tell me, I say, wishing he'd stop. But he doesn't. I killed the shooters, took them down myself. The room was filled with screams, broken glass, and blood. It smelled horrible, like sulfur and death. At least 3 other civilians were shot, and I think one of them died. I can't remember anymore. All I can think of is throwing my gun aside and dragging Jackson into my arms. I held him during his last moments, held him tight and tried to talk him through it as the life bled from his veins. I watched him die, felt him go, and that'll haunt me for the remainder of my days. He meets my gaze and I see that horror in him, the moment still lingering like a shadow he can't shake. Your father ordered that hit. He tried to kill me, but he took so much worse instead. And if I hadn't been successful, then he would have tried again and again and again until the entire city was on fire. Your father wasn't going to stop unless I stopped him. I bite my lip, glaring at him. Hate flares again, but this time, the heat's not directed at Jayson. You say that like you did me a favor, like killing Papa was a good thing. I know you can't see it, and you won't ever forgive me for it, but I did what your father forced me to do. I paid him back for what he did to me, and I won't feel sorry for it, even if you'll go on hating me. You're right, I tell him, blinking back tears. I will go on hating you for it. You can make a million excuses, but you killed my father, and I can't let it go. He nods slowly. We both lost. That's what I'm trying to make you see. I don't care. You should. Why? Why should I bother? Because you and I are the same. I let that sink in. I shake my head, unwilling to accept it, even if I can see echoes of the truth in what he's saying. I didn't have anything to do with your friend's death. You see the difference? You ordered that bomb. You made them plant it. I didn't pull any triggers. No, but your family did, and you're a part of them. That makes you complicit, even if you think you're not. I don't hate you, Fallon. Not the way I did at first, because I can see that you're a victim in all this. I can see how much you've been hurt. I'm only asking that you see it too. I'll never see you as a victim. He touches my leg. I wish I could recoil. His hand is large and warm. Not me, little fox. He gets up and turns away. I'll see you tonight. Get some rest. Then he leaves and I'm alone with echoes of his story rolling down my spine, and I know I'm not getting more sleep today. Chapter 21. Jayson. I meet Conlon and Eric down in the main lobby. Gonna miss you, bro, Conlon says, giving me a quick hug and a slap on the back. I repeat the ritual with Eric, though he's much more reserved. All he says is, be nice to the girl. I keep thinking about Fallon's face as I told her the story of Jackson's death, that same story which haunts me. I've been through plenty, done violence, seen terrible things, but losing Jackson cracked something in me. It shifted a tectonic plate I didn't know could move, and now I'm irrevocably a different man. The before death and the after. I look at my family with new eyes, and I wish I was strong enough to tell them how I feel. Instead, I bury it. That's what a man does. A monster keeps it inside, and that's what we're meant to be. Adler and Casey come down next to say their goodbyes, followed by Isabel and Helly. The children are paraded around by harried-looking nannies, 1-year-old Luca teetering about, new to walking, and 2-year-old Tessa on the verge of crying already. Helly scoops the little baby boy up in her arms while the little girl clings to Isabel. I say my goodbyes to them. I hug the kids, kiss their heads, even if they barely know who I am, and do the same for the wives. I'll miss this place, Isabel admits. Be nice to Fallon. That's what Eric said too. Smart man. She smacks Conlon's arm. How come you didn't say it? Sorry, my beautiful wife. He kisses her cheek. I'm subtle. I planned on texting him. She rolls her eyes but kisses him back. He scoops Tessa into his arms and carries her off toward the waiting car. Seriously. Be good to her, Helly says, lingering as the others leave. I give her little boy a squeeze on the foot and he laughs. I'm trying. It's not hard to be nice, you know. Things are complicated. You like her. I can tell you do. Helly leans closer. I give Luca a kiss on the head. He laughs again. She likes you too. Just this morning she reiterated how that definitely isn't true. Like you said, things are complicated, but you'll get over it if you don't let the past ruin what you have. Which is what exactly? I don't know. The start of something good? I just paint stuff, dude. Go talk to a relationship counselor. See you? With that, Helly exits, and I watch my brothers and their families get packed into private cars before they're driven to the airport. Adler's waiting in the lobby. Casey limps off with a wave, headed for the high rollers area, and an afternoon of dealing. Happy they're gone? He asks me. Not really. I thought you would be, since now you'll have 4 fewer people getting into your business. They mean well. I glance back toward the doors. But sometimes it feels like we're in different worlds. You went through something. Adler squeezes my shoulder. You're still dealing with it. She is too. She's still mourning her father, and I don't think she'll get past that anytime soon. You can still try. He lets me go. You know how I was with Casey? Yep. Unhinged. I was obsessed. He gives me a hard stare. I couldn't get her out of my head. It was like a disease, but I kept telling myself that I was doing her a favor by keeping my distance, as if I would hurt her simply by being a part of her life. And you know what happened in the end? You hurt her simply by being a part of her life. He punches my arm. Basically, but don't ruin my punchline. The point I'm making is, we don't always know what's the best thing, and all we can do is try. You like this girl, right? I never said that. Come on. You complained about her constantly right up until the wedding, but since then you've barely said a word. I'll admit to some fondness. Good. Nurture that feeling. She's your wife now. It'd be nice if one Costa brother could have a normal relationship. His eyebrows raise. Do you know of another Costa brother? Otherwise, I think that ship has sailed. Fair point. All right. Since you've all made it clear that I need to try harder, I will put in an effort, even if a part of me still doesn't want to. The guilt-ridden, grieving part. Good. Okay. This has been really fun, and you know how much I love discussing your personal relationships, but I have work to do. If you don't want to hear about Fallon, you could always let us move back to London. Nice try. He walks off, leaving me alone in the lobby, thinking about my wife. The way she looked at me in our bedroom as I told her the story of Jackson. I left out the most important part, the piece of the story that has me waking up at night caked in sweat. Those killers came for me. I should have been the one dead, and instead, Jackson died protecting me. He saved my life, but I couldn't save his. And now being with her feels like a betrayal of that sacrifice, which is why that little fondness I admitted to is like a cancer eating me up from the inside. I like the girl. I want the girl. The more time I spend with her, the more I want to dominate and take my wife as my own. And that makes me feel sick. Chapter 22. Fallon is spend a lazy day in the spa, thanks to my new last name. The employees fawn over me, offer whatever service I want, all paid for by the Costa family's endless credit line. I accept their attention because, really, I feel like hell and could use a little something to feel human again. And I'm pretty sure it works. By the time night comes around and I'm back in the condo, I'm back to myself. Mostly, at least. I'm eating dinner in front of the TV when Jayson comes home. He opens a bottle of wine and pours himself a glass, looking at me from the island. I'm not sure what to say, but he comes over and joins me, sitting on the opposite end of the couch. Room service? He asks. I'll buy real groceries one of these days. No need. Have the front desk do it for you. That's an option? Anything's an option for you now. He says it lazily, as if that's obviously true. The extent of my newfound power hasn't become clear to me just yet. I'm not sure what I can and can't do as a Costa. There aren't limits. And if you do manage to find something you shouldn't, Adler will send a goon to break your kneecaps. He says that last part with a smile. Seriously, it's fine. The casino is fair game. Do what you want. Thanks. I was in the spa all day. Good for you. He sighs and sips his drink. I don't want you to get drunk tonight. My eyebrows raise. Oh no. Are you the controlling type? You're going to monitor my alcohol intake? That's not what I mean. You used it as a defense mechanism. You got wasted to make sure I wouldn't take advantage of you. I don't want you to do that again. I want you to remember sleeping in bed with me. I hesitate, not sure why he's doing this or why it's so important to him. But I think of what he told me this morning. I haven't been able to stop thinking about it. I'm not a victim. I blurted out, unable to help myself. My ears are bright red. He cocks his head. That's been bothering you for a while, hasn't it? You called me a victim. I'm not a fucking victim. My father's the victim. My dead cousins are the victims. Are you sure about that? He swirls his drink, looking lazy, almost like he doesn't care. You grew up in that clan of yours. You admitted that you've never been touched by a man before. I can imagine your life has been sheltered. That doesn't make me a victim. You're part of the clan's fallout. They started a war they couldn't win, suffered the losses, and only those still alive have to deal with the pain it caused. You can define yourself however you want. But you were hurt in all this, and you didn't deserve that. I glare at him, pissed off that he's making all these sweeping generalizations about me, but also aware that he's right in a lot of ways. I didn't want my father to go to war. There were a lot of people in the clan that tried to talk him out of it, but he insisted that he had to fight back. I always assumed that meant the Costa family started things, but now I can see it was him from the beginning, that my father was the one to open hostilities. I wish I had known it at the time. Maybe I could have done something, but not anymore. You sure as hell have a lot to say about me. I shut down, folding in on myself. For a man that claims to hate me, I don't hate you, little fox. His voice is soft as he stands up. I hated myself. I was angry with my family, but I don't hate you. He walks away. I watch him go, seething with rage. How dare he say that? He doesn't hate me? The bastard should despise me the same way I despise him. What's with this softening bullshit? I want the rage, the disgust, the bad attitude. That's easier to deal with than whatever this is. I don't see him much for the rest of the night. He's up on the second floor in his office while I'm in front of the TV. But soon I'm tired, and I can't put it off any longer. And it's like he can sense when I was ready to come up. He's already in bed, a light on, reading something on his phone. No reason to put this off. I grab my sleep things, a simple t-shirt and shorts, and head into the bathroom. I do my nightly skincare routine, brush my teeth, take my time with it all, and he's still up when I come out. I crawl into bed beside him. He snaps off the light. You don't have to turn in, I murmur, but he's already putting away his phone. I was waiting for you. What's with this bedtime obsession? I've been thinking a lot about us, and maybe I was too quick to write you off. I saw you as the enemy, but you aren't. I'm still the enemy. I'm tempted to mention the stolen documents, but this time I'm able to hold my stupid tongue. Don't get any ideas. He shifts closer. What sort of ideas might that be? Imagine there's a wall here. I draw a line down the middle of the bed. He's dangerously close to crossing it. You can't get over. I can't get over. Nothing passes through. Understand? No, thank you. He obliterates my imaginary blockade and shifts nearer, pressing his body to mine. I don't move. Instead of putting up space, I go still. My fight-or-flight response chooses freeze. He's breathing slow and steady as he wraps an arm across my middle and tugs me closer. The man's so warm, so big and hard. I'm nearly squirming and hating myself for how much I like this. I believe you, I say, whispering into the darkness, afraid to look at him. About my family, about who started the war. I believe you. I know. His mouth is at my neck, warm and soft, just breathing for now. Which complicates things, as if we needed more complications. Would you move away? No, thank you. I'm trying to tell you that I'm sorry about your friend. All right? He goes still. His breath stops for a moment before restarting after a couple seconds. Thank you. You're not sorry about my dad? I told you I wasn't. You asshole. I'm not going to lie to you and say whatever you want to hear. Your father made his decisions. I close my eyes, trying to keep myself under control. I feel dizzy, torn in half, part of me wanting to elbow him in the guts, and the other wanting to throw myself into his arms. My nipples are stiff, and I'm thinking of his fingers between my legs and his mouth licking me, making me scream. He was right about me earlier, about my sheltered life. All I've known is the clan. Aside from my time at college, my world was tiny, basically just a few blocks of Dublin, controlled by the aunts and uncles and cousins, monitored by my father. This is the first time in my life I feel as though I'm free to do what I want, which is ironic considering I'm more of a captive than I've ever been. If I tell you something, I don't want you to make me regret it. I'm breathing fast. I feel stupid, but this is what I'm supposed to want. Go ahead. I want you to do something for me. Say it. We're here in bed together. We're married. And I'm thinking. I chew on my lip, my mouth watering. He sits up on an elbow and looks at me. Say it, Fallon. I want you to fuck me. I whisper the words very softly. Don't make fun of me, okay? I'm sick of being a virgin. And here we are, and yeah, I hate you. And you apparently don't hate me anymore, but maybe you still do. I don't know, and I just want to get it over with. We started a little already, and I'm just thinking, you could do it for me, right? You could take my virginity. I could, he whispers, leaning closer. He kisses my neck. Are you sure? Just a second ago you were building an invisible wall. A final act of desperation. Tell me you're sure about this. Will you do it? You'll fuck me even if I'm a virgin? Yes, I will. His voice is hot, laced with desire. But you need to ask me again. Don't make me keep saying it. He kisses my neck, my chin, the corner of my mouth. I'm practically whimpering with need. Maybe if we do this, maybe if we have sex and get it out of our systems, I can stop having these stupid feelings. I can stop looking at him like he's a person and start seeing the killer hiding behind that handsome mouth. Please fuck me, Jayson, I say, and he buries my mouth with his, which is all the answer I need. Chapter 23, Fallon. He's gentle. He undresses me and takes his time as he does it, praising my body as he goes and spending a little extra time on my nipples. You have beautiful breasts, he says, licking my hard pink buds. I'm moaning, basically short-circuiting as he keeps going. This is what I wanted, but I'm also afraid it's too much. I love the sounds you make, the breaths you take, everything about the way you move. My top comes off and is onto the floor, my shorts next, my panties after. He takes off his shirt, and I press my palms to his muscular chest. He's so warm, like he's burning for me. I reach down, unable to help my curiosity as he licks my nipples some more, biting and sucking them, and I grip his hard shaft. He's big. He's big, which makes me both excited and terrified. I stroke him slowly, listening to his purrs of delight. I roll my hand around his tip, spreading his slick pre-cum on my palm as I move it up and down his length. He's really, really big. And I'm meant to have this thing inside of me? Ah, fuck. He's going to rip me in half. And there's a sick part of me that's actually excited for it. "You're wet, little fox," he whispers as his fingers tease my pussy, spreading me and rolling them up and down my folds. "You really did want this, didn't you?" I already asked twice. Don't make me say it again. "You were thinking about it all day." "I was considering it, yes. What made you want me to fuck you? Was it when I got you off? Or was it before that?" "I don't know." "I can tell you when I wanted you." He rolls his fingers around my clit, getting me nice and wet. I'm panting, breathing hard. "It was when I married you, at the chapel." "Our first kiss?" I whisper. "That's right. Our first kiss. I needed you so badly the moment my mouth took yours, and even if I still thought I hated you then, I was already beginning to realize that things between us could be good. Good how? Good like this." He slides his fingers inside of me. My back arches. "Ah, yes. Okay. That's good." He fucks me slowly with his fingers as he licks my nipples. "That's very good, actually. I want to be your husband, Fallon, which means giving you everything." "Fuck, all right, you're doing fairly well already." "I know. I can hear you whimpering, moaning. Your pussy nice and slick." "Filthy man. Do you like it when I tell you these things? Do you like my dirty mouth?" "Yes, I do." "Good." He shifts his weight until he's kneeling in front of me. My legs are spread wide and my heart's racing. "Birth control." "Excuse me? Birth control. Are you on it?" "No." "All right." He leans over, fishes into a drawer, and comes back with a condom. "I'll wear this for now." For now? But he's already kissing me, his massive tip against my soaking entrance, and a sudden jolt of lust and fear hits me at the same time. He's going to fuck me now. His cock is going to stretch me wide, and he's going to take me, and I won't be a virgin anymore. I wriggle, whimpering, wanting him to do it, needing him to hurry, to take me, to go faster, to fill me. He slips inside. Bliss hits me, mixed with a burning, stretching pain. I gasp, then lean forward and bite down on his shoulder. He grunts in reply but doesn't stop. Slowly, gently, he fills me to the brim until he's entirely inside of me and I'm no longer the girl I was before. No longer a good Grady girl. "All mine," he whispers like it's a prayer. Slowly, he starts to move. "Are you okay?" I'm good. My eyes are squeezed closed. "Don't stop." I won't. He keeps going slow, but now he's stroking into me and I can feel a blossom of pleasure beginning to grow. His hands explore my body as he praises me more, his dirty words filtering into my brain. But I can barely understand them. All I know is my husband's fucking me, a man I supposedly hate, and I'm giving myself to him willingly. And it feels good. He licks my nipples as he fucks me, and it feels so good I could scream. The pain's still there, but the pleasure's growing in the background, more and more as he goes faster, grinding into me. "That's my girl," he whispers, as his fingers tease my nipples. "You're enjoying it now, aren't you? Lovely fox, you'll be sore afterward, but it'll be easier the next time." "Are you sure?" I grind my hips against him and he reaches down to rub a thumb along my clit. "I'm positive." I moan, back arching. He rubs and fucks me, and I'm tumbling into bliss. I can't ignore the pain, but I can't escape the pleasure. Can't escape this man, my husband, this stranger and bastard. He's beautiful, sensual. He's shockingly gentle and seems to care how I feel. I start to writhe against him, gasping, panting, begging him for more. He growls in response, fucking me faster, and we're moving together as sweat beads between my breasts, and he licks it away. "Fuck me, Jayson," I moan. "Oh God, fuck me until I'm a good girl." That's right, he says, gasping. And we're going together, faster, my clit grinding into him, and I can't stop it anymore. I moan, coming, the orgasm slamming into my mind like the jolt of a gunshot. It fills me as he fucks me through it, his cock deep between my legs, his mouth on my nipples driving me deeper into bliss. Then I'm finished, and I'm gasping for air. He pulls back, rips the condom from his cock, and slams himself into me again. I moan, shocked as he takes me like a beast, and even though it hurts, I'm even wetter now than I was before. He goes deeper, deeper, and finally he comes between my legs, filling me with his warmth. He collapses onto the bed with me in his arms. We say nothing for a little while. So much for the condom, I whisper. He grunts in reply. The what? The condom. You ripped it off. I turn to face him. He seems confused. Then he climbs over me and finds it on the floor, flicking on a light. I squint against the brightness. Ah, fuck, he says softly. I can barely make it out, the little smear of blood. He wraps it in a tissue and disposes of it. I guess I should have said something sooner. You didn't, though. He gets into bed again, breathing me in as he buries his face in my hair and pulls me tighter against him, turning me into the little spoon. His half-hard cocks against my ass. Hard for me to think. I did just lose my virginity. And I took it. You were such a good girl, my little fox. I know. I close my eyes, glowing under his praise, and only the smallest voice is telling me to stop enjoying this. The guilt's distant, almost non-existent. Say that again. Good girl. He kisses my neck. A very, very good girl. Thank you. I snuggle into him, not sure why this feels so nice, but willing to let myself enjoy it for a little while. It isn't every day a girl gets her first time. Chapter 24. Fallon. Sea breeze pulls my hair from the chunky clip. I gather it up again, but it's no use. I end up letting it go wild. Down below, the sand looks like construction paper, and the ocean's lapping at it with white spray. The sun's barely up, but it's a beautiful morning, chilly but glorious, only a smattering of puffy white clouds. I pull my robe tighter around me as the sliding door opens and Jayson steps outside. Good morning. He brings me a cup of coffee. I accept it with a conflicted smile. He looks at me, and I think about kissing him. We did have sex the night before, after all. But that feels even more intimate than him coming between my legs. Morning. Sleep all right? Slept great. He leans against the railing in a pair of joggers and a black t-shirt. The cold doesn't seem to bother him. We're dozens of stories in the air, but he doesn't bother looking down. How about you? For my first time. I clear my throat. I mean, first time sleeping in your bed. It wasn't so bad. It was a night of firsts. His smile is tight like he's trying not to laugh, which I appreciate. How are you feeling? I think I feel okay. I frown to myself, focusing on my body for a second. Sore, but it's not bad. That'll pass. The next time will be easier, and the time after that will be easier, and so on. There's a next time? I think so. He turns and looks at the ocean. I'm not so sure. You enjoyed it. Your first time, and you enjoyed it. Imagine what it'll be like if we keep going. I frown to myself. That's exactly the problem. If we do keep going, and it only gets better, what'll happen to us? Right now, we have some kind of uneasy truce. We hate each other, but we're also fucking because apparently we're a couple of stupid horn dogs that can't help it. But what if something changes? Sex complicates things, I say after a little while. Only people that have bad sex say that. He shakes his head. We're not going to stop. Why are you so damn confident all the time? It's not hard to be confident when you orgasmed all over my cock last night and moaned as I called you my good girl. Oh, God, I mutter, ears turning pink. Could you fucking not? It's so early. I have some time if you'd like to go back to bed. No, thank you much. Your loss? He shifts toward me, puts an arm around my waist and pulls me against him. I let out a surprised yelp as he kisses my cheek. It feels nice, his scruff and his soft lips. It feels good. I wouldn't mind. I bet you wouldn't. I extricate myself. You should go shower. You've got work. I guess so. What are your plans for the day? I thought I'd have a leisurely breakfast, take a bath, wander around. The usual. Casey's working later. You should go sit at her table and tell her all about how good it felt to lose your virginity to your husband. Hard pass. Your loss. She likes you, you know. I like her too. I glance at him. What do you care anyway? Why's it matter if your brother's wife likes me? It doesn't. His smile fades. But it matters to you. He leaves then, heading back inside. I let him go and stay outside a little longer than I wanted, fighting the cold with hot coffee. I don't know what to do about that man. There are moments where he seems to genuinely care about me. Then there are moments where it's like I'm nothing more than an annoyance, like a pile of spilled cereal or something. I felt like this sometimes when I was little, a girl running around with the boys, an annoying speck begging her older brother to teach her things. Except there's a weird sexual element with Jayson that never existed when I was little, and that makes it so much more complicated. Home was easy. I miss it desperately. I take deep breaths and blow air out, trying not to imagine my little flat situated above a bakery, the smell of bread coming up every morning, dampened only by the sounds of the bakers cussing at each other at ungodly hours. My cousins meeting at the pub around the corner, the girls drinking ciders and laughing at the boys, having family dinner with the aunts and uncles. I miss everyone and it kills me, stuck here in this country with these people I don't know. There's luxury here and that's nice, but luxury doesn't make up for real love. Then there's my father, the memory of him still looming like a ghost. I can almost pretend he's back in Dublin with the rest, though I know he's not. Only his body, tossed under dirt. That's where my heart's at. And even if I want to feel something for Jayson despite all the reasons why I shouldn't, there's nothing in me left to feel it. I've been excavated, emptied out, and now I'm a shell. When my fingers finally get so numb I can't stand it anymore, I turn and head inside. Jayson's gone, just like I planned. There's not much for me to do. Back home, I'd go to work. I had an office job in a shipping company related to the clan. It was dull, but at least I knew everyone, and it was something to do. Papa kept promising something better. That never panned out. I take a bath as threatened and ease myself into the water. I read for a while before getting out, showering off and dressing. The condo's empty, my footsteps echoing. The place is cavernous, and I pause outside of the guest room, thinking of the photocopied paperwork hidden in the closet in a little bathroom pipe access panel shoved back into the wall. Not the best spot, but good enough for a little while. I'm tempted to leaf through it all and get a sense of what it means, but can't bring myself to do it. I already regret telling Ryan the stuff exists. Instead, I head downstairs. Jayson's on my mind the whole time, since I can still feel him throbbing between my legs. Or maybe that's just the guilt eating me up. I slept with the man that killed my father. That's some Greek tragedy-style fucked-uppery, and yet I knowingly threw myself into Jayson's bed. I could have had some restraint, but I didn't. Now I feel like I've done nothing but betray my father's memory and my entire clan. Though isn't this the point? I'm meant to stay with Jayson, to fall in love with him, to have his little Italian-Irish babies or something. I'm the link in the chain holding it all together, and even though Jayson says it's only going to last for a year, wouldn't it be better if it lasted much longer? Better for the Grady clan, and for the Costa family at least, but better for me? I don't really know. That's the real problem. Casey's not working yet once I reach the main casino. I wander some more, considering heading to the cashier and asking for money, but end up at a bar alone instead. I can't bring myself to act like a Costa. I'm not one of them, and doubt I ever will be. The bartender brings me a big club soda, and I swirl it as I people watch. I used to sit in the park with my brother sometimes during lunch. We'd eat sandwiches and talk as we made up stories about the people that went past. He'd laugh and act like the lady with the 3 dogs is actually a spy and the animals are all trained to kill on command, or the big man in rollerblades is a former circus pro with scars on his hands from training the lions. Those were easy days, back before I left for school. Fallon Grady. My name makes me jump. No, not my name. My old name. The Grady name. Nobody's used that since I came here. I turned to look. A man standing a few feet away wearing a big puffy jacket. Dark hair, squinting eyes, bulbous nose. He looks like a dozen men I grew up with. Yeah? I ask. Sorry it's gotta be this way. Something sounds off about him until I realize. He's got an Irish accent. He sounds like me. But there shouldn't be any other Irish people here. That's when he pulls out the gun. Chapter 25. Jayson, I can't get any fucking work done because I'm too busy thinking about my pretty wife's virginity. Or her former virginity. Every time I close my eyes, I see her beneath me, her face twisted in ecstasy and pain, moaning as I filled her over and over again. I hear her orgasm, her whispers, her moans as I called her a good girl. It was the peak of my sexual life to this point, a moment of pure, blissful, erotic satisfaction, unlike anything I've experienced before. My head's all fucked. I'm not supposed to like my wife, let alone want to fuck her, let alone care how she feels about anything. Instead, sitting here, all I can think about is what's going on with her. If she's physically uncomfortable, if she's hurting, if she's nervous about what happened between us, it's driving me crazy. I don't want to like my wife, don't want to give a fuck about her, but I can't get her from my head. Her taste, her moans, her laughter. Being around her is surprising in so many ways, and it isn't only the sex. There's the dinner we had together. She's clever, outgoing, and hilarious when she wants to be. I like sparring with her, bantering back and forth. I enjoy being in her company, even if she's giving me shit half the time. I should focus on getting work done, but after maybe an hour of failing to focus, I end up hunting down the Sunrise's head of security, a guy named Zach. "What can I do for you, Jayson?" he asks when I poke my head into the command room. There are a couple dozen computer monitors spread out all over the place like a NASA launch mission. Security personnel are busy speaking softly into microphones, communicating with the floor bosses and the dealers as they scan the crowd using next-level facial recognition software. Not even the feds have this kind of computing firepower. It's next-level shit. "Need you to locate someone for me." "Easy." Zach gestures at the equipment. "Hit me." "My wife." Zach nods, turns away and taps at a computer. A second later, a security camera view appears in the corner. It shows a bar near the sports book, crowded with people despite the early hour. A small green square appears around one woman's face. She's sitting alone near the far end, drinking a big, ice-filled glass of something bubbly. "There you go." Zach zooms in. The woman's face resolves, and it's definitely Fallon. "Got anything hard for me?" "Sure. Find me a quarter on the ground." He laughs, but squints at the computer. "You know, if I feed the AI software the right data..." "I'm kidding. Thanks, Zach." I leave the security room before the guy can nerd out. He's one of the most competent employees we have, though, and I like him very much, but there's only so much tech talk I can deal with. The elevator takes me down to casino level. I head across the gaming floor, stopping a couple times when a boss comes over and talks to me about some problem or other. I'm not technically a part of the Sunrise, but I'm one of the Costa brothers, which means I'm as close to the top of the pyramid as it gets. But finally, I reach the bar, just in time to see Fallon turning around and staring at some big guy in a puffer jacket. He's standing right in front of her. He says something I can't hear and she looks confused, her eyebrows knit. She doesn't see me. She's busy staring at the guy talking to her. I pick up my pace as a bad feeling rolls into my guts. Fallon leans back as the guy reaches into his waistband. I start running. He draws a gun. Pistol, probably nothing more than a little compact .22. Not fancy or powerful, but enough to kill at close range. My heart screaming into my throat as I barrel forward, slamming 2 tourists out of the way, knocking another on his ass when he fails to move fast enough. The gun's aimed at my wife's face, and every inch of me is screaming as I flash back to the moment in the Italian restaurant, when those 3 Grady killers came in, murdering my friends. Jackson moved first. Then, he put himself in harm's way to save my life. But I can't let him do it again. I can't let anyone else die because of me, because I'm not fast enough, not strong enough, not willing to take a bullet. I growl, more of a scream, and throw myself at the man and his weapon, hitting him from the side. The gun goes off, noise cracking through the steady hum of the casino floor. People are running, shouting, screaming as my fists come down into the man's face, pounding him without thinking. I'm bloody, he's bloody, and I'm in a blind rage, only barely conscious enough to rip the gun from his limp grasp and toss it aside. I hit him, over and over, shouting in his face, "You won't hurt my wife," roaring it like a monster, all humanity lost, until I feel people grab me and drag me back. I struggle, but then I see the man's body lying on the floor, his face broken in, his teeth gone, his mouth a cavity of blood, his nose cracked and wrecked, his eyes pulverized, his limbs twitching, dead or about to be dead. She's safe. It's Zach and his people. A swarm of them, mostly tending to the corpse I left on the floor, the rest pushing the crowds back, making sure nobody's taking pictures, controlling the area. "We got her. She's okay." "Where?" I snarl, looking around. "Jayson, you're a mess. We need to get you cleaned up." "Where the fuck is my wife?" "Here. Over here." Zach gestures toward the bar, where Fallon's standing off to the side, covered by 3 big thugs with weapons drawn, her hands covering her mouth, her eyes wide. I go to her. I shove past the guards. She flinches back, but I don't care about that. I grab her forearms, gripping them tight, my fingers leaving red prints on her pale skin. "Are you okay?" I ask, holding tight. I shake her slightly, desperate. "Are you hurt?" "No," she manages. "No, I'm okay. I'm fine. Thank fucking God. You're covered in blood." I look down at myself. She's right. I'm a mess. Zach was right too. I should probably get cleaned up. There are going to be cops, statements, a bunch of headaches, but all I care about is her. "What happened?" I ask, leaning closer to her. "Tell me who that was." "I don't know," she says, her voice quiet and choked with emotion. "I'm not—" She shakes her head, tears rolling down her face. "What did he say?" "My name. My old last name. Then he said he was sorry before he took the gun out." "Fuck," I say softly. "Jayson. He had an Irish accent. He was Irish." The horror of that settles into my stomach and I pull her against me, holding her tight, despite the blood and the crowd, despite everything, and she sobs into my shoulder. Chapter 26. Fallon. How the fuck did this happen? Jayson remains rigid at the back of Adler's office. His voice rolls like thunder from the back of his throat. He's in clean clothes, the blood freshly washed from his skin. I was there with him in the bathroom, and when he was finished, he cleaned me next. I can still feel the blood that covered his clothes when he pulled me into that embrace. I don't know. Adler stands behind his desk, palms flat on top, leaning forward as he glares at the room. There are more men I've never seen gathered around. I wasn't introduced to them, but I can guess who they are. Capos, captains of the family, mafioso from the darker sides of the Costa organization. Hard men, angry men. "How did an armed man get into my casino?" "Gun was hidden under his jacket," Zach says. "Kept in a special holster. We didn't pick it up." Fuck. Adler's seething as he meets each of his men's gaze. Nobody overreacts. Understand me? Overreact? Jayson's voice is rage-fueled gravel. "My wife was nearly assassinated in our own casino. What the fuck do you mean, don't overreact?" "We don't know. She said it herself. He was Irish." Adler takes a long breath and lets it out. That doesn't necessarily mean it was the fucking Grady family. Jayson roars, trembling with rage. You know it as well as I do. There aren't any Irish killers, none that have an accent at least. You don't know everyone in town. But even Adler doesn't sound convinced. Who else would want to hurt her? The better question is, why the fuck would her own family want her dead? Adler's jaw works until he shakes his head. Everyone out. Jayson and Fallon stay. The men clear the room. I remain in my corner on a couch, my knees pulled to my chest. Jayson doesn't look at me. He's too busy glaring at his brother like they're about to kill each other. Adler seems more resigned than anything else. Once we're alone, Adler turns in my direction. Fallon, tell me everything that happened. I give him the full story from the moment the guy said my real name to the moment Jayson saved my life. That's everything as best I can remember it. And you're sure he said Grady? You're sure he had an accent? Dublin accent. I'm positive. Like I said, they tried to kill their own sister, Jayson says with a look of disgust. But I speak up. I can't stay quiet forever. It wasn't Ryan. Both men stare at me. I shiver under the combined weight of their glares. Explain, Adler commands. Before Ryan left, he told me something. He said he's having trouble holding the clan together ever since my father died. He said there are people in the Grady family that don't want me marrying a Costa. But he didn't say that they'd try to kill me. Adler and Jayson exchange a look. Why didn't you mention this? Jayson asks. Ryan didn't want me to. He doesn't want to seem weak. I stare down at my hands. I'm sorry. Maybe I should have. You're loyal to your brother and your family, Jayson says. I look up. He doesn't seem upset about it. If anything, he nods his head in approval, like he wouldn't expect anything less. This complicates things, Adler says. I need to speak with your brother to confirm what you just told me and find out exactly how much danger you're in. Please don't let this ruin the truce, I say, looking between the brothers in a panic. It isn't Ryan's fault. He's doing all this in good faith. He's never tried to hurt me. We'll see. Adler nods at Jayson. Take your wife home. Make sure she's okay. I want to talk to her brother. Later, once you've calmed down. For now, let me do it. Jayson wants to argue. I can tell he wants to threaten my brother, but that won't help anything. All right, Jayson says after a long pause. Fallon, come on. He helps me to my feet, but he doesn't release my hand once I'm standing. His grip is firm. Stay close. I'm fine, I whisper as we leave the office together. In the hall, the gangsters are waiting. They stare as we walk past. Jayson nods to them but says nothing, only guides me to the elevator. He doesn't release me. Not for a second. And I'm strangely comforted by his grip. I want him to hold me tighter, pull me closer, because the crack of that gunshot keeps playing in my mind, the stare of the black barrel pointed at my skull, the end of me wavering in the hand of a man that might have known me since I was a girl, if only from a distance. A man of my own family, come to end my life because I represent something he didn't want. Peace. The end of the fighting. No more revenge. Because blood only begets more blood. I understood that, sitting on the bar stool, staring at my husband beat a human to death with his bare hands. Killing only makes more killing, and if we can't find a way to move past what happened, to accept that we all have good reasons to do the terrible things we do, then it'll keep coming back. It won't ever stop. You saved my life. The words tumble out once we're safely in the condo, standing together in the living room. I told you. I'll always take care of my wife. You risked yourself. I reach out and raise his arm. There's a deep furrow down the side where the bullet tore flesh. He was lucky it didn't go in and only grazed him. You could have died. And you would have died if I hadn't done anything. He touches my face. Tender. Loving. I'm breathing fast, my pulse in my throat. When I saw that gun, and I saw you sitting there, I couldn't let it happen. I tried to throw myself in front of the bullet, but I ran into him instead. Jayson, I lost someone important to me once. My best friend sacrificed himself to save me, and after that happened, I swore I'd never let anyone do that for me again. I swore I'd give that same sacrifice to someone else I care about if the opportunity ever arose. I swore I'd be half as brave as he was. You don't owe me that, I whisper, tears in my throat. This isn't real, right? You are mine, Fallon. I don't care how this started. I barely care who you are. Your family isn't important. Your old name is gone. You have my name now, and I will protect you for as long as you keep it. I blink twice as the tears roll down my cheeks. Why? I don't understand why. I thought you hated me. I thought I did too, right up until I almost watched you die. And I knew I was only lying to myself. Fuck, I say, shaking my head. You didn't need to do that. You really didn't need to say that. I step forward and press myself against him. He wraps his arms around me, hugging me tight. You're wrong. I do need to take care of you. I need it more than you'll understand. I tilt my chin toward him. He wipes the tears from my cheeks. I get up on my toes and kiss his lips softly, and he returns the kiss with a low purr. I hold my mouth against his, and the kiss deepens, until a hunger takes me over. A hunger I didn't know I've been holding back. Then my husband's dragging me upstairs, kissing and shedding clothes as we stumble into the bedroom. Chapter 27. Fallon, I've never felt so confused in my life. Everything I thought was true feels like an elaborate lie. Everything I thought would happen hasn't panned out. Marrying Jayson felt like the end of my life. But as he pushes me down onto the bed, his mouth buried between my legs, being with him feels like getting a second chance. I never should have left you alone, he snarls as his fingers slide up and down my wet slit before pushing deep inside. I gasp, back arching. Careful, I moan to him. I'm still sore. He fucks me slowly with his fingers as his tongue rolls around my clit. I should have kept you with me. Never let you leave my sight. You didn't know. I gasp as he hits that perfect spot, sending a jolt of pleasure deep into my core. How could you have known? I should have seen it coming. He goes faster as if getting me off will absolve him of this guilt. It was too easy. There's nothing easy about you. Please, my darling wife. You know what I mean. Some part of me knows whatever he's feeling isn't only because someone tried to kill me. It's a lot more than that. A lot bigger. You never could have guessed. I sit up with some effort and shuffle back, out of his reach. He stares at me until I shift forward again and cradle his face in my arms, leaning down to kiss him. I taste myself on his lips. How could you have known my own family would try to kill me? He grunts in response. What else can he say? Nobody saw it coming. Nobody except for me and Ryan. It's my fault, I tell him, even though it's clear he doesn't like it. I knew there were problems in the clan. There were people that didn't want to end the war and didn't want me married to you. What better way to solve both problems than to hurt me? Killing me was the perfect plan. I should have seen it coming. You are not responsible for protecting yourself. He touches my cheek and crawls up onto the bed until I'm pinned down beneath him. He kisses my neck, my lips, probing, teasing, searching for something. I feel him stiffen against my thigh. That's my job now. I'm sorry I didn't tell you. I just didn't know. Didn't know what? That the threat to my life was real, or how I'd start to feel about him. I whimper as he licks my nipples, sucking them as my fingers grip his hair. You're safe now, he says. It doesn't matter anymore. You're safe, and I swear nobody will ever get near you again. What are you gonna do? Lock me up in this condo? If I have to. Be realistic. There will be guards, my lovely wife. He grabs my wrists and pins them above my head as he licks my nipples some more, I'm squirming, so wet and ready to burst. I freaking love the way that feels. You'll be taken care of, I promise. Whatever you say, I whisper, panting hard. Just stop driving me crazy and give me what I want. Which is what? You know what? You just like hearing me say it. I do, he says, sounding so pleased with himself. So say it. Fuck me. Please, Jayson, fuck me! He positions himself, his tip against my aching entrance, and slowly presses inside. I gasp, pain hitting me first. Pain which quickly resolves into a dull burn, then into pleasure as he fills me to the brim, kissing my breasts, my mouth, my neck. That's right, my wife, he whispers as we start to move together. This time the pain is muted, almost distant, completely overshadowed by how damn good it feels to have him between my legs. I've made a lot of mistakes, but marrying you wasn't one of them. Saving your life was the best decision I've ever made. I'll save you 1,000 more times if that's what it takes. We fall into rhythm. There's no outside world. Nobody trying to hurt us. No more war. No more family. No clan or mafia. Only him and me in this bed. Fucking each other. Moaning and gasping and pleasing. Letting go of everything holding us back. I bite his shoulder as he wrecks me. Over and over. Thrusting deep between my legs until I come for him. Gasping his name, calling him my husband, loving that word for the first time. Husband, husband, and he comes for me, saying wife, wife, wife. I'm a mess of sweat and joy as he wraps his big arms around me. I snuggle close, breathing him in, not wanting to think about anything but this bedroom. Can I ask you something? I whisper. Go ahead. Anything. Were you afraid? When you tackled that guy? No, not at all. I didn't think about it. I saw you were in trouble and I reacted. I wasn't going to fail twice. Jayson. I turn around and touch his face. You didn't fail your friend. I did. His expression is stoic, but I know how much this hurts him. You didn't. He saved your life for the same reason you saved mine, because he felt it was the right thing to do. You can't take that away from him. His expression cracks. The agony is heartbreaking, knowing that his friend's death still haunts him. I hug him tight, and he hugs me back, holding each other against the guilt that won't ever give him peace. But when I pull back, he's smiling. Who would have guessed? He asks, shaking his head. When I kissed you at that ceremony, I was just trying to fuck with you. And now here I am, thinking about kissing you all the damn time. Really? I feel my ears flush pink. I've been thinking about it too. The kissing stuff, I mean. What else are you thinking about? He brushes his knuckles across my cheek. I'm not miserable here. I thought I'd hate it, but I shrug a little. I miss home. I miss my family and my old life, but it's been nice, you know? I'm happy. I like having you in my life. Do you really? I mean, you didn't want this marriage. Maybe you wanted it even less than I did. What made you change your mind? You did. He says it so simply, and the implication rings in my ears. He changed his mind. We stay in silence like that for a little while. I think of my father, and the memory doesn't feel like a stab in my guts anymore. Papa made his decisions. He went to war with the Costa family knowing damn well what would happen. Cousins, soldiers, friends, and husbands died in the fighting, and it was my father that made the call. He sent them to their graves, and he went too. I want to find the anger still. I know it's there, hidden away, plastered over by these feelings I've developed for Jayson. The Costas aren't the monsters I thought they'd be when I first came here, and things are so much more complicated than I guessed. Forget black and white. Forget gray. This is all mud. A sludge of conflicting emotions, conflicting truths. What does it mean that my husband ordered my father's death? What does it mean that my father ordered my husband's murder? One worked, the other didn't. Do they cancel each other out? Does revenge help anyone at all? It doesn't help the dead. I doubt it helps the living. I close my eyes for a while and let my mind drift. Chapter 28. Jayson let Fallon sleep. But before I leave, I make sure there are at least 2 guards on the door. Nobody in or out unless it's me, I tell them before I leave to find Adler. My brother's still in his office looking exhausted. You're not going to like what he said, Adler says as he stares at me. I slump into a chair in front of his desk. The rage is still there. It's hotter than ever, burning to break free from my chest. But it's tempered now. I can control it, direct it where it needs to go. Spending some time with Fallon helped. Making sure she's safe, getting her off, putting her to sleep. That helped me find a center I didn't know existed. A center walled off from the hate and rage and guilt that's been eating at me. She didn't deserve this. The words come out harsh. I hate myself for feeling this way, for loving her the way I do, for the weakness it implies. But it's also a kind of strength, loving when love is hard. You're right, she didn't. What did the brother have to say for himself? Only that there are factions within his family that aren't fully under his control, and that he was looking into it. He seemed cagey. Could he have ordered it? I don't think so. I want to talk to him. That might not be a good idea. Let me rephrase that. I am going to talk to him. Adler snorts, shaking his head. Yeah, I figured. And I'm going to do it with Fallon in the room. That surprises him. His eyebrows raise as he sits back to study me. Why? He asks. Because she was nearly killed, and if I hadn't already been on my way to find her, she'd be dead right now. We got lucky, and I want her to get some closure on this. I want her to hear it from her brother. Interesting. He steeples his fingers. You care about her? Yes, I care about her. That's good. I'm glad you're admitting it. Stop. I don't need your smug bullshit right now. All right. When do you plan on calling? Soon. I'm only here to give you a heads up and make a request. Go ahead. Someone found her. I don't know how, but they got her precise location. Maybe old-fashioned spy work, but I want to be careful. I want you to check out that phone I got for her. Make sure it's clean. I had the usual software installed. It wasn't the phone. Double check to make sure. Also have Zach go over the cameras to see if we can't find an accomplice. Adler's smile is wry. Yes, that would be nice, since you killed our only good lead. Yeah, well, I wasn't thinking long-term when I was saving my wife's life. I get up, stretching. Tell me what they find. Will do. I head to the door, but Adler calls out before I can leave. Don't do something stupid, okay? Don't think you can get revenge on your own. I stare down at the carpet. I won't be alone. I'll make sure she's involved. I walk off before he can argue. Adler has nothing to say that I want to hear right now. And anyway, he doesn't know a thing about revenge. My life's been nothing but revenge since the day Jackson died. Revenge and hate and pain. I bombed Colm Grady's car because I hoped that would bring me some peace. But all it did was make things worse. The war ended, but it made Fallon despise me. I don't mourn her father. I think he got what he deserved, and I would probably make the same decision all over again if given the same chance. But I wish it could have happened without hurting my wife in the process. She's awake when I get back to the room. I stand in the doorway, staring as she moves around the room, getting dressed. I marvel at her body, at her lean legs and her lovely breasts, as she covers herself with sweats. When she notices me there, a smile lights up her face, and that fucking kills me. She's happy to see me like I'm happy to see her. How are you feeling? I ask, walking over. Not too bad considering someone tried to shoot me in the face. How about yourself? Same. Knuckles are bruised. I kiss her gently. She doesn't hesitate, and I feel something new lock into place. The poor bastard's face is bruised worse. We're looking for accomplices right now, someone else we can interrogate. Since you went all psycho on that other guy, That makes sense. Did you want me to spare the man that nearly killed you? I brush my bruised fingers across her cheek. She shrugs. Might have been good. Better to ask him questions before killing him, right? True. But nobody tries to hurt my wife and survives for long. What a big manly man. She grins and gets on her toes to kiss me. So protective. Do you like that? I press her closer, pushing my palm into the small of her back. She laughs, struggling to get away. No, not again. Don't start this. I know where this is going, and I am not indulging your needs. I reluctantly release her as she skips across the room. I don't chase, even if I desperately want to. Instead, I nod toward her phone where it sits on the dresser. We need to call your brother. She's surprised by that and calms down quickly as she sits on the edge of the bed. Why? I thought Adler was handling that stuff. I want to talk to him together. I want to see if he'll tell us something he wouldn't tell my brother. I'm not sure that's a good idea. She tugs at a loose strand of her hair and adjusts her sweatshirt. I'm worried about what you're going to say. I can control myself. You sure about that? Make the call, Fallon. She rolls her eyes and a bit of that fire comes back. Go ahead and do it yourself if you're so damn keen. I can't hide my smile as I grab her phone and pull up her brother's number. I like it when she's mouthy with me. Gives me a good reason to punish her later. Ryan's cell rings a few times before he picks up. He sounds tired and harried, and I'm guessing it's late over there in Dublin. Hello? He asks. Fallon? Hello, Ryan. I stare down at my wife and she doesn't look happy. I'm here with your sister. He clears his throat. Jayson. Hey. How's she doing? I'm all right, Fallon says. Holding in there despite our family's best efforts. I'm sorry. To his credit, he sounds like he means it, though I'm not completely convinced he's innocent yet. But I keep those doubts to myself. I didn't know they'd try to move that fast. Hell, I didn't know they'd go to such extremes at all. You did warn me there could be trouble. Yes, but I didn't think that trouble would come to murder. I'm fine. Really, I'm okay. Jayson saved me. He's silent for a moment. Thank you for that, Jayson. I owe you a debt. How about I cash in right now and you answer some questions, I say, trying to keep my tone as neutral as I can, even if I despise this man right now. How could anyone put their own sister in this position? I already told your brother what I know. Not good enough. This is the no bullshit conversation. Not that political crap you had with Adler. Ryan doesn't sound happy. What do you want to know? Start with the factions. Who are they and what do they want? I don't have specific names. We're rooting them out now. The men who are loyal to the clan and I. But from what I understand, it's what's left of the pro-war faction. Men who do not, under any circumstances, want to see a ceasefire between our two organizations. I glance at Fallon, and though she doesn't seem happy, she doesn't contradict him. What else? There are others in the States, some of our people, loyal to me. They're supposed to be watching out for my sister, but if someone got that close, your loyal soldiers may not be so loyal. I rub my face with a hand. How many did you leave behind? 10. I suspect it's only 9 now. All right, that's not too bad. We can handle 9. I need names and photographs. Adler's going to be unhappy. Leaving men behind was not part of the deal. I don't give a fuck what Adler thinks, I say, losing patience. My wife's life is in danger, and I will not have a repeat of earlier happen again. Send over the information. He's silent, and I can almost hear him thinking. Fallon's looking at me with a deep frown, and I wish I could see inside of her head. You really do give a damn about her, don't you? Ryan sounds surprised, like he can barely believe it. Adler said you did. I wasn't so sure. I really do. I look at Fallon as I say it, and she stares right back. Her ears turn pink, which I've come to realize means she's embarrassed. Which likely surprises me as much as it surprises you. It's not a bad thing, I suppose. Fallon, Are you all right? Being treated okay? I'm fine, she says in a small voice. Really? Don't worry. You nearly got your face blown off. So yeah, I'm gonna worry. Rian sighs through the line, and I hear him adjust something on his end. All right, I'll send names and photographs. All I ask is, you don't kill them until we can figure out if they all turned against me. And if they did, then go ahead and dump their bodies in the ocean for all I care. Gladly. We talk some more logistics before I hang up, feeling unsatisfied. I toss the phone onto the bed and sit down beside Fallon. She leans up against my side and kisses my neck. You're angry, she says. Can you blame me? Your brother left 10 killers behind to watch over you, but he can't really control his own damn family. It's not his fault. How? If my father hadn't died, the clan would still be united. Ah, it's my fault then. Something like that. She kisses me again. If your father hadn't tried to kill me and murdered my best friend instead, none of this would have happened. We can go on and on back to the first stone, but it won't do much good. You're right, she says, and shifts herself until she's sitting in my lap, facing me. I kiss her gently, and she kisses me back. We can keep score, but everyone loses, right? That's why we stopped the war. It doesn't lead anywhere. No, it doesn't. Only more death. We can change things. Me and you. And how do we do that, my wife? I cup her ass, feeling my cock stir as I nibble on her lower lip. I suspect whatever you're thinking right now isn't the answer. Love beats hate, right? I'm only imagining its physical incarnation. Darling, what you do to me isn't really love. It's something so much worse, and way more fun. I laugh, kissing her neck. Darling, I like it. Sorry, just slipped out. Say it again. Darling. Darling. I squeeze her ass and turn around until she's pinned on the bed. Here's what I'm thinking. Oh no, he's thinking. This is bad. Stop it. I kiss her neck and bite gently. You and I are going to stay in bed for another few hours. We'll keep the doors locked and turn off our phones. I'm going to fuck you until you're mindless. And then we'll do it again until you can't walk properly. I think I can handle that. Probably not, but we'll find out. You're so damn sure of yourself. Past experience proves I'm generally right. I pull her hair tightly in one fist, making her gasp. Once I'm done with you, we'll go over this casino, every fucking inch, until we find those remaining Irishmen. And if they mean you any harm, you don't need to give me details. I know what you do to people you don't like. Good. I kiss her hard. Lucky for you, I like you a lot. I bet you do. Easy to like me when your hard cock's between my legs. Quit complaining and let me fuck you. Yes, darling. Chapter 29. Fallon, Casey sits across the table from me as the waitress brings us each a glass of wine. She drinks quickly and leans forward, putting a hand on mine. Back at the entrance to the casino's restaurant, 3 Costa thugs lurk like angry sharks looking for prey. I am so sorry that happened, Casey says, squeezing my hand. Seriously, when Adler told me I was so upset. I'm okay, though. Thank God Jayson was there. He saved my life. Didn't even hesitate, even though the guy had a gun. Just tackled the shit out of him and kept on punching. Almost got shot. Costa men, she says, shaking her head with a smile. Really, though, things aren't normally that dangerous. Although, what? I guess almost getting killed is kind of a Costa wife tradition. My eyebrows shoot up. Sorry, nobody told me about that one. A warning would have been nice. Happens to everyone. Well, it happened to me, Isabel and Helly. Now you're rounding it out. Do you think maybe it's not our fault? Maybe it's the fact that our husbands are violent mafia bastards? Crossed my mind once or twice. She laughs and takes a long drink. But hey, the heart wants what it wants. I suppose it does. The heart Or something a little further south, anyway. Speaking of the heart wanting. Her eyebrows raise and she gives me a mischievous look over her glass. How's married life? Oh, you know, aside from the attempted murder. It's not too bad. Come on. Forget about the nearly getting killed thing. Tell me about the good stuff. You know, like how physically satisfied you are? Ah, no thank you. I don't want to discuss my sex life with anyone. What Jayson and I do is our business alone. You have a sex life with him then? She leans closer, getting excited. I knew it. I knew it. I saw the way you two looked at each other and all that stupid bickering. We do not bicker. Oh my God. You two bicker like you want to freaking hate fuck each other to death. It's so hot. She fans herself, grinning, and I laugh from the sheer absurdity of this conversation. Seriously, I wish Adler would be a little bit meaner to me. You know what I mean? So I can try to pull his hair and he can pin me down and can we not do this? I mean, I'm just coming to grips with nearly getting killed and I really don't need my relationship gossiped about. I would never gossip. She raises a hand and puts the other over her heart. Except with Helly and Isabel. We're the Costa wives, we have to talk. You understand. But this is like a sacred sisterhood you've entered. The four of us are all we have, right? I groan, rubbing my face, and take a long drink from my glass. Just go easy on me, okay? You have my word. But seriously, you two are starting to like each other. There are some fond feelings, and lots of raunchy sex. Spanking, dominance, dirty talk. Oh, did he handcuff you? Ah, I bet he handcuffed you to the bed. She sighs, leaning back with a wistful look on her face. Adler, for our first anniversary, he had these silk ropes. Please do not tell me about your bondage escapades. It was just a little light bondage? Nothing to be ashamed of. Although I'm pretty sure he got me pregnant that night. Whoops. Bondage, baby. Oh, God. Hey, don't worry. We were actually trying for baby 2 anyway. That's good, right? I have no clue how to feel about this. The waitress returns and we order. Once she's gone, Casey talks all about her life as a Costa wife, being much more candid than I ever imagined she would. It's honestly a bit raunchy, and my ears are burning the whole time, right through until the waitress offers us dessert, and we both politely decline. As Casey finishes a story about changing diapers and sneaking quickies in during baby naps, her eyes widen as she stares at something over my shoulder. I frown and follow her gaze, and spot Jayson's mother walking through the crowd, headed straight to our table. I feel speechless as she approaches and stops right next to me, looking down like a matriarch, her graying hair beautifully styled, wearing a lovely pink pantsuit as if she were the descendant of New England royalty. Fallon, she says, and for a moment I think she's about to tell me off for almost getting myself killed in her casino. Instead, she reaches down and takes my hand. I'm happy you're okay. Casey covers her mouth like she's holding back a squeal of delight. Thank you, Mrs. Costa. Call me Nessa. I'm so sorry you were nearly hurt on our watch. It's shameful, and I will make sure my sons do not let it happen again. It's okay. Nessa. She nods once, then does the impossible. She bends down and gives me a hug. I hug her back, totally bewildered, as Casey stares on in complete shock. Once the hug is done, Nessa Costa steps back, nods a hello to Casey, then walks away as if that was completely normal. Oh my fucking God, Casey says, leaning forward and staring at me like an alien just burst from my chest. You are so lucky. It took me forever before she let me use her first freaking name. And here you are, pulling it off in like a week. Only took one murder attempt, I mumble, staring after Mrs. Costa, not sure how to feel about that. It was kind of nice. An awkward hug, but a warm one, and she seemed like she really was sorry it happened and is happy I'm not dead. Strange, but nice. After dinner, I find Jayson back in the condo. He's in the living room, his sleeves rolled up, looking exhausted, but gets up and kisses me when I enter the room. It's strange how quickly that affection's been normalized. I linger under his touch, wanting more. A few days ago, I would have recoiled in shock. Now, I'm hungry for him. How was it? He asks, directing me over to the coffee table. Papers and photographs are spread out all over. Good. Casey's great. And your mother stopped by to say how sorry she was about everything. He rears back as if struck. Wait. My mother. Yeah, I know, right? I lean forward, squinting at headshots of men. What's all this? Forget that for a second. My mother, Jayson Costa, came to see you and said she was sorry? I don't think I've ever heard her use the word sorry. Asked me to call her by her first name too. Jason's hands go over his heart. I think I'm having a stroke. Call 911 then, but don't think I'll take care of you. Wow, this is incredible. Imagine how I feel. Seriously, what is all this? He gathers himself before pushing a few photos my way. Recognize any of these people? I point at one. I know him. Part of the clan back home. O'Malley, I think? I recognize a few others, but they're all soldiers. Guys I never really knew. These are the 9 still in the States. The guys your brother left behind. One's dead, but we have surveillance footage of the rest hanging around. They won't get within 2 miles of the casino without us finding out about it now that their faces are in the software. I go very still. Software? Sure. We've got advanced facial recognition stuff wired all over. Plus, there are recording devices in every room. Your phone's filled with it, too. My hands go cold. My stomach feels as though it might drop through my body into the floor. My phone's being monitored? Passively. Nobody's actually listening to the recordings. Well, Adler's got guys going through them now to make sure you weren't being tracked by your brother. But that's just a paranoid precaution. You can still use your phone, though. Everything's automatically uploaded to our servers. I go very still. My heart's racing like crazy, and I feel lightheaded. The documents in the duffel hidden in the wall, in that stupid pipe access hatch. My conversation with my brother, telling him all about it. They have it. They fucking have every word, and now they're going to find it. I get up and walk away, feeling jittery. I head into the kitchen and pour myself an enormous glass of wine. You okay? He asks, squinting at me. You look off. Fine, I say. I feel sick. I don't want to lie to him, but if I tell him the truth, how's he going to react? Sorry, hun, I wanted to destroy you when we first got married, so I stole from you and copied your private documents. Ha ha ha, whoops. Oh, also my brother was in on it. Hey, that will fuck everything. Fuck it so hard the war will start again. Ryan will be implicated. Jayson will strangle me himself. I'm so beyond screwed. Seriously, you look upset. Just thinking about the guys left here to kill me is all. Not a pleasant thing, you know. I know. His voice softens. You're safe, I promise. All right, I know that. Mind if I go take a shower? I'm feeling a little, you know? Go ahead. He turns back to his papers. Ryan sent over profiles on each of the guys, too. At least your worthless brother is thorough when it comes to fixing his mistakes. Normally, I'd defend Ryan, but I just get out of there. I hurry upstairs, into our bedroom, slam the door, and throw myself into the bathroom. I turn on the shower, but sit on the edge of the tub, feeling like I might disintegrate into little mushy pieces. My call was recorded. It's somewhere in the cloud on some Costa computer waiting for them to find it. And when they do, how will Jayson react? I have to destroy the documents. That's my first step. Then maybe I can convince Jayson that it was a huge mistake, and maybe he'll show me pity. I close my eyes and can see him pummeling my attacker in the face, slamming his fists down over and over, murdering a man with his bare hands. I have to destroy the papers, then I need to get the fuck away before that's my skull he's smashing. Chapter 30. Jayson eyebrush Fallon's hair off her shoulder and she flinches. What's the matter? I say quietly as I kiss her neck. Nothing. I'm fine. She rolls over. It's dark in our room. 3 days since the attack, and we've done nothing much more than fuck and spend time together, as if making up for missed chances. It's been a good few days, except sometimes she seems distant, almost like she's still afraid of me. And I don't understand why. That's not what people say when they're really fine. In this case, I actually mean it. She smiles and kisses me, but there's something forced in her tone. My alarms should be blaring right about now. I'm normally good at reading people, except my wife's lips and her lovely, silky pussy are the ideal distractions, perfect for making me think with my dick. If there's something you want to talk about, I can imagine several things. Our relationship is progressing quickly, and she might be a little nervous about what that means. She was also a virgin only a few days ago, and now we're fucking as if our lives depend on it, which I very much enjoy. But I can imagine why she might need a little more time to acclimate. It's strange, thinking this way. I've never cared about another person's feelings so much before in my life. It's like bringing her into my world's opened up an entirely new part of me, one I didn't think could even exist. Except here I am, lying in bed with my wife, a woman I hated not too long ago, completely obsessed with her and worried about how she's feeling. Really, I'm fine. How can I prove it? I shrug slightly, putting my hands behind my head as I lean back on my pillow. Straddle me. Sorry? Bring your lovely ass over here and straddle me. No, wait. Take off your panties first. Jayson, take them off, wife of mine. I will not have so much as a thin strip of cotton between your lovely body and my own. Are you removing your boxers? Fair point. I shove them down. My cock's already half hard. Now I'm good. She sighs, but I can hear the smile as she rustles beside me, then comes over. Her hair falls down around my face, darkening the already black room as she sits back. The shaft of my cock's between her legs, her wet pussy wrapped around its length, my tip pointed up at my belly button. She leans back, her hands on my knees. Now I just sit here, yeah? I don't move at all, and you tell me how perfect and amazing I am? You're half right. You are perfect. You look like a sex goddess, and your pussy is practically clenching down on me. It feels like fucking heaven. What a smooth talker. Now's the part where you start to grind your aching clit along my hard cock. Should I? She puts one finger against her lips. Fuck. What I wouldn't give for my cock to be there instead. I don't know. You keep acting like I'm a fragile little egg about to break when I keep telling you. I sit up on one arm and reach out with my other, gripping her hair. I pull her forward and she yelps, surprised, which makes her hips shift back, grinding her pussy down my length. I strangle her with a kiss, smothering whatever she was about to say. Move, I growl into her mouth. Yes, sir, she whispers, and starts to slowly drag her pussy up and down my shaft. Fucking hell, it's such a tease, but that's what I want right now. A bit of a tease to loosen her up, because she's hiding something and I don't know what it is. Is that better? I ask, hands behind my head again, enjoying the view. Her thighs are fucking gorgeous. Her breasts are perfect, and the little pink buds of her nipples are so stiff, they're practically leaping from her chest and begging me to suck them. Not yet, though. I don't want her to come just yet. Define better, she says, her voice husky with lust. It feels good. Correct, it feels good. And you're not distracted by whatever you're worrying about. Sorry, what now? Can't think at the moment. She's grinding faster, up and down. I love the way her muscles work as her mouth opens, forming a perfect little letter O. That's because you're busy grinding your lovely wet little cunt up and down my hard cock. Oh, I like when you talk dirty. She shivers slightly, going faster. Her palms pressed on my chest now, her tits pushed together, looking like heaven and hell all mixed into creamy skin and auburn hair. Say something mean. Something mean? Please don't tease me. You know what I want to hear. You are a little slut for me, aren't you? She moans, nodding her head. Yes, baby, I am. You are my slut, and only mine. How can I be a slut if I'm only fucking you? It's because you let me do whatever filthy thing I can think of. And you know the worst part? You fucking love it. God, yes, she moans, going faster. I don't know how much longer I can take this before I sink myself inside of her, but I want to push her to the edge before I fill her to the brim. You went from my virginal wife to my filthy slut in only a few days. All because you love my cock buried between your legs. You love the way I make you come. God, I love it, she groans, fingers digging into my skin. I love it so much. You want me to come on your pretty mouth. You want me to punish those filthy lips and fuck your tight pussy until you scream. That's all you want, isn't it? That's why you're my perfect, beautiful, lovely little slut. Because all you can think about is getting fucked and satisfied. Jayson, she says, and I can tell she's close now by the sound of her voice. I grab her hips and move them up ever so slightly, enough that my tip presses against her entrance. I'm already soaked, and she's dripping wet, which means I slide into her like nothing, thrusting up deep into her tight slit. She screams her bliss as I thrust again, and again, and again, then take one nipple into my mouth and suck it hard as she comes, her entire body twitching, spasming, shaking, until she's nothing more than a wet little puddle of bliss lying in my lap. Good girl, I say, stroking her hair, kissing her neck and chest. Such a good girl. I like how I'm a slut when you're fucking me, but a good girl when I come. She's grinning huge, leaning up against my chest. It's almost sweet. I'm not sure that's the word I'd use for it. I cup her chin and kiss her lips. But you are a good girl, Fallon. Thank you. She slips back, smiling at me with this sulky, satisfied grin as she takes my cock in one hand. But my work isn't done. Oh, you are such a good girl. I moan as she takes my cock in her mouth. She sucks me hard, taking me as deep as she can, always game to push her limits. It's so fucking sexy I can barely control myself. This virginal girl wants to deep-throat my cock all because she loves when I praise her. And I praise her. I tell her how beautiful she looks sucking me off, how good her tongue feels as she's sliding it up and down my shaft, how badly I want to fill her lovely throat and make her swallow every drop. Come for me, she begs, one hand between her legs. Fuck, Jayson. I want it, please. There is nothing more incredible than a woman begging for me to come in her mouth. I grip her hair as she sucks my tip, moaning as she works her clit, and I come deep into her throat. I sense her body tensing, her thighs squeezing together as my orgasm peaks, and I can tell she's coming for a second time. She got herself off as she sucked me into heaven. Good girl, I say and hold her tight against my chest. We stay like that for a while. Even long after the sex cools off, I want her close. This is my life now, the life of a man stupidly infatuated with his wife. All I want to do is be with her. I want to sleep with her, fuck her, come inside of her, get her off. But I also want to talk to her, laugh with her, have dinner, go dancing, play the casino games. All I want to do is spend time around my wife, and it's really fucking me up. But I decided that I'm not going to question it anymore. It's rare in life to find a relationship that feels good. No strings attached, no complications, except for the obvious ones. What we have is pure. We fit together in a way I've been looking for since I was a young man and began to believe was impossible. You never did tell me what's bothering you, I whisper as I hold her. She jerks slightly. I was falling asleep. I'm sorry. I hold her tighter. You can drift off. I'll be quiet. You're really worried about it, aren't you? That implies there's something to be worried about. I didn't say that. I kiss the back of her neck. Come on, tell me what's wrong. Can we just pretend like it's nothing? I just want to enjoy being with you. You do enjoy that a lot, don't you? Cocky much? Speaking the truth. 2 orgasms tonight, plus the 2 from earlier. I'll give you one of those orgasms. I got myself off the second time, only because of my dirty talk and my big cock in your mouth. That's true. All right, partial credit. 1.5 orgasms. I'll take it. She wiggles her hips, getting closer. I'm just nervous, that's all. Adler's still looking for those guys from the clan and things with us. I let out a long breath. Yeah, things with us. They're good, right? They're very good. I love being with you. I mean, not even just the sex stuff, but the sex stuff is great, I add. She laughs, sounding sleepy and vulnerable, which only makes me love her even more. Yeah, it's great. I agree, though. I despised you not long ago. You were misinformed and very stupid. And now here I am like I can't live without you. It's just strange how things change. She doesn't speak. I feel her chest rising and falling with her breath. I know what you mean. Jayson, can I... She stops herself and I wait for her to go on, but she doesn't. Can you... What? I prompt. Go to sleep. She says it quickly, and I'm not sure if that's what she really meant or not. Sorry, I'm just really tired. Then sleep. I kiss her hair. I'll be right here. I hold her as she drifts off, but I can't bring myself to close my eyes. I breathe in her smell and think about everything we've been through already. I keep seeing her sitting at that bar as her own brother's hitman raised a weapon to her and nearly took away this sweet, beautiful girl. I nearly lost her, and now I'm consumed with keeping her and making sure she's safe. But she wanted to tell me something. Right then, she had something she wanted to say, and it keeps nagging at me. What is she hiding? What is she holding back? Whatever it is, I can keep waiting. So long as she stays here in my bed, right here in my arms, I can wait. Chapter 31. Fallon. I throw the duffel bag filled with stolen documents over my shoulder and leave the condo like I'm diving into shark-infested waters. Keep it together, I whisper to myself as I walk down the hall. It's a little past 8 in the morning. Jayson left for work a few hours ago. He spends most of the morning on the phone with London dealing with his business there, and I waited until I was sure he wouldn't come back before making myself go through with my plan. 3 days of agony. 3 days of heaven. I don't know how they haven't caught me yet. Jayson said they were going through the recordings on my phone, so why haven't they listened to my conversation with my brother? Adler should have come storming in here already and blown my stinking head off, no questions asked. Instead, this horrible nothing. 3 days of bliss, spending time with Jayson, getting to know him on a level I never thought possible, clicking with him, falling for him, sleeping with him, coming for him, the best and the worst 3 days of my entire life. Now I'm done with it. I can't keep suffering. I take the elevator down to the bottom floor, gripping the strap of the duffel tightly, and when the doors ding open, I flinch as a couple random guys in business clothes step on to ride it back up. I hurry toward the lobby. I don't know this place very well, but my plan is pretty simple. Get outside, find a dumpster, and toss the duffel inside. Get rid of that stupid paperwork and move on. Maybe they hear the recording, but so what? I can say that was all bullshit, and that I made it all up to try to make my brother bring me back home because I was still desperate and stupid. Jayson might be a little annoyed, but he'll get over it. The paperwork is the real problem. If they find that, they'll know I wasn't kidding. I'm a nervous wreck. If I get caught right now, I'm dead. My hands shake, my palms slick with sweat. I'm so acutely aware of every camera I could scream. There are eyes everywhere. Guests, employees, guards, and someone's going to notice me if I don't play it cool and walk forward. Excuse me? Mrs. Costa, sorry, hold on. I could scream. I pause next to a statue outside of the main doors. The head of security hurries over, a guy named Zach. Sorry, did I do something wrong? I ask him, feeling like I might puke on his shoes. Oh, no, not at all, he says, laughing awkwardly. Actually, Casey's looking for you. Should I tell her where you are? His eyes flit to the duffel, and I swear he knows what's inside. I say, trying to come up with an excuse. No, that's okay. I can find her later. Are you sure? Hold on, just stay here. He turns and hurries off, disappearing into the casino. I'm left alone near the front entrance, shifting from foot to foot, feeling like everyone's staring at me. How the hell is this happening? I have a bag full of incriminating paperwork, and if anyone decides to push me, I'm totally screwed. All I want to do is throw this stuff away, get rid of it, and move on with my life. I want to be with my husband, with this beautiful, intense, protective, incredible man. I never thought I'd desperately want to be a Costa wife, but here I am, risking my life to make sure I don't screw everything up too badly, because I'm falling for him. No, if I'm honest, I've already fallen. I'm more deeply in love with him than I ever dreamed possible. He's my one, this bastard, this monster, this beast. He's my one, and I was going to destroy him. I don't want that anymore. I want to be in his arms, in his bed, in his life. This is my place. And if I don't get to a dumpster right now, I'm going to lose it all. Hey, girl! Casey comes limping over. More guilt hits me. Why the hell did I make her come to me when I know she's got a disability? But Casey's always sunshine and smiles, and she never complains about the discomfort. Hey, yourself. I put on my best smile in return. What's going on that you sent the guards after me? I wanted to see if you'd have lunch with me. I occasionally abuse the staff to get what I want. That's okay, right? She laughs and leans up against the fountain. Hey, what's with the ugly bag? I was going shopping, I say too quickly. And you decided to bring a ratty little gym bag with you? We can always get you something better, you know. No, I brought this from home. And I'm only slightly insulted she called it ratty. Oh, whoops, I'm sorry. She waves her hands and makes an apologetic face. It's a perfectly beautiful bag. Right, you really saved that one. Fine. You go buy some tourist t-shirts from the boardwalk, but when you're done, come find me. The kids are with the nanny this afternoon, which means Mommy is free to roam. She grimaces and shakes her head. Please don't tell anyone I just called myself Mommy. Your secret is safe with me. And listen, I'm just headed down a little ways, so tell the guards not to tail me, okay? I don't feel like being watched over all the time. I can buy you a head start, but no promises. Have fun. Casey waves and turns her back to me, putting her hands on her hips. She glares around as if she's about to marshal an army. Hey, goons, I need someone to help me get upstairs. Who's available? Suddenly, 6 guards rush to her as if they're all tripping over each other to lend a hand. I had no clue there were that many listening and watching. Casey makes a little shooing gesture and I hurry away, my heart racing into my throat. Holy crap, that was close. Once outside, I find my way to the edge of the building and follow the perimeter. Parking spots, loading bays, all that good stuff. I stomp through a few puddles, my brain melting down, desperation going into overdrive. I need a dumpster, and I need one fast. I'm practically twitching as I come around the back and spot a big blue container, the top mercifully open. I'm crying as I throw the duffel inside. Stupid papers, my stupid life. I never should have copied that stuff, much less made that call. But it's gone now, tossed into the trash. When the dumpster gets picked up, I'm home free. I can live my life and keep on falling in love. I'll have to explain the call, but that won't be too hard. I'll survive, and I'll stay with my husband. Relief feels so good. I force myself to head back onto the boardwalk and into the nearest t-shirt shop I find. It's filled with the absolute worst stuff in the world, but I purchase a couple obscene baby doll tees that are way too small. I figure Jayson will think they're funny, and enjoy tearing them off me. As I walk back, taking my time, I consider what my future will be like. If I'm really accepting my place here, and I'm serious about my life with Jayson, that means no more Dublin. I'll have to sacrifice part of my family to be with him, at least for the next year. When we move to London, who knows what it'll be like, and whether my cousins and aunts and uncles will want me back at all. And it doesn't kill me. The thought hurts, but it's not impossible. I could survive if I had to cut ties. I don't want to, and I hope it won't come to that. But if it means building a family with Jayson, then I will accept the consequences. I head back into the sunrise. Guards shadow me the moment I'm through the doors. They don't bother me anymore. And if they don't mention my little unaccompanied excursion, then I won't either. This is my home now, and for the first time since coming here, I'm excited for the future. Chapter 32. Fallon. Jayson holds my hand as we walk together along the beach early the next morning. It's an unseasonably warm day, and the sea breeze blows my hair back as the water laps at the sand. It's beautiful. The coastline stretches forever, and I can see buildings in the distance, hotels built a town or two over, wreathed in the mist of miles and miles. It's not bad here, Jayson says, talking into the wind. I forgot that I liked living near the beach. Where's your London flat? Kensington. Well, I have a house in Mayfair as well. Oh God, of course you're posh. No shit. You think I'm going to live in some ugly suburban hellscape? Ouch. You do realize my family isn't rich. Could have fooled me. The clan's got money and business connections, but we use that to fund everyone. Each and every member's taken care of, including all the dead and their families. My father believed in putting everyone else first. Bet that annoyed you? He looks at me, a smile on his lips. Him putting everyone else first. I was taken care of. Were you? Not like you are by me. Well, no, obviously not. The Costa family has money. We take care of our people too, but we're also not shy about enriching ourselves. What's the point of running this empire if we're not enjoying the fruits of it? There's such a thing as having enough, you know. He laughs and pulls me against him. He kisses me, deep and slow. When he breaks off, he shakes his head. Hard disagree. Come on. Seriously, how much do you need? How much luxury until it's enough? Material things might have a hard cap, but not you. I can't get enough of you. My ears turn pink, and I can't help the butterflies in my guts. Stupid insects driving me mad. All right, that was a pretty good line. Thank you. He kisses me again, and we resume our walk. You'll like my places, even if you think they're too posh. He grins at the British slang. And if you don't, we'll sell them and you can buy a new place. Somewhere in Dublin, closer to my home? I don't know about that. He presses his lips together. I bat my eyelashes at him. Pretty please? Come on, Dublin's a fine city. Lots of history. A history of you people blowing each other up in sectarian conflict. I don't think you should be talking about blowing people up to me, sir. I jab him in the side with my knuckle. He winces. Sorry, it's fine. So long as you agree to move to Dublin. My family's operations are in London. That's not a no. I'll consider it, but it won't be an easy sell. Look at you. I lean back, admiring him. Willing to sacrifice a bit to make me happy. I told you. I'll take care of you, Fallon. That includes living in a second-rate hellhole like Dublin. Oh, this man. You want a beating, don't you? I jab at him a few more times, and he laughs as he bats me away. His arm wraps around my shoulders, and he hugs me against him, pinning me so I can't fight anymore. And our walk resumes somewhat normally. We continue to joke and laugh. It's a really nice morning. We stop for coffee and walk along the boardwalk on the return trip. He talks about his childhood, points out all the places where he used to get in trouble. Like that ice cream place used to be a bar that would serve anyone. and we'd sneak in there when we were kids and get blackout drunk, until my dad went in and personally slapped around the owner to make him stop serving us. And I try to picture a young Jayson, carefree, happy, running around and causing mayhem with his brothers. It's a good thought. He was a person before the war, before the pain and guilt. I like to imagine that boy's still in him, innocent, happy. But I suppose that piece of ourselves never totally disappears, only gets buried under time and circumstance. I'm in a great mood when we get back to the sunrise. How about we go upstairs and spend the rest of the morning in bed? I ask, holding his hand to my lips. I kiss it gently. You can call me some very filthy names and I'll pretend to be insulted. I'd like that very much. Good, because I'm going to fight back this time, and you might have to subdue me. Ah, my little wife, am I going to have to spank your lovely ass into submission? Yes, please. I laugh as he hugs me and we stumble into the lobby, feeling stupid, giddy, high on love and lust. But those good feelings fade as Adler walks toward us, flanked by several bodyguards. Jayson? Adler's voice is sharp. We need to talk. What's wrong? Jayson steps forward, but he doesn't let go of my hand. I start to shake. My hands tremble. I want Jayson to let go of my hand. One of the bodyguards is holding the duffel bag I threw into the trash the day before. We should do this in private. Adler's expression is hard. Bring your wife. Sorry, wait a second. Jayson pulls me against him. What's going on? Did you catch those Grady men? Just come with me. We'll talk in my office. No, we'll talk here. If this is about Fallon... Jayson, I say, tears rolling down my cheeks. Please, we should just go talk. He stares at me in surprise. His grip on my hand weakens as he looks from me to Adler. What's going on? Please, I whisper. It isn't what you think. She stole from you, Adler says. How could you be so fucking careless, Jayson? All those fucking files just lying around where she could find them? His eyes widen. He stares at me, his grip loosening even more until we're barely touching. He says nothing, only slowly shakes his head as I keep on crying, feeling pathetic, weak, worthless. I failed. I couldn't even do one thing right. And now, I'm going to lose him. It's not like that, I whisper. What did you do? He asks, and his hand slips from mine, leaving me alone. Chapter 33. Jayson. Fallon sits in a chair silently crying, and it breaks my fucking heart. All I want to do is comfort her. It kills me, letting her suffer like this. I want to wipe the tears away and wrap her in my arms, but once Adler starts talking, I can't bring myself to touch her. He explains it all, starting with the documents. She tried to dump them yesterday, but we caught her on camera. Zach thought it was fishy, so we had someone grab the bag from the dumpster, and I found dozens of documents, all of them from your personal files. Incriminating documents. The sort of stuff that could sink you. Fallon releases an ugly sob, but doesn't contradict him. What else? I say, forcing myself to harden. Because if I don't find some steel in my reserves, then I am going to break. Once I saw what she had, we naturally checked your closet. It was locked, and it looked in good order, but I had my IT guys pull all the records for the copy machine. Sure enough, that's how she did it. I stare at her, my soul crumbling to sand. When? I ask. About a week ago. And she's had it all this time? I assume it's been hidden. Adler clears his throat and turns on his laptop. We also have a recording. She had a conversation with her brother not long after making the copies where she admitted everything. You should listen. I don't want to hear it. Fucking hell, I'd rather stab myself in the throat with a knife and bleed out on this rug than listen to that goddamn recording. She keeps crying, but quieter now, her knees pulled to her chest like she's trying to hold herself together. I feel the same way, like I'm going to fall to pieces. The recording starts. It's her voice, plain as day. I found documents in our flat. a bunch of them hidden away in a locked room. I made copies. Then her brother. That's dangerous. Are you being safe? Safe as I can. The originals are back and there's no way he'll know I accessed anything. The copies are hidden away. Don't tell me where. You shouldn't even be talking about this on the phone. Did they give you the device? It's fine. There's no reason to monitor me. Fally, come on. There's a million reasons to monitor you. All right, look. Sit on the documents, okay? I know you probably want to put it all to use right away, but hang tight. We'll wait for a good opportunity. When's that going to happen? I could mail them out to you tomorrow. You can give them to our people and let the big brains figure out what they all mean. I've only scratched the surface, too. There's a lot more. Don't. Just hold off, okay? I walk over to the laptop and slam the lid shut. Adler only stares at me as I gather myself, sucking air into my chest. The silence is painful, but I couldn't listen to any more. She planned this. From the start, she planned on hurting me. It wasn't enough to hate me, to sit around and wait a year until she could be free. No, she had to destroy me too. Was any of it real? I ask, turning to look at her. I keep my face neutral, but inside, it feels like I'm rotting. Jayson, she says, her face buried in her hands. Don't fucking lie to me, I snarl, my broken heart lashing out with anger. Adler puts a hand on my shoulder. Easy, he says. I'm shaking. This hurts so badly, so fucking badly. I thought I found my partner, the one, the girl that could finally put me back together after the mess I've made of myself. Jackson's death wrecked me, but maybe if it brought me Fallon, maybe I could salvage something in his sacrifice. Something good could come of it at least. Now it's all a mess, and worse than it was before. Put her in my guest room, I say, turning my back on Fallon. I look at my brother, the dawn of my family, and I know I'm weak for asking this of him, but I can't do it myself. Please, Adler. All right, he says, his face softening. I'll handle it, brother. I nod once. My hands are fists. I hate myself for falling for her, hate myself for thinking she could love a man like me. But I killed her father. I ruined her family. I had her brothers and cousins and friends and uncles murdered in the streets. How could I ever think she might forgive all that? Adler walks past me and gently takes Fallon by the arm. His goons appear, and the group of them escort her away. I catch one glimpse, her eyes red, her face twisted in agony. Then she's gone. I sink into the chair she left. It smells like her. It's still warm. I hate myself as I stay there, elbows on my knees, face in my hands, thinking about everything I've lost, and all the pain still coming. Chapter 34. Fallon. I sit alone in the guest room with my knees drawn to my chest, hugging myself tightly, a blanket wrapped around my shoulders. Copying those documents was the biggest mistake of my life. At the time, it made sense. I wanted revenge, and I didn't really know Jayson yet. Stealing that information felt like a way to hurt the man that killed my father without restarting the war. Now I can look back and see how stupid and short-sighted I was. All I could think about was my own pain, my own situation, and I couldn't see anything else. I never considered Jayson's point of view, at least not until we talked about it, and I began to understand him. He never wanted that war. It was Papa from the start, forcing him to fight. I can look back now and see the truth, how Papa was the aggressor, pushing the Costa family, goading them into violence, how he felt as though if he didn't go straight to violence, then the Costa organization would roll right over him and destroy our way of life. At the time, that seemed reasonable. Now, with hindsight, all I can see are the corpses. So much lost life, and for what? Nothing's changed. There's a knock at the door. I sit up straight and wipe the tears from my face as the locks slam open and Jayson steps into the room. He's carrying a tray with a bowl of soup and some steaming hot tea. I open my mouth to speak, but I don't know what to say. He doesn't look at me, only carries the meal over and sets it on the bed. He lingers, his hands balled into fists, his face twisted in pain. "It wasn't supposed to happen like this," I whisper as if that makes any difference. He says nothing. His mouth twitches, but he still won't look at me. I shuffle closer. "When I first came here, I hated you. I wanted to hurt you. All I could think about was Papa, and I was so mad all the damn time. I copied those documents thinking I could use them against you at some point, but then I hated you too," he says, his voice strained. Anger and pain war across his features. His entire body's tense. "I despised you, Fallon. But you know what I didn't do? Jayson, I didn't try to hurt you. I never thought about destroying you. Even though you represented the people that murdered my best friend, that shot him dead. That left him to bleed out in my own fucking arms. I never once considered taking it out on you. I hated you, but I didn't want to hurt you." "It's different," I say, starting to cry again. "You're the one that ordered my father's death." What a convenient distinction. He turns and walks to the door. "Please, wait. I threw the bag away because I wasn't going to use it. I'm sorry." "You should eat," he says and leaves, locking the door behind him. I slump back, sobbing into my pillow. At some point, I manage to eat a little bit. There's not much to do, and I end up watching TV for hours. Nobody comes to check on me. Nobody calls or knocks. I'm alone in the room. It's comfortable, but it's a prison. Around 8 that night, there's a knock at the door. I sit up straight, rubbing sleep from my eyes. It opens, and Casey steps into the room, looking worried and uncomfortable. She glances around as if she's checking to make sure there aren't any torture devices set up. A couple big goons stand right outside the door, but Jayson's nowhere nearby. "Are you okay?" she asks, limping over as the door closes behind her. "I'm fine," I say, struggling now to start crying again. The fact that she's not flinching away from me in fear and hate right now means so much more than I can even begin to describe. "Nobody hurt you?" "No, not at all. Jayson brought me some food." "Good. Okay, great." She seems visibly relieved. "I wasn't sure. I heard what happened and I was afraid." "What? That Jayson would hurt me?" "No, oh God, no, not at all. But maybe one of the soldiers might want to do something stupid to get the boss's attention. Stuff like that happens." "I'm okay. Nobody's been in here but him." Casey sits down at the end of the bed. She looks exhausted. Her eyes are red, her hair's messy, and she's wearing sweats. "I had such an ugly fight with Adler," she says, shaking her head. "And the kids are being total animals, like just beasts. They're finally asleep, which is why it took me so long to get up here." "I'm sorry," I say, my voice sounding tiny. I keep apologizing, but nobody seems to want to listen. At least Casey manages to smile and rub her face, but she's got more important things to deal with. "You should go back to your family. I'm not worth it." "Oh, stop." She gives me a hard look. "Tell me what happened." "What do you mean?" "From the beginning? Start from the top and tell me why you stole those documents and why you copied them. Tell me everything." I take a deep breath. Some part of me wonders if Casey was sent in here by Adler to get my confession. But even if that's true, I don't care. I'm not trying to hide it. I start at the graveyard. At the moment I found out I was going to marry Jayson. It comes out in a rush, all the worry and the fear. How I only said yes to make sure no other Grady girl was put in my place. How I thought of it as a sacrifice. But I hated him so much already for killing my father. I wanted to hurt him, I admit, feeling horrible. I hug myself like I'm trying to hold my guts in. I can't imagine doing anything so stupid now. Not to Jayson. But he wasn't Jayson at that point. Only the bastard that killed my dad. She listens as I talk about copying the papers and hiding them in the wall. How I told Ryan, but he convinced me to hold off on doing anything. And how things started to change with Jayson, and one day I realized I didn't want to hurt him anymore. But the stolen papers were still there, And that conversation had been recorded. You threw it all out, hoping you could get away with it, she says quietly. I knew they'd hear the conversation, but I planned on saying I never followed through with stealing anything, and I was just pissed off. That's why you tossed it. She smiles slightly, shaking her head. I guess you weren't heading out to go shopping, huh? No. I'm sorry I lied to you. She nods, chewing her lip. I understand. I really do. Probably better than any of the boys. I didn't mean to betray him, or at least I did want to hurt him. But once I got to know him, I began to realize I was falling in love. And now it's like I did something so stupid, hurt him so deeply, and I don't know if he'll ever be able to forgive me. I hate myself for making those copies. I wish I could take it all back. She reaches out and puts a hand on my ankle. I believe you. Really? It feels so good for her to say that right now. Yes, I really do. I don't think you would have gone to such lengths to get rid of all that stuff if you planned on hurting him. Maybe you're an incredibly good liar, but I don't know, call it my intuition. But I think you're telling the truth. I messed up. I won't deny it, and I won't pretend like I didn't do it. That's good, at least. They'd figure it out if you were lying, and that would only make things worse. If there's one thing they hate as much as betrayal, it's liars. I groan and lean back in the bed. What am I going to do? I don't know. Jayson would barely talk to me. He wouldn't look at me at all. It was like I was a black hole and he couldn't bear to turn in my direction. Do you really want to fix things? I tilt my head toward her and consider her question for only half a beat before nodding. Yes, I really do. And you want to stay his wife? Yes, I definitely do. That's good. She looks relieved, like she wasn't sure what I'd say. Because if you wanted out, I bet you could get out. I mean, after this, they'd be happy to get rid of you, but they won't kill you. That'd only start the war again, and they still don't want that. I want to be here with him, which is so pathetic, isn't it? I went to so much trouble to get all those documents because I hated him and wanted to hurt him, and now all I want to do is sleep in bed with my husband again. Her smile gets bigger. That's kind of cute. Tell Jayson that. Well, I'm going to be brutally honest with you, okay? That's going to be a problem. I squeeze my eyes shut. He hates me. Probably. You have to understand. To them, loyalty is everything. The fact that your first inclination was to betray him says a lot, at least to them. What can I do to change his mind? I don't know. I really don't. But there was a time when I didn't want to ever see Adler again, and he won me over with persistence. Not sure how I can be persistent in here. I'm their prisoner, remember? I'll work on Jayson, okay? I'll try to get him to talk to you at least. That would mean so much. But you have to understand, this is an uphill battle. You betrayed them, which basically means you're dead to them. I won't let Adler hurt you, but I don't have any idea what they'll end up doing with you. I nod, feeling completely miserable. Why are you being so nice to me anyway? I told you before. We've all been there. It's not easy falling in love with a Costa brother. And you said it yourself. You're falling. I suck in a deep breath and slowly blow it out. I already fell hard, and I feel like such a fool. You made a mistake when you were hurting and angry. You did something stupid, but that doesn't mean Jayson hates you now. From what I can tell, this whole thing is killing him. Thank you, Casey. Really, I mean it. Thank you so much. She leans over and gives me a hug. I can't promise anything, but I'll see if I can get Jayson to listen to your story. Tell him everything you told me, and don't leave anything out. Tell him you love him if you really do, but be completely honest. Don't break his heart. Jayson's a good man. I won't. I just want things to go back to the way they were. She gets up with a sigh and limps to the door. I watch her leave, and thugs outside in the hallway envelop her like they're Secret Service agents prepared to take a bullet. The door shuts again, and I'm alone. This is killing me. But I can take some small solace knowing that Casey's out there on my side, and maybe, if I'm very lucky, Jayson will come back. Maybe he'll listen, and I'll get the chance I don't deserve to tell him how I really feel. And if he doesn't, I'll leave here knowing I had a chance at finding my person, and I squandered him on some impulsive, angry decision, and I'll regret it forever. Chapter 35. Jayson, I feel hollow. It's like someone reached into my guts with a spoon and scooped everything out. I'm a husk, a mockery of a man. I slam back another whiskey, the alcohol burning in my throat. Nobody comes near me. I nearly ripped the head off one of my soldiers an hour ago, and ever since then, the whole fucking casino got the message. I am not to be disturbed. I have very important business. If I'm going to get drunk, properly drunk, then I'll need plenty of space to work. Every time I bring a glass to my lips, I see Fallon's face, her beautiful eyes, her enormous smile, that auburn hair blowing around her pretty face. I can feel her hand in mine, can taste her lips on my tongue. I miss her like a piece of my own flesh, and I don't know if I'll ever feel whole again. This is killing me. I want to storm up to that room, kick in the door, and drag her into my arms. I want to forgive her, but she did the one thing I can never, ever get past. You look pretty awful. I turn as Casey hefts herself onto the stool beside me. You too, I grunt at her. She's the only person in this damn place that can get away with sitting next to me right now. Mostly because she's a good person, but also because Adler would cut my head off if I was rude. Kids, she says with a sigh, and gestures for a glass of wine. I love them dearly, but sometimes I just wish they'd be quiet and sleep. I hear that's a common problem. She snorts as her glass comes and takes a long sip. Adler's a great father. Have I ever told you that? He's caring and present and not afraid to get his hands dirty. Doesn't surprise me. He loves those kids more than anything. Sometimes I wish he was around more often. That's my only complaint. He works too much, and I wonder if he's missing too much. You know what I mean? I guess so. But Adler's the Don. I don't add. You knew what you were getting into, which probably isn't even true. I know. Big, important Don, but to me he's just Adler. He's just Adler to me, too. My annoying older brother. There's a lot I wish I could do different, you know? Regrets are awful. I sip my drink, eyeing her warily. I hope this isn't going where I think it's going. You're in love with Fallon. No, don't argue with me, it's so obvious. I stare at her and say nothing, because she's absolutely right. I am very much in love with Fallon. Only problem is, she betrayed me, and it's like a wound in my guts. What's your point? I say slowly. You'll regret this, she says with a shrug and sips her wine. That's what I'm trying to say. I clench my jaw. I want to say I already regret this, but the moment I let those words bubble out of my throat is the moment I've completely lost myself. Because it's true. I regret all of this. I regret letting Fallon into my life. I regret giving her a chance. I regret the incredible attraction that made me risk everything to get a taste of her. I regret bringing her into my bed, treating her like my wife, letting myself tumble into the black pits of her heart. I regret falling in love. There's nothing I can do about it now. She made her choice. I hunch over the drink. I wish Casey would leave me the fuck alone and let me stew. What would Jackson say if he were around? Plenty of pussy in the sea, bro. Something stupid like that. Something to make me laugh. He's gone. And the only good thing to come of his death is gone too. Talk to her, Casey says. I came straight down here from her room and I really think you should talk to her. How is she? I grimace as the question tumbles from my lips. Casey smiles. I didn't think you cared. We both know I fucking care. She's fine. Tired, scared, and very sad. But she's fine. I hate that she's up there alone. You could always go talk to her. I shake my head and finish my drink. No, I can't. Jayson, you know how it is. Don't sit there and pretend like this is an easy decision for me, like this is something I want. Fallon betrayed me. She betrayed the family. She stole from me and planned on using what she stole to destroy me. From the start, she came here with ill intentions. I don't think that's true, Casey muses, swirling her glass. I actually think she came here with good intentions, but saw an opportunity to vent some of her hurt and frustration, and she made a bad decision. She regrets it now. We've all got regrets then. Talk to her, Jayson. You love her. She loves you too. This whole stupid documents thing is just a dumb mistake. I rub my face, then look at her, eyes narrowed. She loves me too. She said that? Oh, God. Don't make me play schoolyard games. She rolls her eyes. You know how Fallon feels. I actually don't. Then I'll spell it out for you. That girl is up in her pretty little prison room crying her eyes out because the man she fell in love with thinks she betrayed him. She did, I say, but there's no venom behind it. She tried to make that right. Yes, I know she went about it all the wrong way, but still. Can you blame her? She's in a strange place, totally alone, without her family, and she's afraid all the damn time. I wipe my face with both hands. Is that how you felt when you first married Adler? Pretty much. That must have been hard. It was worth it, she says with a smile and bumps her shoulder against mine. I know it hurts right now, but go talk to her. Trust me. This doesn't have to be the end for you two. I grunt in reply and signal the bartender for another drink. Even if I wanted to do that, even if that was remotely possible, which it's not, there are a million reasons why I can't. Like your husband, for example. I'll deal with Adler. No, you won't. You know how we were raised. It's family over everything. Fallon's family now. You said the words. You signed the papers. You kissed her in front of a priest. It was a nice kiss, by the way. I close my eyes. It was a perfect kiss. Doesn't matter, I say, and throw back another drink. We lapse into silence. Casey sips and watches the other people at the bar while I drown my misery, getting progressively drunker. I think of Fallon alone in that room, and my self-loathing and misery doubles, triples, quadruples, until I'm a seething black mass of disgust and negative emotions. I'm heading to bed, she says once she's finished her single glass of wine. I have to be up early, freaking kids. But she's smiling as she says it. I want to forgive her, I say, and I must be drunker than I realized if I'm admitting it out loud. I really, really do. Casey puts a hand on my shoulder. Then go talk to her. She limps off, rubbing her hip as she goes. I put my face in my hands, because what I want and what I have to do are very different things. I married Fallon out of obligation. I didn't want to do it, but I had to for the family. Now I'll end things with her out of obligation. I don't want to do it, but I will for the family, even if it kills me. Chapter 36. Fallon. After another day of captivity, Casey appears in my doorway. I come bearing freedom. Jayson wants to talk. I feel sick to my stomach and pathetic for the way my heart starts racing with excitement, but the pity in Casey's eyes ruins my hope. Sorry, I tried, but he's being stubborn. She gestures for me to follow her into the condo. The place is empty. No guards, no Jayson. I negotiated for you, though, and he agreed to let you have the whole condo. Adler also said you'll be allowed to have some supervised trips out onto the casino floor or down to the beach if you want. I slump against the kitchen counter, feeling like 1,000 little bugs are trying to claw their way up my throat. Basically, I'm still screwed. Don't look at it that way. If Adler and Jayson were angry enough to hurt you, they would have done it by now. That's a good sign, right? A better sign would be my husband striding through that door and telling me he can't live without me. You really want that, don't you? Casey looks genuinely sad as she says it. That's the messed up part. When I stole those documents, I was convinced that I'd hate Jayson for the rest of my life. But then, things changed. And now I can't imagine being without him. God, that's so freaking sad. Hey, I know I'm pathetic. You don't need to point it out. Oh, God, she says, covering her mouth. That came out wrong. What I mean was, Jayson totally feels the same way. I stare at her, heart beating into my throat. Don't say shit like that right now, please. I mean it. He's a total wreck. Drinking too much, stalking around the casino, brooding. I think he's taking this harder than you are. Then why isn't he here right now? You know why. And she's right. I grew up in a clan, and it's not so different from this mafia family. We had rules and we took them seriously. And the biggest rule, the most important rule of all, was never, ever, ever betray the clan, no matter what. Faith and loyalty were everything. From Jayson's perspective, I broke the one rule that really mattered. I committed the cardinal sin and damned myself, and now there's no turning back. Casey comes around and hugs me. A little human contact feels good, and I let her talk me into going for a walk outside. The fresh air feels good, and although I keep hoping I'll catch a glimpse of my former husband, I don't get my hopes up. We're trailed by 6 guards as we head down to the beach. Casey goes nice and slow, and she leans against my arm after a little while. I know what you're thinking, she says, giving me a little smile. And yes, it really does hurt this much. Does going for a walk like this make it worse? Totally, but sometimes I want it to ache, you know? Reminds me that I can still move around at least. I'm sorry you have to deal with that. Hey, you know, it's just a part of my life. You can call it a disability, a handicap, a burden, whatever. But for me, it's just what it's like to be me. I wish I could be that strong. She nudges my arm. It's not strength. If I could fix my fucking leg, I absolutely would in a heartbeat. It's just learning to be who you are. Well, then I wish I could learn to be who I fucking am right about now. You will. Give it time. How much time do I have? Really, Casey? They're not going to keep me around here forever. There's been talk of sending you back, she admits, looking uncomfortable. But I'm not sure it'll happen. Why not? Well, okay. I'm only getting this second-hand from Adler, but it seems that things aren't so great in Ireland. Your brother's struggling to hold your organization together, and he thinks that if you come home, it'll only embolden the pro-war faction. Which means I'm fucking stuck here. My world feels hollow and bleak. Can't go home. Can't stay here. What am I going to do? Give it time. You have the whole condo now and a little freedom. You just need to prove to Adler and Jayson that you made a stupid mistake. You're sorry, and you'll never do something like that again. She glances at me, frowning slightly. Which you won't, right? Absolutely not. Because Adler kind of thinks you've been playing Jayson this whole time. She clears her throat and holds up her hands. I disagreed with him, but I'm just relating what I heard, okay? He called you one hell of an actress. His words, not mine. Fucker, I say, feeling a bit of that old heat in my chest. But it dies down quickly. He's right, though. I did act a little bit. When I stole those documents, I kept them hidden from Jayson. But all that other stuff, the way I feel... I'm on your side, she says, squeezing my arm. I promise. I really am. You just need to give it time. Right. Time. We try to talk about other things, about the casino and Casey's children. But my heart's not in anything. On the way back, I do my best to be a good friend for Casey, even though I keep thinking about Jayson and the way he thinks of me now. Does my own husband think I'm nothing but a liar? Can he really believe that everything we shared was fake? I made a terrible mistake. But it was all real. Every second, every moment I fell for him. As we climb back up to the boardwalk, Adler comes walking toward us. He brushes me aside, though he's polite about it, and takes Casey on his arm. "Got you, little wife. You shouldn't be out here like this," he murmurs, looking truly concerned. She touches his arm, and the way she looks at him, full of love and adoration, breaks my heart. "I'm fine," she says, "and we have an entire contingent of soldiers." She gestures back at the thugs lurking to our rear. Adler nods, holding her tightly, before he looks over toward me. His expression tightens again, slipping into a neutral mask. "My wife has a good heart," he says, tone cold. "But I am not so forgiving." "Stop being a dick," Casey says, hitting his arm. "Fallon knows she messed up and she's sorry." "Sorry doesn't change anything." "I was desperate," I say, the words spilling out. Once again, I am unable to keep my mouth shut when I should probably act all meek and apologetic. "When I came here, I was angry too. Jayson ordered the killing of my father, and I wanted revenge. I did something dumb. I made a mistake, and now I deeply regret it. I fell in love with your brother." Adler's lips press together. Not angry, but considering. Like he doesn't know what to make of me. Casey squeezes his muscular arm and leans in close. "She's telling the truth," she whispers. "We'll see." Adler turns away. "My wife here convinced me to give you more freedoms. Don't make us regret that." "Wait," I say as they begin to walk off. "Can I talk to Jayson? I just want to explain. I want to tell him what I just told you." "No," Adler says, and there is no more discussion. I'm left alone, flanked by guards. They let me stand, head hung, dejected, depressed, for only a few minutes before one of them clears his throat and leads me back into my captivity. Chapter 37, Jayson, I crouch outside of a nondescript beach house on the edge of Atlantic City. It's small, one story, the sort of bungalow that was built before this place had paved roads, a relic of an old time. The windows are covered by heavy blinds, and the front door is locked behind a metal gate. Nobody comes, nobody goes, nothing moves, except my phone buzzes against my thigh. I'm tempted to turn it off, but when I check the screen, it's Adler's name. "Where have you been?" my brother asks. "Busy," I say, speaking quietly, almost at a whisper. "Is this important? I saw your wife earlier." A pang hits me hard in the guts. My wife. My Fallon. "That's nice. Casey thinks she loves you." I nearly groan. "I don't want to hear it." Casey believes her story. Then Casey can be her husband. Adler grunts at that. The protective psychopath. I'll admit, I found her very convincing. She didn't try to hide anything, and her explanation rang true. She wanted to hurt you for killing her father, but then she got to know you, and I suppose your winning personality made her fall head over heels. I close my eyes, breathing fast. "What the fuck do you want, Adler?" "I want you to come back to the casino. Whatever you're doing right now is going to get you killed." "I'm busy." "Come back and talk to your wife." "Now you want me to forgive her?" "I want this fucking situation resolved." He sounds exhausted. I can only imagine what he's going through, not that it matters. It's only a tenth of the emotional torture I've experienced in the last couple days. "Send her home." I can't do that. The moment she steps off the plane in Dublin without you is the moment your little war resumes. The Grady clan is practically salivating at the chance. Fallon's the only thing holding them back, says her brother. Our spies agree with him in this case, which means you're back to square one. She wanted to ruin me. Can't blame her. You're a prick. I rub my face. And you're a bastard. Anything else? Talk to your wife. Come to an agreement. I'm not telling you to fall in love with her again, but I am telling you to figure this shit out. Tie her up in the basement for the next 10 years for all I fucking care. Just make this headache go away. You're only annoyed that Casey keeps bugging you about it. Damn right. Make it go away. He hangs up. I rock back on my heels and shove my phone into my pocket. It's easy for him to make those demands. He doesn't feel like the love of his life jabbed a hot skewer into his chest. Every morning I wake up without Fallon in my bed is a nightmare I wish I could escape. Except my dreams are horrible, like even my sleeping mind can't stand being without her. A car pulls into the driveway. I sink lower in the darkness, staying still behind the row of bushes. A man gets out wearing cargo shorts and a hooded sweatshirt. For a moment, his face is turned away, but when he heads to the front door, he steps into the motion-activated light near the garage. And it's him. That fucking face. I check my phone, just to be sure, but it's him. Dwayne Kelly, hitman for the Grady clan, one of the men that tried to hurt my wife. The cameras spotted him. Took Zach's team longer than it should have, but they singled him out as the shooter's point guy. He was in the casino running interference and keeping an eye out. Clearly a part of the plan, and he split the moment things went wrong. He tried to hurt her. My fucking wife. If I don't care about her, if I can really stop myself from loving her, then why am I here right now? I pull the gun from my waistband. I could turn around and head back to the casino. There's no reason to risk myself, not for a woman that was going to stab me in the back. But the thought of leaving Dwayne alive makes me sick. He came after Fallon, my fucking wife, and I can't continue to exist in the same world as him, which means he has to die. I slip from the shadows after counting to 100. There's no motion, no noise. I jump the fence, hurry to the back door, and listen intently. A football game's on the TV. There are no other voices. I don't know how many of the Grady guys are inside, but I believe he's alone. I suspect they're spread out in different rentals, lying low. I kick in the door and go gun first. The kitchen's empty. I hear someone curse and the sound of footsteps as I run after him. The front door's open and I sprint through it right as Dwayne throws himself into the car. As he turns the key, I lean up onto the hood, aim my pistol at his face, and pull the trigger. His brains splatter against the seat. I keep shooting, even though he's more than dead, until my magazine is empty. Dwayne's corpse slumps sideways as a dog barks in the distance. I shove my gun back into my pants, hop off the car, and walk away. They never should have come after my girl. 1 down. 8 to go. Chapter 38. Fallon. After 3 miserable days, Jayson comes home. He says nothing. He appears in the doorway, stares at me with these sunken, black-bagged eyes, before heading up to his room. I watch him go, heart racing, feeling sick. My only human contact's been Casey and the guards, except the guards won't talk to me. I don't know what's happening. Maybe he's only here to get some things, or maybe this is more permanent, but I can't get my hopes up. I stand, adjusting my messy bun, and really wish I had on something a little cuter, not a pair of sweats and a baggy t-shirt. But a strange thing happens. Just when I thought I'd given up, when I'd cried enough, and I was starting to imagine what my sad, miserable life was going to be like with a husband that hates me, stuck in a family that thinks I'm nothing more than a worthless traitor, hope begins to bloom. Jayson's back. He's here, in the condo, and that means so much more than I ever thought it could. He's sitting on the edge of the bed when I reach the doorway, not moving, not speaking, only looking down at his hands. His shoulders are slumped like a weight's holding him down, and he doesn't look over at me as I linger, feeling a fire in my veins. Jayson's still beautiful, still perfect, even if he looks like he hasn't slept in a few days and his clothes are rumpled. He's still the man I fell for. I've been hunting them, he says, which jars me back into reality. I don't know what you mean, I admit, afraid of saying the wrong thing. For once in my life, my mouth is failing me. All I want to do is explain to him, make him understand. Instead, my lips are twisted shut. The men that tried to hurt you, I've killed 3 of them so far. I stare at him in shock. You did what? Zach and I have been working on it. Of the 9 men still remaining, I believe 5 of them were involved. I killed 2 of those 5. 3 are left. I can barely understand, but I know what he means. The Grady men my brother sent, the traitors, the ones that want the war more than they want me to keep living. Men willing to murder a member of their clan if it means starting the fight again. Monsters. Worse than monsters. And some part of me recognizes myself in them. Wasn't I willing to do the same thing? I wanted to hurt Jayson for my own selfish reasons, even if it meant restarting the war. I told myself I'd do it in a way that didn't bring hell down on us, but that was always a fantasy. Why? I ask, unable to help myself. Nobody tries to hurt my wife and gets to live. Even if your wife is a traitor? He grunts as if I punched him in the chest. Yes. Jayson? Don't. He stands and walks into the bathroom. The door slams and the shower starts, leaving me alone. I don't know what to do. My head's spinning. I'm reeling from the thought of him out there killing people for me, even though he's clearly still hurt. Even though I think he might still despise me for what I did. Except he can't. Not completely. Why would he risk his life if he doesn't care? That seed of hope remains. Not growing, but not dimming either. I wait downstairs for him to finish. I hear the water turn off and give it another few minutes before I bring him a glass of whiskey. His favorite stuff with just a couple ice cubes. I thought you might want... When I step into the room, he's standing near the bed in nothing but a towel. Water glistens on his bare, muscular chest. His wet hair's pushed back in a gorgeous waterfall of pure black. The stubble makes him look rugged, and the pain in his eyes nearly breaks my heart. You should stay away from me, he says, his voice hoarse. I just thought... I shake my head, unable to finish that sentence. All I wanted was to do something nice for him. Pour a drink. Bring it up. Something simple and normal. He stares, eyes tearing into me. I never once thought about hurting you. Never. Not even when I thought you were the enemy. Jayson, let me finish. He steps forward. I'm so aware of his nearly naked body that it's killing me. I never imagined hurting you, even if I hated you. Yes, you were a burden, and I wanted to get rid of you the first chance I got. But you were also my wife, and I don't take vows lightly. Then things changed. I know, I say, fighting back tears. You felt it. I know you did. Adler thinks you were faking, but he wasn't there. He wasn't fucking there. Jayson's grip on his towel tightens, his muscles flexing. Heat rushes between my legs. My ears turn bright red. I know it isn't the same. I didn't really hate you. I hated the family you came from. But your hate for me, that was direct. That was pure. You hated me for me, because of what I did to your father. I understand that now. I've been thinking about it constantly, and I know why you did what you did. I shake my head, tears rolling down my cheeks. I'm so sorry. But you still betrayed me. His tone is hard. My hands are covered in blood because of the way I feel about you. I thought if I kept pulling the trigger, if I kept throwing myself into danger, maybe I'd find a way to outrun the way I feel about you. How can I love a girl that wanted to destroy me? That betrayed me the first chance she got. But it never got easier. It never went away. And now I'm stuck with it. With what? I ask, trying to wipe my face, but I'm crying too hard to clean the tears away. With the way I feel about you. I fucking hate you, Fallon. You came into my life and ruined everything. But I love you so much more, and I can't stop, even if I want to. I'm sorry, I managed to say, gasping for air. I'm so sorry. If I could take it back, I would. I know you would. What do we do now? Come here. I take a step forward. It kills, that single step, because it makes the hope coiled around my heart grow roots. Another step, and the hope slithers up my spine into my throat. Another, and it blooms, a horrible flower, big enough to choke me. He moves then, comes to meet me halfway, striding forward in just his towel still, releasing his grip on the hold to wrap me in both his arms, to pull me tight against his bare chest. his beautiful lips coming down to meet mine, and that hope turns into a forest, turns into something big and bright and leafy and green and rioted through with colors as he kisses me deep, tasting me like he's been dreaming of this moment since he was a little boy. And maybe I have been dreaming of it too, since I was a girl, dreaming of finding a partner that can make me feel something so big, so vast, so beautiful. It's a kiss that never ends, and a kiss that lasts only moments before his hands are exploring me, and the desperation I feel turns into some warmth, then something hot, then something burning into my core. I take off my shirt. Fuck it. I shimmy out of my sweats. My bra comes next. Fuck that too. And his hands are on my breasts. God, it feels so good. I moan his name because fuck being shy too. Fuck my pride and my honor. Fuck everything but him. I couldn't stop myself, he says, voice thick with lust. The towel falls away. Fuck that towel. I wanted to stop it so badly. I hoped killing might drown it out, but it didn't help. I missed you so much, I say, whimpering as he sucks a nipple, his other hand gripping my ass. I missed you so fucking much, Jayson. I wanted to stop loving you and needing you, but it wouldn't shut up. I don't think it ever will. He pulls me to the bed and pushes me down, smothering me with his body, his cock hard against my skin as he rains kisses down my chest, my lips, my neck, touching me and praising me and moaning about how much he's needed this. I come alive then. I wake up from a nightmare as he dips between my legs and licks me. He's not taking his time. It's the ravenous licking and sucking of a man that hasn't done anything but dream about licking and sucking for an entire lifetime. I dig my fingers into his hair, into my husband's hair, and I pull it, gratified by the throaty growl of bliss and pain. He sinks 2 fingers deep inside, and that feels like he's splitting me in half, rebuilding me in blocks of ecstasy. I need you, he says, shrugging up, his tip against my soaked pussy. I need you right now. I have to fuck you, Fallon. I have to make you come, and I need to fill you to the brim. I need to remember. Remember what? I moan as he sinks himself deep inside of me, flooding my brain with bliss. I need to remember what it feels like to be whole again. He sinks in deeper, deeper, then fucks me like he can't control himself. I grind against him, dragging my clit against his pubic bone, moaning with a wild abandon I never knew I could feel. This man took everything from me, but he's given me back so much more, and now I'm going to hold on to him, onto this moment, as tightly as I can. I bite his lip and gasp as we fuck, sweating and moaning, mindless in our slick union, until my back arches, and I scream his name as he sucks my nipple and bites down hard. I come so hard my vision tunnels nearly turns black, but he's unrelenting. He fucks me with a hand on my throat, whispering how much he loves me, how much he needs me. This man of violence, this man of death and life and bliss. And he comes deep between my legs in a vicious spurt that leaves me gasping for air. His arms wrap around my body and I drift into him, feeling like I'm in 2 places at once, in this bed and in his body, like we've melded together. After a little while, once my heart calms down and my head's clear enough to form a coherent thought, I tilt my chin up and kiss him. Why did you come back? I ask. Because I missed you. But why now? I'm sorry, it sounds like you're complaining. Should I lock you in the guest room until you beg for me to fuck you again? I chew my lip. Is that all this is? You came back for sex? His face softens. No, my wife. That's not why I came back. Then why now? When I was out there killing, I kept asking myself why I was doing it. If I didn't love you, why did I care so much about hurting the men that wanted to hurt you? I knew the real answer, but I couldn't let myself think it, and that's when I realized. With you, I can be more than a thug with a gun. I can be a man. I can have hopes, dreams, a family. I saw what I'd become, and it was so obvious where I needed to be. I let out a little sob. He hugs me tight to his chest and holds me there, stroking my hair. I'm glad you're back, I manage, which makes him laugh. Chapter 39, Jayson. The next morning, after we spend the night getting reacquainted and working out all our pent-up desires, I sit her down in the living room and explain how things are. Adler still doesn't trust you, and there are still 3 men out there who want to kill you. Could be worse, right? I kneel down in front of her, my hands on her knees, and stare into her eyes. You need to understand how dangerous things are right now. I'll find and end the last 3, but if we're going to do this, we need to find a way to convince Adler that you're not playing me. I'm not, she says, her eyes going wide. I never thought you were, I say, and it's true. It never once occurred to me that she'd be able to fake everything that went on between us so well. I've been with plenty of women in my life, from noble daughters to prostitutes, and I've never met one that could make me feel this way. Not even when they were trying to fake it. This is real. I could second guess and worry about it all my life. But I'm going to take the leap. What do we do then? First, we'll talk to Adler together. We'll explain to him how things are. Which is? You are my wife. She nods, blinking back tears. Okay. I kiss her gently. Don't start crying again. I hate how much I've made you cry. It's fine, really. I just thought we were finished. The more I sat in here alone, the more I figured you'd send me home. No, you won't go back to the UK without me, baby. She sobs again, and I hug her tight. I hate myself for the way I made her feel, the way I let her worry. But it couldn't have happened any other way. I needed to realize how badly I missed her and how much she had to be in my life. I needed to kill, risk myself, pull the trigger, and that brought me back to her. What if Adler wants to get rid of me? He can say what he wants. He's the Don. I don't give a shit about that. You're my family now. I kiss her, making sure she understands. We'll have to be careful for a little while. Don't do anything that might make Adler suspicious. And you'll have to stay in the casino until I can find and finish off the last Grady men left behind. Are you sure you have to? They haven't escaped? If they have, my people don't know about it. Maybe they're good enough to slip past. I shake my head, though, because it's very unlikely. We're monitoring every single international flight and watching every stretch of highway. If they try to sneak past, they'll be found. I don't want to make trouble for you, she says as she runs her fingernails down my cheek. It's been bad enough already. Stop worrying. I made up my mind, and I'm not going to change it again. You are mine, Fallon, my wife and my everything. She nods, blinking back tears again. You're my everything, too. You don't know how happy that makes me, baby. Would you really defy your brother so we can be together? I'd defy him and everyone else. I stand and offer her my hand. Come on, let's go find Casey and give her the good news. Fallon beams at that. We leave the condo together, and it doesn't take long before we run into both the Costa children running around the lobby, little Damien laughing as he chases after a teetering Jessie. The pair of them are adorable, and Casey's standing over near a coffee bar, and she beams as we approach. I like this, she says, gesturing at us. I really like it. I take Fallon's hand in mine. We made up. No. Really? Really? God, I'm so relieved. Casey pulls us both into a hug. Adler's not going to like it, though. He's been convincing himself to send her back to Ireland. He wouldn't, Fallon says, looking panicked. He won't, I say, squeezing her hand. It'll be okay. Casey doesn't seem convinced, but that doesn't bother me. We fall into an easy, comfortable conversation, and Fallon practically glows the whole time. It's like she slept for a week, and I feel the same way, like a part of me grew back last night when she was resting in my arms. I don't know how I ever thought I could survive long without her. Adler comes down to join us. His children attack first, hugging him tightly. I pull him aside as he eyes Fallon warily and sit him down at a nearby bar, We ask for coffees as he studies me, his lips pressed into a tight line. "How do you know it won't happen again?" he asks, not bothering to ease into this conversation. "That's my brother. Straight to the point. Because I love her." Saying the words is easy now. It's like we've broken through a barrier and now everything's falling into place. And she loves me. That's exactly what you'd think if she were playing you. "Adler," I say, my tone warning. But my brother doesn't care. From my perspective, she stole important, incriminating documents from a prominent member of my organization, seduced him, and convinced him that she was on his side. You can understand why I'd be wary of her. Don't talk about my wife like that. I'm being practical here. She freely admits she never wanted to marry you. Why is it so hard to believe that she might not have your best interests at heart? You're not there with us. You're not in the room. You're right, I'm not. His tone softens. But I have responsibilities, brother, to more than just you. I have to take care of the entire family, not to mention my wife and my children. If Fallon is a traitor— She's not, I snarl, rage flowing through me. I'm barely keeping myself under control. But if she is, she's dangerous. I take 2 deep breaths before squaring my shoulders at him. My brother gazes back, looking almost impassive, like this conversation doesn't matter to him. Fallon isn't a traitor. She made a mistake. When she came here, she was desperate, angry, and mourning the loss of her father, and we can both understand how that feels. I wouldn't call what I did mourning our late dear father, but I get your point. Then I can understand it at least. I'm still mourning Jackson and all the men I lost in the fight. She lashed out and made a mistake, and now she's paying for it, but I will not have you talking about my wife the way you just did. She didn't seduce. She isn't a danger. She's mine. The moment thickens between us. Adler stares at me, and I stare back. There's a knife's edge, and I can tell he's not sure which way he wants to topple. "I could send her back," he says softly. "Just to be safe. You'd hate me, but I'd be sure the family was safe." "You can send her, but I'd go too." He nods, not surprised. Casey thinks I'm being too hard on her. If Fallon had tried to use those documents against us, I'd be right there with you. If she hadn't tried to get rid of them, I'd understand how you feel. But she's done nothing but apologize and try to prove that she's not who you think she is. And you believe her. More than that, I love her. He runs a hand through his hair and flips over a coaster. It rattles, and he flips it again, thinking. I need time. I want to speak with her brother, too. What will that accomplish? I can't say, but for now, she's your responsibility. You want me to babysit my wife. I want you to guard her and protect her. There are still bad men out there, remember? My expression darkens. I remember. Good. Then you have your orders, soldier. You're on wife duty. He gets up and squeezes my shoulder. I know this is hard, but I'm doing what's best for the family. I want to ask him, what family? But he's already walking away, rejoining his children and his wife, and I'm left to stew. Fallon comes over and tentatively kisses my cheek. I pull her in and press my lips to hers, holding her there, tasting her, feeling her body on mine. I take it that went well, she says, smiling a bit. He doesn't trust me yet. Not yet, but he will. Where's that leave us? I pull her into my lap. She wraps her arms around my neck, biting her pouty lower lip. It leaves us together, if that's what you want. Jayson, I love you, Fallon. Neither of us wanted this marriage at first, but it grew into something right, and now I won't give it up. Not for anything. But I need to know you want it too. I want it, she whispers, even after the way I acted. I don't really blame you for that. Besides, my captivity wasn't all that uncomfortable. Still, I lean in, smelling her, breathing her in. I should have listened from the start. Probably. She grins at me. But you're a stubborn asshole. Pot calling the kettle black. Hey, how dare you? I'm a lady. I grunt and kiss her neck. Lady? I don't think so. A lady wouldn't let me do so many filthy things to her. Fallon's chin tilts up and she gives me an aristocratic stare. Even ladies have needs. Gentlemen would understand that. I'm not a gentleman. I'm a rough, brash, violent American brute, and you like it. I pull her tighter and squeeze her ass. She laughs, batting me away, and gets out of my lap. Yes, I do like it. But there are children around. Control yourself. I've gone too long without you. I'm sick and tired of control. I lace my fingers through her hair. Unless you want me to control you. Filthy man. She purrs the words and kisses me. Filthy, filthy girl. I bite her lip and pick her up. We're going back to my room. Right now? She blinks at me. I thought I was talking to Adler too. We'll do that later. I need to fuck you, baby. Her ears turn pink. Keep it down, would you? And stop carrying me. People are staring. You think I give a fuck who sees me take my wife? I kiss her hard, crushing her against me, and muscle her up over my shoulder, slapping her ass hard. An old dude nearby laughs and raises his cane in a salute. I give him a thumbs up as I carry my wife to the elevators. You're an animal, Jayson, Fallon says, laughing as she hits my back. Put me down. Not until you're in my bed, baby. I keep my promise. I carry her all the way to the condo, into our room, and only put her down on the bed, her legs spread, her clothes peeled off, her body sweating and writhing under mine. I give myself to her, suck her nipples as I fuck her pussy with my fingers, make her come over and over, spend myself between her legs. And even then I still need more. Like every second we spent apart magnified itself tenfold, and now I'm in a horrible debt trying to make up for lost time. But I'm happy to play catch-up, if it means tasting my wife. Chapter 40. Fallon is in Adler's office as the Don leans back in his chair. Jayson's by my side, holding my hand, giving me strength. It's strange. Casey is so sweet and gentle, but Adler radiates danger. He's darkness incarnate, just like Jayson, except Adler looks at me like I'm a landmine about to blow up his entire world. All right, Adler, you called us in here. What's going on? Jayson starts the meeting, his tone light and carefree. We spent the better part of 3 days in and out of bed, never leaving the condo once, barely wearing clothes. I'm sore in the best possible way imaginable. Adler holds up a finger as he makes a call on speaker. It rings until my brother's voice appears, sounding strained. Evening, Adler. Afternoon, Ryan. They greet each other like old pals. How cute. Is my sister there? She's right here. Adler gestures for me to speak. Hello, Chim. All right, Fally? You good? I'm good, I confirm, glancing at Jayson. Hello, Ryan, he says. I'm here too. The whole happy family. Ryan sounds exhausted. Go on then, Adler. Tell them what we discussed. Here's the deal we made. Adler stares at Jayson, ignoring me. He admitted to everything. Didn't try to hide the conversation he had about the documents, which I appreciated. Talked her out of doing something drastic, Ryan adds. That's right. Which is why we're still having a discussion instead of shooting each other. Adler's smile is the smirk of a viper. This is where we landed. There are 3 Grady men left in town. They're from the war faction, just like we assumed. Jayson, if you can finish them off, I'd consider this matter settled. My eyebrows raise. Jayson leans forward, looking interested. You're good with that, Ryan? He asks. You'd be doing me a fucking favor, my brother says. They've been nothing but a pain in my ass, the goddamn war faction, and 3 less of them would be 3 less idiots I have to deal with. Everything okay, Chim? You're safe? A sudden yearning to go home hits me. I don't know what I've left behind, but it sounds like Ryan's been struggling to hold it all together. Yes, actually. Hasn't been easy the last week or so, but things came to a head and I think they'll resolve nicely. He takes a slow, deep breath before blowing it out. Fuckers needed more convincing than I expected. Relief seems thin and unsatisfying. I'm glad. Then all I have to do is finish what I started. Jayson leans back in his seat, considering. I hate the thought of him going out there and fighting more. He was killing when he felt like there was nothing left. But now, we have everything we ever wanted. We have each other. That's right, Adler says. You can assign your men to take care of it. No, Jayson says, his voice hard. It's my job. I don't care who does it, Ryan adds. Doesn't matter on my end. Finish the 3 remaining soldiers off, and we agreed that Fallon will stay. Adler's eyes turn to regard me. The room is cold and the walls shuffle closer. Ryan assured me that you have no designs on our family. I don't. My voice comes out small. I clear my throat and sit up straight. I don't, I repeat, and say it one more time, for good measure. I don't, at all. I love your brother. I didn't think I would, which is why I made that stupid mistake, but things changed. I want to be with him. I really do. Silence sits heavy. Jayson squeezes my hand and nods once, looking at me like an adoring acolyte. That gaze puts steel in my spine and makes me feel like I can smash a mountain with my bare fist. Then it's a deal, Ryan says. Kill those 3 and all's forgiven. God, what a fucking mess, right, Fally? But we'll deal with it. Glad you 2 decided you like each other. Glad we did too, I admit, still blushing. Goodbye, Ryan. Adler hangs up the phone, cutting my brother off. The dial tone disappears as the Don sits back in his big leather executive's chair. I understand this is strange. Killing those men doesn't prove anything. But the fact that you didn't try to argue for their lives says something. You're still testing her, Jayson snarls. I'll be testing her until I'm satisfied. Don't forget who runs this family. She's my fucking wife. I have to hold his hand tight to keep him from getting up. Easy, I whisper, touching his arm. Jayson, it's okay. It's not okay. I'm the one she stole from. I'm the one she was going to hurt. If I believe her, that should be enough for you. Adler regards his brother and only shakes his head. Kill the last Grady soldiers. Then your wife is all yours. Fine. Jayson gets to his feet. I follow suit. Anything else, brother? Nothing. You're dismissed. Jayson lingers, seething, but I tug him back. He follows me into the hall where he storms toward the elevators, so angry he can barely control himself. I speak softly, trying to soothe him, rubbing his arms and shoulder and kissing his neck, and it takes the entire ride back to the condo for him to finally start breathing normally again. I hate this, I say once we're back in our room. He wraps his arms around me and kisses my neck. I really, really hate it. You're actually going to go out there and kill those guys yourself? Zach's been on the case. They're staying together in a rented room right downtown. Safety in numbers. It'll be dangerous then. I'll hit them fast and hard, and I'll make sure to bring plenty of muscle with me. I don't like this. Why is Adler making you do it? My husband is quiet as he kisses my neck and chin, slowly taking off my shirt. He tosses it aside. I barely even notice that he's undressing me. We haven't had on clothes for days. This is our natural state right now. My brother plays games. They're all tests, loyalty tests. He wants to make sure I'm loyal to him and the Costa family over you and your family. He wants to make sure you won't try to stop me from hurting those men, just in case you're working together, which is absurd since they tried to kill you. I'm sure he's got other motives he's not saying. It's crazy, I purr as he strokes a hand down my flank and grips my ass. This is what I do, baby. His tongue invades my mouth, flicking across mine before he licks and sucks my breasts. I kill for the ones I love. Jayson. I groan as his hand slides between my legs. How are you thinking about sex? I'm so scared for you. Sex is all I can think about. You make me like this, my love. You drive me fucking wild, and if this is going to be our last night together, I'm going to make the best of it. Don't say that. He shoves me down onto the bed. I glare at him, not happy. He drops to his knees and yanks me forward, hooking my legs over his shoulders as his tongue darts up and down my folds before lapping over my clit. You want me to lie to you? He asks as warmth spreads into my limbs. You want me to pretend like this isn't dangerous? Please, I moan. Just don't go. I can't lose you. You won't. My fingers lace into his hair. I tug, holding tightly. You were taking risks before, when you were hunting those men. I was, he admits, sliding fingers inside my pussy. I'm starting to lose my train of thought as the pleasure mounts. Were you... trying to hurt yourself? Maybe. He muses and moves up to suck my nipples as he finger fucks me. I don't think consciously, but some part of me couldn't stand being in this world without you. I felt like I was broken. Jayson, I moan, losing my mind. I want you inside of me, right fucking now. I drag him up onto the bed and straddle him, panting, breathing hard. The thought of him hurting so badly because of me is like an open sore in my guts. I arch my back and slide down his shaft, taking him between my legs, and that feels better. So fucking much better. I ride him, hands on his chest, breasts pressed together. I like the way his eyes roam my body, desiring me, loving every inch of my skin as I ride him faster, dragging my clit against his pelvis as I keep him deep inside. You're mine, he says, groaning, the sexiest noise ever. And you're mine, I say in response, throwing my head back. Orgasm hits me then, wave after wave of it, and I keep riding him, milking his cock between my legs. He growls low and gasps, thrusting up hard, over and over until he comes inside of me, filling me to the brim. It's heaven, that look on his face. And if he's going to go do something stupid and dangerous, then I'm going to pamper him tonight. If I asked you to send your men and stay behind, would you do it? I whisper once I'm in his arms again. We're sweaty and naked. I lift up a knee, half straddling him. I've never felt so comfortable with a person before. No, he says, sounding like he regrets it. I couldn't do that. Then you're mine tonight. I'm going to make you feel so good you won't think about anything but coming back to me. Baby, that's all I want already. Maybe. I sit up and kiss him. But I think I can help you along. I kiss down his chest, down to his cock, and take him into my mouth. I can still taste my pussy on his half-hard shaft. I suck him slow, and he starts to get hard between my lips. What a good fucking girl, he says. God, how can I ever stay away from a woman like you? I keep going, pleased he's pleased, and worried out of my mind. Chapter 41. Jayson I park outside of a rundown motel 2 blocks off the strip. 2 Costa soldiers sit in the back of my SUV, and Zach Layton sits up front. We're in all black tactical gear, bulletproof vests, silenced semi-automatic rifles, flash grenades, and helmets. It's our not fucking around gear, and there's another SUV with 5 more trained killers in the exact same stuff. You know the plan? I ask Zach as we go through our last-minute prep. Guns checked, straps tightened. It's 5 until 2 in the morning right now. He looks at his phone and sends a text to Domiano, the leader of the other fire team. We'll muster at 2, take the door at 5 after, and be home by 2:30. All of us will be home, I say, nodding at him. Roger that, boss. Zach sits up straight. You know, as head of casino security, I hope I'm getting a bonus for this kind of action. I laugh and slap his back. I've been murdering these worthless pricks all alone. You can handle fighting in a team of 10. Zach rolls his eyes. No, you fucker, that's not the issue. You want a pay raise, is that it? I'm a valuable employee. Hell of a time to negotiate your contract. I'm an opportunist. I'll talk Adler into giving you another 10%. How's that sound? He cocks his gun. Sounds good to me. I glance back at the other two. You boys got a problem with your pay? No, sir, they reply, both of them grinning. Fucking goons. Time, Zach says and pushes open the door. I follow him, hurrying into the dim parking lot. There are few cars and fewer lights. It's almost as if the stupid Grady bastards picked the perfect place to be ambushed on purpose. The second fire team heads up the back way and we take the front, storming the staircase to the second floor and heading to room 223. I take point. I'd never let someone go before me and get all the glory. Once I'm at the door, the other fire team appears on the other side, and Domiano gives me the breach signal. Zach takes my rifle and holds it as I square up and kick the door once, using all my strength to bash my steel-reinforced boot against the lock right above the knob. The door shatters and slams open. Wood smashes against drywall and I step back. The room inside is dark as Domiano steps forward, rolling a flash grenade on the floor. I take my rifle back as Zach steps up next, throwing a flash deep into the room. It's a tactic I developed during the war. 2 flashes, one short, one long, timed to go off slightly staggered, so if one misses, the other will catch them. 2 loud bangs and 2 wild bursts of light. Then I storm in, gun to my shoulder, as men file in behind me. My night vision goggles zero in on bodies in the bed. 2 sharing, another alone. I open fire, not bothering to make sure they're the right people. All 3 are rolling around, groaning as they rub at their eyes, and a hailstorm of bullets tears into them, mangling their corpses. It's the easiest, most efficient kill of my life. These poor morons never thought we'd catch them. I signal for a halt. Domiano's men move forward, checking the bathroom, as Zach makes sure the guys in the bed are all dead. No pulse, he confirms, one after the other. I rifle through their bags until I find what I'm looking for. 3 Irish passports. Probably faked, though the pictures will be real enough. I shove them into my bag and turn around to check on Zach. He's standing with his hands raised in the air, his face white. One of the men in the bed has a gun leveled at him. The guy's riddled with holes, oozing blood, and the barrel's shaking. Don't be stupid, I growl at him. You're already dead. Another chance. I flash back to Jackson. I flash back to Fallon. 1 failure, 1 success. I promised myself once, a while back, that I'd never lose someone the way I lost Jackson. Nobody. God, I hope she can forgive me. I hope she can understand. I love her so much, but I wouldn't be the man I want to be if I didn't do this. I love you, Fallon. I'm so sorry. Please understand and forgive me. I love you. The Irishman looks at me, and in that moment, I shove Zach out of the way, knocking him over. The gun levels in my direction and goes off. Hammers slam into my body. 1, 2, 3 of them before the room erupts into chaos again. I stagger backwards, feeling nothing at first, until my breath hitches in my throat and I can't breathe. Jayson! Zach's at my side with Domiano. I fall to one knee, then topple over. Fuck! I grunt. Fuck! Fallon! Fuck! We'll get you back, Zach says. Dom, ready? They lift me up and carry me out. I blink at the sky. The stars, so bright and beautiful, but not as perfect as my wife. Chapter 42. Fallon, I'm sick. My body's sick. I can't stop pacing back and forth across the hospital waiting room. Casey's there with me, looking exhausted and haggard. Come sit down, sweetie. There's nothing we can do right now. The best doctors in the country are in there right now. This is my worst nightmare. I know, honey, I know. I just got him back. I stare at Casey, tears streaming down my face. I lost him, and I got him back, and now... You won't lose him again. Jayson's a fighter. I know, but listen to me. Casey struggles to her feet. Guilt pangs at me as she limps over and pulls me into her arms, hugging me tight. He's going to be okay. He's a Costa brother, and they're all indestructible. I can't lose him, I whisper, struggling to keep myself from breaking apart. Casey guides me back to the chairs, and I sit down at her side, leaning on her shoulder. Costa men come and go, some of them speaking to me, all of them looking horrified. Zach apologizes profusely, begs me to forgive him, and I can barely do more than stare stupidly. Casey chases them all away. An hour passes, then another. Adler appears and sits on the other side of his wife, saying nothing. They share a tender moment, and I can see the real pain in the Don's eyes. Fuck him. I hope he suffers. Another hour passes before the doctor appears. He's a middle-aged man, dark skin, graying, thinning hair. "Mrs. Costa?" he asks, looking at me. "Yes," I say, sitting up straight. "Is Jayson okay?" The doctor lets out a long breath and nods. He's going to be okay. I crumple and don't hear what he says next. The relief is so painful I feel like I might throw up. It takes a few minutes before I calm down, and by then the doctor's already gone. Adler fills me in. He got shot 3 times, once in the vest. That saved his life. The other 2 hit him in the hip and in the guts. The doctors were cleaning his insides up to prevent infection, which is what took so long. But he'll be okay. "Can I see him?" "Soon," Adler says. He stares at me for a long moment before dropping down to one knee. "Fallon, I'm sorry. I don't want to hear that right now. I understand you're going to blame me. From what I hear, Jayson saved Zach's life and took those bullets instead. My stupid husband. He couldn't help himself. Your brave husband," Adler gently corrects. He puts a hand on my shoulder. "Welcome to the family, Fallon. I'm sorry it happened under these circumstances." I break down into sobs, half in relief and half in pain. Jayson grins at me from the bed. "Hey, baby, why do you look stressed? Don't joke right now." I hug him tight, peppering his face with kisses. He grimaces. "Easy, babe. I'm fucked up right now." "Sorry," I say, backing off with a gasp. "Shit, I'm so sorry." "It's okay." He takes my hand in his as I sit down at his bedside. Machines beep, but he's whole. My Jayson is whole. Doctors say I'm gonna be okay. The bullets missed the important stuff, thank God. Adler told me what you did. I guess now I understand why Zach was so apologetic. He sighs and closes his eyes. His hand tightens on mine. "I'm sorry. I knew you'd be pissed when I did it, but I couldn't look at myself in the mirror if I didn't try to save his life. I can't lose another one." I lean forward and take his face in my hands. "Look at me. Jayson, I love you so much, and I love you even more for being the man you are. I'm proud of you. Don't ever fucking do something like that again." He grins and accepts my gentle kiss. "I hope I never have to. I guess that's the best I'll get." Casey comes into the room a little while later, followed by Adler. "The kids will come visit in a few days once you're feeling a little stronger," she says, patting Jayson's shoulder. "Eric and Conlon are flying in to make sure you're okay." Jayson groans. "They're coming back? Fucking hell." "They love you. Don't be so surprised." I keep on holding his hand, and he squeezes me tightly. The whole Costa family, back in one place again. He sighs and looks at the ceiling. What a mess. Then a hush falls over the room as Nessa enters. She walks primly to the bed, wearing a chic pantsuit that makes her look austere. Her eyes are red-rimmed, though, and she looks tired. "Jayson," she says. "Mom. Hey, you okay?" "I should be asking you that." She leans down and kisses his cheek. "I know what you boys are. I know what you do for this family. But please, son, I can't lose any of you. Not after losing your father. I'll try to stick around, okay? Good. You have a wife to look after now, And soon you'll have children, too. I heard you carried her to your room like a caveman yesterday. I hope you're well on the way to getting pregnant. She gives me a stern look. My ears turn pink as Casey and the boys both laugh. Nessa cracks a little smile, and I realize she's only teasing. It feels strange, standing in this room, Jayson in the hospital bed in that ugly gown, looking exhausted and sunken. But this is the first time that I really feel like I'm a part of this family. I'm not the stranger girl sent here to ruin everything. I'm Jayson's wife and the future mother of his children. I'm a Costa now. And all it took was nearly losing him twice for it to really sink in. Chapter 43. Jayson. Fucking home. I step across the threshold into the condo and release a groan. No more hospital bed. No more hospital food. Fucking home. Take it easy, okay? Fallon helps support my weight, which is goddamn humiliating, but I'm still recovering from 2 gunshot wounds. Doc says I'll be good to go in a month, but for now, I need to take it easy. My wife steers me to the couch and fusses over me. Need a blanket? Some pillows? I'm not some frail fucking old man, I grumble and catch her wrist, tugging her into my lap. I've actually never felt better. Don't you dare, she says, wiggling her hips and grinding into my cock. You are not up to the task just yet. Try me. Go ahead. Take off your clothes. I can sit back and let you do most of the work. I'd rip open those stitches. You think I'm going to go easy on you, husband of mine? No, I'm going to fuck you into oblivion. Darling, you know just what to say. Now stop fighting and let me take care of you. I give in and allow her to get the pillows adjusted just right. She brings me medication, which I happily take, a big glass of water, and starts chatting away as she flips through the channels. A week in the hospital. What a fucking nightmare. I was doped up most of the time, which was kind of nice, although now I'm running on antibiotics and ibuprofen. Everything aches, which is normal, considering a team of the best trauma surgeons in the country cut me open and rooted around in my guts for a couple hours. But it's fucking horrendous. All I want to do is be with my wife. I want to bend her over my lap, spank her ass, and make her mine. Give her the pleasure she deserves for putting up with all this pain. Instead, I'm still a goddamn patient. You don't have to look so grumpy, she says, cuddling at my side. You're home now. I'm happy to be home, I say, forcing myself to soften. I just hate being so goddamn frail. Well, at least we don't have to worry about any of my family anymore, right? You killed the last 3 in the States, and Ryan says he has things settled on his end. That's what Adler told me too, I grumble. Also, you have me. She gives me a seductive little smile and kisses my lips. You know, I probably can't fuck you into oblivion, but there are other things I can do. Don't tease me, baby. I can't take it right now. What do you think? Should I suck your cock nice and gentle and slow? I don't want to hurt you, husband of mine. I just want to make you come in my throat. Please, I moan, but sit on my face first. Just lay me back and let me devour you. I'm desperate for it. You are a filthy man. You're fucking right I am. And you are my filthy girl. I love it. She kisses me. And I love you. She kisses me again. I love you too. Now, be a good girl and sit on my fucking face. She laughs, but she does exactly as I command, and though we have to be careful, once her pussy firmly latches onto my mouth, I can make my wife scream from bliss without ripping up my insides. It's good to be home, I say, once she's lying back on the couch, twitching with post-orgasm aftershocks, and there's only a tiny bit of blood on my bandages. That's a good start to the rest of our lives. Chapter 44. Fallon 1 month later. Where's my wife? Jayson roars as he storms into the condo. I laugh and yelp, running away as he tries to catch me. Hey, go easy! You're still in recovery! It's been a fucking month, he says, grinning like a maniac. I've been back to work for 2 whole weeks. Get back here, baby. Don't make this harder than it has to be. You're plenty hard enough, you crazy man, I say, leaping over the couch to avoid him, which only makes him growl in frustration. Come on. Hold off a second. He advances, his eyes staring into mine, the expression on his face pure sin. Listen to me, wife. I have been sitting in my office all fucking day taking call after call, and meanwhile all I want to do is come home to see you. Do you know how hard it is, knowing you're barely 2 minutes away? I'm sure you're suffering. I am tortured, he says, putting a hand over his heart and pulling at his shirt. I laugh and scream, dodging him away, putting the kitchen island between us. I'm flushed and grinning, heart beating hard. I spent a lovely day with Casey and didn't think about you once. Liar, he roars. I throw a banana at him. He catches it, cracks it in half, and throws it on the floor. Don't waste food! Get over here and I'll eat this fucking thing from your delightful pussy. That's not an incentive, you weirdo. I rush down the hall, barely escaping him as he lunges for my arm. I careen up the stairs, breathing hard as I escape into the bedroom, which I'm aware means I'm totally trapped. But if I'm honest, this is where we were headed sooner or later, and my husband is not at full strength yet. He'll try to carry me up, and it'll strain him and hurt him, so I might as well play the game but also help him out. He appears in the doorway, barely winded, looking like the pure sex god he is. I back away, holding my hands up. Are you going to beg now? He asks, advancing. Oh, I don't know. I still think I might get away. You're trapped. There's no escape. I am going to spank your ass raw, lick your lovely pussy from behind, then fuck you into oblivion. You can avoid the spanking if you get down on your knees and please me right this instant. Kind of tempting, I admit, heart racing, nipples stiff, except no thanks. He lunges, and this time I'm too slow. He catches my wrist, yanks me against him, and buries my mouth in a bruising kiss. I enjoy it for a second, his tongue invading my lips before I try to squirm away. Even injured and not totally himself yet, he can manhandle me with ease. I gasp as he pins me onto the bed and strips me, all while I try to fight him. There's no use and we both know where this is headed, but that's part of the fun. Struggle, kick, scream, get all sweaty and out of breath, then let the good stuff begin. Once I'm naked, he licks my nipples as he holds my arms over my head, my wrists together and pinned by one massive palm. I don't really want to get away, but I try to anyway. He keeps my thighs pinned with one leg, leaving his hand free to pinch my nipples. Oh, fuck, I say, writhing under him. Now you're just torturing me. You're damn right. I'm so pent up and annoyed right now, my wife, and I need to take it out on you. Did you have a rough day? In a manner of speaking. It's the fucking phone. Glued to my goddamn ear. You know I hate that. I'm the kind of man that likes to go out and do something, not sit around giving orders. He licks my nipples and I moan as he forces my legs open and teases my pussy with his other hand. For a woman that tried very hard to escape me, you are dripping wet right now. That's for someone else, totally not because of you. His eyes flash with jealousy even though we both know I'm just trying to get a rise out of him. But it works, and he slams his fingers into my soaking spot. He fucks me with them, licking my nipples, biting a little bit too hard. My fucking favorite thing in the world. You drive me crazy. He keeps going as all thoughts vacate my brain. I can't think about anything but you. All day long I dream about punishing this wet, beautiful pussy and bruising those pouty lips and biting your sensitive nipples until you can't take it anymore. There is nothing in the world that brings me more pleasure. Must be a sad life then, I gasp, back arching. Fuck, don't stop. Say you love it. Jayson, I whimper. He grins at me, fingers poised at my entrance but not moving. My heart's beating and I'm so freaking close. Say it, baby. I love it. Okay? There. I love it. I love when you come in here, chase me around, pin me down, and fuck me brainless. Can you please get me off now? My husband is a very fair man. Give him what he asks for, and he gives even more in return. He pummels my pussy, sucks my nipples, and I come like my brain's on fire, which only leads to more sex. He turns me around and fucks me from behind, spanking my ass raw as promised, his shaft taking me deep as he shoves his fingers in my mouth. I come 2 more times before he finally finishes deep between my legs with the sexiest growl I've ever heard. We end up tangled in bed together. His fingers trace lines down my back, and I breathe the smell of him, musky and perfect. Have you given more thought to moving back to London? I ask him. Adler wants us to wait. That was before, right? I mean, things are different now. That's true. If you pushed, he'd let us. Is that something you want? I don't know. I kiss his bare chest and lick a nipple. He grunts at the sensation. I've thought about it. You want to be closer to your work, right? I really like it here, and I'm getting super close with Casey, but my family's over there. You miss them? Not a question. He doesn't need to ask. I rarely talk about Ryan and the others, but they're never far from my mind, and he knows me well enough to see it. I'm thinking about a family with you, I say softly, nerves jangling in my stomach. That's something you want, right? Absolutely yes. Well, we could raise a baby here, but I'd want my kid to be at least a little Irish, which means trips to see the clan. He doesn't sound happy about it, but he doesn't sound like it's out of the question either. We could live in London. That's a lot closer to Dublin than Atlantic City is. Not a bad compromise, he murmurs. What's making you think of this now? Well, you were complaining about work, and... I pause, chewing my lip. I'm suddenly so nervous I can barely speak. I've been debating this moment in my head all day. Not whether I'd tell him, of course I'm telling, but how I'd do it. I'm not sure how he'll react, since we haven't talked a whole ton about our future beyond what we're having for dinner and how he's going to fuck me into sweet oblivion. But it's time to figure things out. What's wrong? He shifts so he can look into my eyes. I have to show you something. I gently disentangle myself from him, even though I crave his warmth more than anything. He says nothing as I head into the bathroom. There's another reason I led him up here during our little play chase. In the cabinet, wrapped in toilet paper, is a little plastic stick. I grab it and carry it out to the bed. He sits up, head tilted to the side. I took this earlier. He stares and says nothing as I unwrap the pregnancy test. That's positive, he says, still staring. Yep, which is no surprise, considering how often we have sex and neither of us bother with contraception. You're pregnant. Still no emotion, and fear begins to fill my stomach. I'm pregnant, I confirm. Is this too soon? I just found out earlier and I was trying to figure out how to tell you. You're pregnant, he says again, and his entire face lights up as he gets out of bed. You're pregnant with my child. Yes, that's how it works. Wife, my bliss, my heaven, my little fox, my baby, you are having my child. He grabs me in his arms and lifts me up, my enormous, very naked husband, and hugs me so hard I think he might break my ribs. I'm happy you're happy, I croak, grinning, but you're smothering me. His grip loosens enough so I can breathe, but he doesn't let me go. He's laughing and dancing around and pulling me along with him, freaking Jayson Costa giddy with joy, and my heart swells 1,000 sizes too big. I hoped for a happy reaction, but this is a little much. I am beyond happy. This is the best news I've ever gotten in my life. You are perfect, my wife, and I am going to pamper you and take care of you forever. You can start by putting me down. He grunts and places me gently onto the bed, then drops to his knees. He takes my hands and presses his face to my belly. I laugh, cradling his head. I can't wait to hear our baby kick and move around in there, he whispers, closing his eyes. I'm going to stay right here just like this for the next 9 months. God, I hope not. It'll make showering really hard. Is this why you asked about London? He glances up at me, frowning. You want to have the baby over there? I don't know what I want, but I was thinking it was a possibility. How about this? We stay here for the pregnancy. You'll give birth surrounded by the best doctors in the world. Then we'll go to Dublin. I tilt my head side to side. That could work. Casey will be here to help you along, and I'm going to dote on you. I promise, your pregnancy will be as comfortable as it possibly can be. Then home? Then home. He agrees. All right. I lean forward and kiss him gently. Now, my beautiful man, shall we celebrate? I was thinking you'd get me off one more time, then we'd have a nice meal. Works for me, he says, pushing me back onto the bed. Chapter 45. Jayson. 1 year later, I watch the sun rise from the balcony with my baby daughter in my arms, a bottle in her mouth, her little hands on either side. She feeds slowly, mostly finished at this point, but drifting in and out of sleep. I let her go. There could be a dozen nurses here watching over my beautiful daughter, Neve, but this is my favorite time of the day. Fallon's getting some extra sleep and everything is quiet. The world's starting to wake up, and I'm alone with my daughter. You're going to learn to ride a bike, I whisper to her, smiling to myself. You'll walk for the first time. You'll run for the first time. You'll meet a boy. He'll break your heart, and I'll break his knees. All for the first time. I'll kiss you every day. You'll get annoyed with my kisses for the first time. You'll get so angry at me you scream for the first time. But I'll always forgive you, and I'll always try to do right by you. This is my little ritual. I whisper to my girl everything she'll do, the story of her life in a litany of firsts. First car, first date, first school day, first bus ride, first broken bone, first bloody nose, first skinned knee. You'll have so many cousins, I tell her. Brothers and sisters, too. A big family of people that love you on both sides of the Atlantic. An Irish family and an American family. So much love for you. I kiss her, and she stirs, still in Neverland. You'll have a big protective father, but you'll get used to me, I promise. I'll always keep you safe, no matter what. That will probably get annoying. I'm sorry in advance. The sliding door opens. You're still doing that, huh? I turn around as Fallon steps onto the balcony wrapped in a blanket, 2 mugs of coffee in her hand. She places one down at my elbow as she sits in the chair next to mine. I thought you were sleeping. Hey, I woke up when you got up and I couldn't get back down. So here I am. I'd offer her to you, but I'm selfish. That's okay. Watching you with her is pretty damn good. She sips the coffee and smiles, and my world is complete. My beautiful wife, my beautiful daughter. The sun coming up over the city, the ocean in the distance, the smell of salt in the air, gulls in the wind. I booked the private plane last night. Her eyebrows raise. Sorry? To Dublin with Adler's blessing. Really? Seriously? We can stay as long as you like. Oh, Jayson, this is perfect. I can't believe it. We're leaving in a week. I'll take care of the logistics. We'll bring Candy along. Do you really think she'll need a nurse? My whole family's going to be obsessed with the baby. Then it'll be an easy trip for Candy. Fallon grins and shakes her head, but doesn't argue. It'll be nice to have some extra help on an ocean-crossing flight, and she knows it. All right, fine. But what then? Are we finally moving to London? Once we're done in Dublin, we'll swing through my old haunts and take a look at my house. You can decide if we should live there or buy a new place. Her excitement is palpable. She sits up straighter, her eyes shining. You're serious? It's really happening? I'm going to make frequent trips back here, I warn her. And Neve will come with me. I'm coming too. Casey would never forgive me if I didn't. I was thinking we'd live 8 months of the year in London, the rest here. But we'll work it out. Perfect. She leans her head on my shoulder. Neve stirs a bit as if she's aware of her mother and begins drinking from the bottle again. I hold my baby tight to my chest, my wife on my shoulder, smiling out over the vast ocean. The world is right. Chapter 46. Fallon. Neve disappears into a sea of family the moment we step into Ryan's house. It's incredible how at ease I feel all of a sudden. The long trip forgotten. The time away like it never happened. Look at you, skinny as a fucking twig like always, Aunt Mary says and jabs at my stomach. You're lovely though, and so is the baby. Congrats to you. Thanks, Aunt Mary. Did you meet Jayson yet? There's some tension. We can't pretend like it doesn't exist. The people in this house lost friends, cousins, children to the war. But that was over a year ago now, and Jayson has the good sense to ingratiate himself with these people, acting friendly and humble as he's introduced to person after person, ignoring the occasional cold look, returning every small kindness. It helps that there's a baby to distract everyone. You two look happy, Ryan says in a rare private moment. We're in the kitchen together, over near the sink, as 3 of the aunts and 2 of the cousins busy themselves getting dinner together. There's laughter in the other room. The house is bursting apart, stuffed full of at least 40 people. But I missed this kind of family gathering. We are, Chim, I confirm. I never thought we'd end up at this point when you told me about my new husband, but hey, it worked out. I'm still sorry about that, Fally. No need to be. Yeah, well, anyway, things are good here too. Seems to have settled okay. It took some convincing and a lot of hard work, but I've got nearly all the family on my side. A few aren't happy about it, but they're going along at least. I'm proud of you, Chim. Papa would have been proud too. Yeah, I'm sure. But hey, there's a new baby, all right? That's pretty amazing. You're a mother now. Guess it's your turn to settle down, huh? Ah, well, you know me. He grins and shrugs. Won't ever happen. We'll see about that. I leave him and go to make sure Jayson's not in a fistfight with a cousin. I find him cornered by the uncles, answering questions about American football to their bemused expressions, as if it's the most insane thing they'd ever heard of. Just call it fucking rugby, Uncle No-Leg says. But it's not fucking rugby, it's something else, Uncle Donald counters. Fuck you both, it should be called handball or some shite, Uncle Owen cuts in, which devolves into the usual bickering. I lead Jayson away, locate my child, extract her from an unwilling gaggle of cousins, and take my whole family out back. We sit in chairs in the relative quiet, only a few other male cousins smoking cigarettes and talking about local politics. But we're ignored. It's a lot, I know, I say, kissing Jayson's cheek. You're doing great. It's not that different from my own family, or at least the way it used to be when we all lived in the sunrise. Yeah, true, except this house is a lot smaller than the casino. Fair point. I'm happy you're here. I'm happy I'm here too. I kiss him again. I wish it could linger, but now's not the time. Neve fusses, and I tell the boy cousins I'm going to feed my daughter and they'd better not act like little bitch babies about a girl's titty doing what God made it to do, and they all fuck off like I knew they would. Jayson laughs. It's like a magic power, the ability to make men uncomfortable. A woman's gift, I say with a wistful sigh as Neve feeds. I love you, you know that? I love you too. And your family's okay, at least the ones that don't hate me. The others will come around, or maybe they won't, but hey, what's family without at least a few blood feuds? Wouldn't have it any other way. Do you mind if we stay for a few nights? I want to visit with people individually. We can stay as long as you like. Really? A week, a month, a year? I don't care. Do you really mean that? Yes, I really mean it. We're going to make this work, right? No reason doing it halfway. You are the man of my dreams. I'm aware. Neve feeds, and we lapse into a comfortable, happy silence. As inside there's laughter from the family, and the smell of baking wafts out the door and a touch of warmth follows with it, and it doesn't matter how long we plan on staying here because now that I've got my girl and my husband, I've got my home wherever I go. And that's not bad. "Hey, fucking dinner's ready!" Uncle Lachlan shouts out the window. "Come eat before it's all gone." When Neve's finished and sleepy enough to snuggle into Jason's arms without a fuss, we head back inside, and there are overflowing plates for both of us already waiting at the table.